When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardroom Direct, he says, you know what? I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure. And the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time moneyless. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Hellmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, who shall we get? And we were like, well, why not aim for the top? And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which is in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well. And one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which, just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy. Yeah. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that, that I'm on the advisory board of. And so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It certainly is strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't
Yeah.
miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever, and I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, you know, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the, you know, the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, you know, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, you know, safety minded. Yeah. And then, you know, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, that, you know, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, you know, I think it's, you know, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA. Yeah,
well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chen who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black nines, but there was a hand before that, you know, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very you know, and you have to remember, I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be, you know, one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand. Yeah. And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and, you know, but I have to, you know, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zuin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit, and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere, and I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing, obviously, in 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, you know, master's, you know, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone. There's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, you know, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, you know, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, you know, kind of, you know, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, you know? and so, you know, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December, and he flew out, and he saw me in, you know, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And you know, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever, and I turn and I look, you could see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through, and within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes Benz, and then I married a doctor. And then, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
Turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
no,
four.
not 3. Not 3 bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in 1 day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon, and I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep. And I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first. And I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to, I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour-and-a-half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands. And I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at, 10:30 at night. And it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And, if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day. So it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in 1 day. And then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart. And that's on me. I mean, I was running good. I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binion's that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binion's, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binion's is just such a classic poker, there's so much history there. And, we've faced this for many, many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time. And it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables. Yeah. So, we've heard this hundreds of times starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision, and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table, and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables, and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binion's because, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now. where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binion's did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binion's gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binion's. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binion's anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binion's about a year and a half ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics, and she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binion's. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that, I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's, there's some negativity there. And so, I've been a huge figure looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have like, say, 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. And then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world. And they play with, 10, 15 businessmen. And so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world, you win bracelets. You win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about, somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers. Because there's a lot of great players, a lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so, I mean, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural. There's always going to be haters, and that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, man, you've been one of my biggest critics. I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, I think you're crazy. And he's like, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah. Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. You know, I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and then, recently people are like, oh, well, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour. And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000 faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo.
The turbo.
They said, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player. And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there was a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 cashers in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. But do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums. But I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League triple crown of poker, you've won the World Series main event. You've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that triple crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC. Yeah. And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable triple crown.
Yeah. We have got 15 braces. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like, how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds. Yeah. Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche? Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos? Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events? Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishes, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number 1 life goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins, and a new life goal was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognized as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there, but why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like, I don't always have a perfect understanding of, I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And, my book Positivity talks about, how I've kind of, harnessed some of that potential, and how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, you know what, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993, 94. I figured 24 would make me unassailable to the whole world. I remember in 2005 when I passed Johnny Chan and I passed Doyle Brunson, and they both came up and congratulated me. And that was classy, right? We all shook hands. They were all like, great job, Phil. I mean, there was a big, when they awarded me that bracelet in front of the whole room, that night right after I won it, there was Chan and Brunson.
Brilliant.
And at that point, we were crazy. Johnny, and I think it was 05, but Johnny Chan and Doyle Brunson and I maybe it was 07 I passed them, but I mean, there were years where they'd win, Doyle would win 2, Chan would win 2, and I'd win 1 bracelet. I think that was 03. And so we were just winning them in bunches, even in the modern era. And so that battle was great. And so, you're never safe. There are people that can catch me, but now I have the records, and I just have to keep raising it.
Any of those second places you would have thought, you know what, I really wanted that one?
Yeah, I remember there was a second place where a guy was very, very lucky against me repeatedly. And then, and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket 5s and he had ace king. And I limped in with the 5s. We were playing 3-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack. And he raised, called, and it came 10 jack 7. And he bet and I raised with the 5s. And he just called and I knew he had ace king. And the turn, I bet, he raised and I re-raised him.
Oi, oi.
Have we turned it on?
We
Have we
set
turned it on?
and ready, all good, ready to go for day 2.
Have you turned it on?
Yep, we're on,
What
mics
up?
on, mics on. All good to go. Good morning, everyone. We are here in Edinburgh, back for day 2. We got 111 coming back today. I believe there was 10 buy-ins for day 2.
1 missing. 2 missing.
2 missing.
Jack Hardcastle.
Jack Hardcastle.
And Riggy. Just missed off, that's all. They are in the building. 160,082.
Yeah.
So Jack is in, just an admin. They were missed off. I had the chip counts from the live. Day 1A, Day 1B, Turbo, Flight. Well done, everybody. The numbers have been incredible yet again.
It's crazy.
It's been amazing. £230,000 in the prize pool. Absolutely amazing turnout for Edinburgh and just the GUKPT. The guys behind us. Yesterday it was being played like a home game. There was beer going on. There was chatting and laughing and joking, and how cards should be played, like the old £10 rebuys back in the day. But super, honestly, such a nice atmosphere, laughing and joking. We saw Kev on the feature table last night to finish off. When the valleys came, there were 6 starter problem empty glasses under the table. 6. He had a good time.
He did.
And he made day 2.
Yeah, he did. That's the other thing. He just bagged up.
So we are just about to start. As you can see, we've got our first feature table. As you can see, run us through them. Who we got? Who's going to be sat there entertaining us?
So the table we got for the first couple of hours today, in 1's going to be Jamie Monroe, in 2 Amir Mustafa, in 3 Ashwini Joshi, in 4 is Paul Rigg, 5 Mel Simpson, 6 John Bousfield, 8 Thomas Bashara, and in 9 is John Venter.
We are ready to do it.
I need a booster seat.
As we wandered around, and yes, everybody who's watching, we're on a 30-minute delay. There's always people asking, how do you commentate, chat with us in the chat box and commentate, because you're going to spoil it. We're not. We watch the live stream 30 minutes behind, just like you
We have
do.
no idea what's going on.
So as
out
I
there.
went for a coffee, which I'm...
Where's mine?
You fix your own. As I went for a coffee, I was just looking on the outer tables, and there were a massive hand with Kelly Saxby and Boba Fett, and another guy in the chip. Ace Queen against Jack 9 on a 2-heart flop, and it all with the Queen on it, and all the setting made the chocolate plot. So it was interesting to watch, but there has been bust outs live. We'll give you the information as we go on, but we are just about to start. We're ready for a good day. Straight from Leeds, straight to Edinburgh, and the players have turned up.
Yeah, everyone's turned up in Falls Tower. It's been a great turnout. No one was expecting this number. I thought we'd do well to get over 200. And
Steve Moss says, "Have you got a booster cushion for Jay?"
Oh.
But it's the camera angle where it is because we're so close to the backdrop and the players behind us. The camera's just gone a little bit further away, and it's on a slight downslope. So it looks like Jay sat
I'm
on
there
the
next
floor.
to my avatar. I look down there, I'm right next to my avatar.
And it does look like he's stood on the floor. When your bouncer comes on Sunday,
Yeah.
the old day when Dave
Yeah.
stands behind you, he'll be towering above you. But have a good afternoon. Get your questions in. Anybody who wants a chip count on any person, we'll try and bring it to you as quickly as you can. PK's on the floor. Dave's doing all the action tracking. That's what he does. You don't see him, but it's one of the hardest jobs. And we're just going to talk a lot of stuff. I'm going to talk a lot of rubbish. This guy's going to talk a lot of sense. Have a good day. Get your questions into the chat box. Enjoy your cups of tea and your beers later on. And we'll get straight over to the table, because we are just about to start the GUKPT Edinburgh leg. And we really, really cannot wait.
Just some numbers for people just tuning in to start the day. We had 101 that made it through to day 2. We had 10 day 2 buy-ins today. So a few people taking a shot with their 16 big blind stack. And that will bring us up to 111 entries. As always, day 2 we will find the money at some point. This year it's been a bit different because of the structure. It's been level 16 that the bubble's usually been going. So
Yeah.
we'll see if that's the case here in Edinburgh. But all set and ready, first hand about to be dealt out. And, one of our online qualifiers, online day 1, first one we ever had. Riggy's at the table in 4. Him and Jack Harcastle were the only 2 to bag from the online leg. We're all set and ready to go. Good afternoon. I'm guessing that's Gary, Preston Pixie.
Aye, it is indeed. Preston Pixie is in the building.
And Kev says, afternoon guys, just done my football bets and I'll stupidly do Towers treble,
Yes.
trying to recoup my
Yes,
losses.
I've got to. We've got to get one up. We might as well do it. And I was also, obviously, I was thinking that we're in Scotland, and I've got to stick a Hamilton Academicals in store, or Stenhouse Muir, or something like that. So,
Peterhead.
but I haven't. I've gone for the English. And look, I was walking past when I was stood there watching the hand and Ludo's on the table. He actually said, "Have you posted the treble yet?" I'm like, "Not yet." He says, "Are you going for League 2 rubbish again?" I went, "Might be." So obviously it gets round and he starts. He does check it. So we'll keep an eye on that. Well, the Towers treble is coming in the first session, shall we say?
Yeah, it's not out yet on the commands. It will be up on the commands on Twitch. Usually around an hour's time we're partying, but we're not gonna put it out yet. We don't want to crush the bookmakers across the country.
No.
Everyone getting on. We're going to be concentrating on our featured table.
Indeed.
A lovely meal there in 5. Treated us yesterday to a whole host of goodies. There's Jamie Monroe with the ladies.
Pixie says, "Who found the bell?" We have one bought again.
Yeah, we got a new one.
We actually lost the one that Gary bought us, or it's in a box somewhere. And then when Mel came, who was on the table in seat number 5, when Mel came with the cakes and the tonic tea cakes and the chocolate and the shortbread and all kinds of things, she fixed in the ring for tea bell.
Oh wow, he's coming in with a cold 4 here with the 6s. And Jamie now, what are we doing with ladies? We got a mare behind us. Effective stack with a mare is around 60 bigs. 60 bigs exactly, actually. So interested to see how Jamie's going to proceed here with the ladies. And 60 big blinds effective. All this action behind us, probably just going to flat. Oh, John's only in for 8k. Okay, so it's an under raise if that is the case. I thought it was 20 something. Slight graphic error.
Yes, Jack.
So the mare outflops the queens of Jamie. Looks like going to come in for a small bet here potentially. Going to check it behind, bit of deception. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Going to have a pretty clear bet here though as a mare once Jamie checks over to us again. Want to potentially try and get some value from our ace queen. Don't need to go that large. And the queens of Jamie just get out of the way. Folds and face up.
Yeah, correct fold and the stand up from John. He's got the coat on already. He does need to find one of the Mickey Blacks on the river or he's out the door. And it's not. Nearly, he says.
Yeah, nearly.
Nearly. So in seat 9, John is eliminated.
Yeah, John Venter.
Unlucky young man.
Out the door.
Afternoon, Gail. Mum's in the chat box.
Afternoon, Mum.
Watching on Facebook, and whenever you do watch Facebook, if you watch on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, give us a subscribe and a follow, and every time we go live, which is very regular at this moment in time, 2021 has been condensed. The whole tour from July to December has been condensed. We get chance to wash as smalls and as shirts, and then we're on the road again. And it's been a superb return for the GUKPT. Proper good return. And the numbers have smashed it. 351 total in Edinburgh, which has been amazing. 351 is the total number in Edinburgh. Absolutely brilliant turnout yet again. Really good.
We'll let you know about any bust outs around the room as well throughout the day.
We will. Top left hand corner, best dressed man in Scotland.
Yeah, Rob Franks.
The poker tables more or less around the country. Rob Franks. He's fetched me a booking as well on golf courses in Scotland.
Huh?
He has.
So Sweeney here making it 4.2k over 3x.
Is that all in?
It is all in from Thomas, and
Yeah.
shoving here.
Ash is going to have a bit of a decision with the hooks.
It's not a decision tower. I think he's just.
Is
gonna
it
be
a
calling
call?
this off here. Yeah, it should be. Like the thing is, Thomas is going to shove 10s here. He's going to shove 9s. He's going to shove 8s. He's going to have some ace jack suited in there. I know we blocked that. Maybe some light ace 10 suited. Ace king and ace queen we're flipping against, but if he's got aces, kings or queens, fair play to the man. But just can't be folding this one here with a pocket jacks.
So he does make the call. Ash is going to need to get a little bit fortunate. Thomas is the all-in player. And he's just 90%.
Well,
That'll do. That'll do.
That's it. That's it.
Done.
Well,
just
double done.
Just the Quadzillas.
Yeah.
Well, let's get the Quadzillas in the room.
Flop. Dead.
Kelvin Run on Facebook says, any chance of a Kev Finney pint count?
Well, Tower said the valet found 6 glasses of empty Star of Pramen at the end of the night on that table. 6. He was only on here for 2 hours.
Hello.
That's a point every 20 minutes, Tower.
Yeah. Wonder why they're looking at the phones all the time, says Ed on YouTube, texting the mates that they're on telly, putting the football bets on, waiting for Tower's treble to come out. Early stages, usually fast and furious around the room. We've lost one on our table to start with.
Yeah, he was the first man out the door.
Was he?
Yeah.
First man out the door. So any eliminations from around the room, we will give them to you. Chip counts at every break today during day 2. Line 6-12 with the 12 big blind ante, as you can see at the bottom of the chip count stack.
Jack 10 suited, blind on blind here. There's Sweeney. So he just lost a big pot with the pocket jacks, but not much we can do, just run into it. So going to open this one into Riggy's big blind. Riggy not defending the King 4. Plenty going on online as well, guys. On Monday, 25k guarantee. We have the GUKPT closer online, £110 buy-in for that one. Satellites every night on the client, £30 freeze outs or the £5 rebuy and add-on satellites. Haymaker series, I'm sure everyone's aware now. We got 6 more free rolls running. If you do win one of them free rolls, invite to the Vic. Grand final, 8-man sit and go. David Hay, yourself, 6 other opponents, £20,000 added in that one. Unbelievable promotion, and it will be live streamed as well. So Tara and I will be covering that one. You see there, the next free roll is on Wednesday, the 13th of October. That's a 3k guarantee free roll as well. So not just the first place prize, getting a seat. There's other prizes up for grabs in that if you do run deep. And tomorrow we do have, as always, the live stream free roll, £250. That is password protected. We give out the password usually sometime during the second session on the Sunday, and the winner of that one will get a seat into our closer on Monday. Just make everyone aware, the closer, if you are looking to play that, it is a 2-day event. As we see a Queen 6-6 flop, 2 hearts. So Mel flopping the best of it here. Going to be checking over to Amir as he is the opener. Going to be check calling this one, Mel. And Day 3 Sportsbook, it's been a great additive to the tour, having a punt on the players left in. Give yourself a live sweat on the stream if you do back one of the Day 3 players. So 4 of diamonds on the turn here. And Amir just going to give up. Now he's caught showdown as well. No reason to bluff this river as Amir. We beat some heart draws. We're not folding out a queen or 6x. So Amir here probably just going to check this one behind. We do beat some hands that Mel can have here, the heart combinations, and we're not folding out a 6 and probably not folding out a queen. And Mel's just going to call this off. And Mel's going to win this one with a queen. Well played by her. Nice check on the river. Induced the bluff. But I think as Amir there, got to be thinking about Mel's calling range on the flop. And it's basically queen x, 6x or heart draws. We're now ahead of the heart draws, which we're not getting value from. So check back there. We picked up showdown with our ace deuce. Go ahead of the flush draws on the flop. Queen x not folding, 6x not folding. And good afternoon, John here. And good afternoon, Piano Cat on Twitch. So Riggy's got a pair on the button. He's going to open this one. And Mel going to call the Queen Jack of clubs. That's going to bring Bousey in with a 10-9. Three-way action, button versus small versus big. Riggy, Mel and Bousey. And we've got action as well because Mel's flopped the second nut flush draw and Riggy with middle set here on ace-4-3. And Riggy wants to be firing this now, especially after checking back flop. No need to check this one twice. So going to come in for a bet here with the set. Mel will make the call. And it looks like a queen on the river. Queen of spades, so Riggy wants to be coming in for some value here now with his pocket four. It's got to be thinking about the hands that Mel's going to have in this spot that's played this way. She may have some king X in there, some king jack, some king 10, maybe some river two pair. King queen, definitely a hand she can have in this spot after checking flop, check call in turn, checking it over on the river. Riggy opts for 11k here. It's not 1.1. Two yellows and white, 11,000 bet. Mel has rivered a queen here. Obviously, Riggy probably not going to be value betting a king, so it's ace-X or better. Mel makes a good laydown, and Riggy going to take that one. A couple of bust outs for you guys. We have lost Jay Crowler, Tom Noble, William McClure, for all socials, you can find us on Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and for all live stream coverage, YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT. And thank you, Ed. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. And it is a wet Saturday. It's wet up here as well. Not the nicest outside. Typical UK weather. If you are locked in all day today, we are finishing around midnight. It's going to be a good day. We will be in the money at some point as we see Jamie move all in over Mel's button open. And day twos are the days I love. Day twos and day threes, a lot more action. Stacks are a lot shallower, a lot more all-ins. It's just all round a better day than the day ones from my perspective. A lot more enjoyable to cover. What time are the longest breaks today? Asked Piano Cat. That will be the hour dinner break. We on stream. We usually go on the hour dinner break at 4:45. So 4:45 to 5:45. That is the longest break of the day. That will be the hour dinner break. So after level 4. Ashwini here with the 9s, wants to be opening this one. Ashwini playing 23 bigs. Makes it 3.5. So just shy of 3x here. Yeah, spot on, Piano Cat. So the players' break will be 4:15 to 5:15. But on stream, the hour break will be 4:45 to 5:45. We are on a half-hour delay. So Ashwini going to be opening again here with the pocket fives. Makes it 3.2 this time. That's quite interesting, because the first time he opened with jacks he made it 4.2. Then when he opened with nines he made it 3.5, and now he's got pocket fives and he's opted for 3.2. So just dependent on hand strength, he's actually changed his opening size. Seems like the stronger his hand, the larger the size he opens. So interesting to see if anyone actually picks up on that. But Thomas just coming straight in with a free bet here with the pocket jacks, makes it 10k out the small blind, and Ashwini here going to have to get out of the way. We've opened under the gun +1 and the small blinds free bet us. They're just going to be way ahead of pocket fives here in terms of range, but he's going to flat for 10k, leaving himself 21k back with 22k in the middle. So he's going set mining here off of this stack size. Surprised to see that. Thomas with the jacks, SPR here less than 1. Not just going to open rip here with the jacks, although there's a pot size probably just going to come in for a small continue around between quarter third pot, somewhere around that remit. 6k perfectly fine, exactly where we're at, right in the middle of it, quarter and third, around 30%. And now what do we do with the fives of Ashwini? This is the problem. Just better to let this hand go pre-flop once we get free bet out the small and preserve our chips. 10k's quite a lot of chips at this stage. It's just shy with 9 big blinds, and when we're this short, I think pre-flop we just want to be letting the fives go. Now we are involved. What's the play? Once we're faced with this size on the flop, like if we call here, there's going to be 34k in the middle. We're left with 15k back behind. We're working with like 0.4 SPR. Unless we're just going to convince ourselves that we think Thomas here has got ace king and we're just going to level ourselves into putting it in, but there is the fold. Yeah, Dark Angel, that is Mel Simpson in a seat 5. Good afternoon, Jason Shellham. Thanks for tuning in. And Bingo's in the building as well. Afternoon, Bing. Hope you're well, mate. It's got Riggy with the ace queen, makes it 2.5. Early position, and Amir going to flick and defend in the big, unaware of his holding at the moment. (963) rainbow. And Riggy going to come in for a small continue. Amir here with the 4-5, not going anywhere. Up and down. Super King says, did TJ, Terry Jordan, make day 2? Yes, he did. He made it through in the turbo leg last night. I think he bagged around 55,000. So Amir going to check call here with his up and down. 6 of clubs on the turn. Riggy probably going to slow down on this particular turn card. Amir's going to have plenty of 6x defending out the big blind. We're not going to fold out a 9 with another bet, so just happy to check this one, get to showdown. And Amir here now with just 5 high, well, he's actually playing the board, so interested to see whether he is going to come in and rep a 6 or a 3, potentially a 9 as well. Might come in here for some value. trying to get called by ace high. It's about 6.2 here. And now let's jump into Riggy's shoes. What do we beat in this situation? So on this 9-6 board rainbow, like the main hands are 4-5, 7-8, 7-5, 10-7, 10-8, 4 deuce suited. We got some 7-4 suited in there as well. All these sort of gut shots and up and downs are the bluffs. And then the value is going to be 6x, 3x, 9x perhaps as well. So difficult spot to call off without ace high there for Riggy. Out the big blind and me are going to have plenty of 6x, 3x, 9x, whole host of it in fact. So just thinks better of the ace high there and lets it go. Doesn't get sticky. And Julie says, played the Haymaker 3-0 Wednesday, cashed in 11th, going for first next week. Good luck all day too.
You'll be coming second to me.
Yeah, Tower's going to be playing it.
Yeah, the next one's the 13th of October. Indeed, indeed. There's somewhere in the casino has got one of these, and I think it's in the pit. And every time somebody either wins a hand or something like that, they go. So I'm thinking you're wanting cups of tea.
That's for tip. When someone tips them, they do it, don't they? When they get tipped, that's when
So
they
I'm
do
looking,
it.
I'm thinking, Jay, I'll be them back in a minute. Billy Davis, Bingo says roll on Luton. We are looking forward to it. Jay's going to be there next week.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Playing the sides.
Like I said, if you tuned in last night when I was speaking to Jack about it, I love coming down early, playing the side events, having a few bevies, just talking to the table, having a bit of a laugh. Always good fun, these festivals. Nice little wind down period as well before we start the old commentary again.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Jamie coming in for a bluff here on the river. In a bit of a spot here, Ashwini, with the Queen 7, middle pair, 9k into 13, so we've got around 70% pot on the river, so fairly large from Jamie. What are we repping here as Jamie after we check back flop and go bet? A lot of Jack X, we're going to have some Jack 10s, we're going to have some Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack and so on. These type of holdings are going to be our value bets. As well as that, on this 7-4-5 rainbow, we might choose to check some monsters, some Queens, Kings and Aces versus big blind range. What do we have for bluffs here? And before we even get into that, we see Ashwini fold. And a nice pick up there from Jamie Monroe. Takes a nice little one down.
Afternoon, Super King. Planning to play the mini main in Luton, you assume it's likely to be oversubscribed? Well, the way they staff the and the freelance all turn up for the mini and for the whole festival.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of new house dealers in Luton, I think, as well. Plus,
I'm guessing there's going to be at least 15 tables open to start with.
At least, Tower, at least. The thing is, when was it? The 30-30 there, a few weeks, well, probably a couple of months back now. That had a good turnout, and there was an alternates list for that one, so I think it will be fine. I don't think there'll be, if there is an alternates list, I think it'll only get a small one, won't be too much of a wait.
Did Blackpool 30-30 hit the guarantee? Not at the minute, but there's another flight today.
And Turbo tomorrow.
And the Turbo is on Sunday before day 2 starts, on Sunday afternoon. So they've got 2 more flights as normal. It's not something they've added, it's just pretty standard. It will be close, but it is struggling at the moment. If you're in the Blackpool area, the 30-30 is Value Town. Just a confirmation, there's 25 tables set up in Luton. and the staff are ready. So absolutely get yourself to Luton when the tour is in town, the freelance dealers turn up, and all systems go for a 25 tabled card room. Boom, boom, boom. It's worth one of them. It is.
Yeah, he's still in, Colin. Kevin is still in. Probably got a sore head this morning, but he's definitely still in the field. Bagged up yesterday evening. We've only actually lost a few so far today. We usually get an influx of bust outs early stages day 2, but not dropping at the usual rate. There's Jamie opening ace-9 in the hijack. Ashwini going to flat the queen jack here off of what is 12 big blinds. Just shy actually. And Jamie getting a lovely flop here for us after opening the ace-9 off. Top pair, top kicker here. Really good flop for us on the rainbow board, so I want to be continuing. And Ashwini going to get out of the way, and Mel, dependent on size, expect her to call once this deep with her will draw. She might not. She might let it go out of position. If there was a heart on board, we'd definitely be seeing her call in with backdoor hearts in there as well. Obviously, we got an overcard in form of an ace, but Mel just makes a disciplined lay down, and Jamie going to take that one. And speaking of Luton,
Luton
it is,
Town.
over there.
Oh, I thought you were on about Luton Town. No. Full schedule right there. Check it all down. The slight difference. Well, is it Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday the 10th, the mini main.
And I know some of you struggle to see that if you're on your mobile device. But for all those that are on laptops or bigger devices, you can see it. It's one of them things you can see. So, but yeah, the full schedule is there for Luton, and it is going to be a corker, as it always is.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
There's a fantastic bar area. The sports area as soon as you walk in the casino on the right hand side is second to none. The card room is full of 25 tables and ready. In fact, Jim's sat at the table waiting for you, and it doesn't start till Wednesday.
Sweeney with the ace-king finds a spot to get his last 9 big blinds in over the open of Thomas here with the king-9 suited. 8.6 to win 16.6, just shy of 2 to 1 for us as Thomas, but we've got to understand that a lot of the time we're just going to be in a dominated spot here, drawing to 3 outs, and just gets out of the way. And we're going to have a little look, see what's going around the card room, guys.
What's happening?
See the other tables.
Oh, the rut of the nutters there.
Shoot right.
Adam Bromley. Missing another Sheffield Wednesday's game.
That's Dave. I think that's Dave Doherty.
That is Dave Doherty.
Next to Usman Al Hack.
Your pick again. Dave's got two. Aye.
Oh,
Sporting the old baseball. What's that?
where have these come from, Katie?
There's 200,000.
She's had a great start. Look at that stack.
Wow.
There's Kelly.
On the same table as Kelly. Matt Davenport. Matt Davenport in the background. There he is. Ludo's still in.
Yeah, got a nice stack as well, over 100k there.
On the same table as Kelly, who was rushing down with the. That was the guy that had the ace queen against the ace queen of Kelly Saxby.
A nice little look at the outer tables. Always good to see who's out there in the field.
Absolutely.
As we see an open from Jamie with a 7, so Amir going to flat the ace jack +2. And Jamie getting 1.6. Probably not going to call this. Might flick it in against a min click. It looks like he's going to call. Looks down at his chips. He's going to call with the suited 10 deuce. That is So we got Jamie Monroe in 1, Jamie L in 2. Sorry, Jamie in 7, Jamie L. Looks like a painty board. So Queen Jack 7. That's bottom set for Jamie here, and going to be coming in for a continue. Going to get some action from Amir as well. Amir with Ace Jack going to be calling once here with position on Jamie. Drawing very thin, but going to have to call in this spot. Might get out of the way, but I'd be very surprised if he does. We're ahead of Ace King, Ace 10, these hands that are going to open, King 10, you're going to have just some random like 8, 9 suited in there that might elect a C-bet. Like the hands we're behind are just Ace Queen, King Queen, Aces and Kings, Pocket Jacks, 7s. Just can't fold here as a mirror, and there is the call. And we're going to take a turn card. Oh, just quads.
Just the quads again.
Second time today.
Yeah.
Quads out in force. And with Jamie here. Yes, we got quads, but we're fairly deep with Amir, so might want to start getting some chips in this pot. And we think about the hands that Amir's going to call flop with. Definitely going to have some Queen X in there. We've opened under the gun +1. If Ace Queen, he might elect to just flat, so we're going to get some value from that. King Queen definitely in there as well. King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited, 2 combos of that. And then if we opt for a size, try and keep the flush draws in. But he's opted fairly big here, 16 into 23, so gone around 60%, over half pot. And Amir here with the Ace Jack now in a bit of a situation. Like the value range here for Jamie is Kings, Aces, Ace Queen, King Queen, Queen 10. Might opt to check this turn. Pocket Jacks, obviously 1 combo quad 7s that he actually has in this scenario. Queens are in there as well, although they might not opt for that large C-bet sizing. But now I've got to come up with some bluffs. What bluffs is Jamie going to do this with? He's going to have some hearts in here. The Ace X of hearts is going to be opening all of these. King 10 suited, definitely going to be a hand that could double barrel this particular spot, but Amir makes the right decision. And the quads of Jamie, he shows them. Quad 7s.
Every time, show quads. Every single time. Maria Jordan's turned up.
Yeah, I saw it with Terry this morning, yeah?
Yeah, another 2 buy-ins. Is Kev Finney still enjoyed to watch last night, supping all his pints? I tell you what, it was great last night, like a home game. Today, everybody's on water and tea.
Yeah.
There's no beer at this moment in time being supped in Edinburgh. There might be later, but at this moment in time, everybody's on water and tea.
And just to let you know, guys, we've had 3 more bust outs. We've lost Amir Nuhas. I know he had a lot of support in the chat yesterday, but Amir is out the door. Shane Ross is gone, and Michael Nichols is gone as well.
Amir, there is everywhere. Amir new house, Amir new house. Amir, I'm there, is everywhere. Is Jamie Nixon still in? Katie Swift still in, flipping it, he's got 200k. 200,000, man.
Yeah, Nixon's still in.
Hiya, Karen.
And how are we doing, Karen?
The Aero is in the building. How are you doing, Karen? Hope you're well this Saturday afternoon.
That's Reedy. 14 bigs, King 5, he's in. Unfazed, gets it through.
Nobody's ever doing it like we only 15 bigs, are they?
Well, to be honest, like you'd shove that hand probably cut off or button a lot of the time when folding to you, but EP, a bit optimistic, but gets the job done.
Yeah, no, 30-30 stats online, which is a little bit strange, but so no ready, so it's a little bit of watching the live stream and having a chilled out Saturday afternoon. What is the best hangover cure? As Eddie's talking about hangovers. I know everybody goes about remedies and drink this and drink some of that. But does any of it really work?
Splash a lime cordial in every drink you drink throughout the night, and you won't wake up. Your head will be all right in the morning.
A splash of lime cordial?
Yeah.
In a pint of Star of Pramon?
Well, if you want.
No.
Yeah.
No. Splash lime in Guinness? No, thank you. Where have you heard that from?
It's just I've not heard it. I've tried it. It's actually it's all right. Definitely feel better in the morning. Might be the placebo effect, but someone told me once. I started doing it, and usually got a better head in the morning most days.
Well, I think I'll try it then. Can I have a cup of tea, please, with a lime cordial in it? What? No. Ron Seal, if you're talking about Guinness, no. But it does make it taste like ice cream when you put black in. If you put blackcurrant into Guinness.
Really?
It does make it taste like ice cream, but it's just ruins a drink. Ruins a good drink. We went into a bar on the Wednesday night, and they had 70 different whiskies for sale. 70.
I couldn't believe it when the day off on Wednesday, just walking around the city, walking up to Edinburgh Castle. I'm not even joking. You'd see a shop, and then 3 shops along another whiskey shop, 3 shops along another whiskey shop. It was just whiskey shops everywhere. It was.
What are they
never
trying
seen
to,
anything
what,
like
what,
it.
what are they trying to tell us when we
know.
get up here?
I don't know. So Ace Jack for Jamie here, working with 15 bigs. This is fine from him in the cut-off. Just going to be putting this one in. Like to see it, no need to open. So I'm going to be shoving this one. And Amir in the big, King Queen. 15 big blinds facing cut-off shove. This is interesting. Pretty close this. Like Jamie, he's going to be shoving his King Jack suited, he's going to be shoving his King 10 suited, Queen Jack suited. There are some hands out there that we do dominate with this particular holding. He's going to have all the pocket pairs, so deuces through jacks, which we're flipping with. Obviously the worry is Ace King, Ace Queen is definitely going to be in there as well, but that's only a couple of holdings that have us crushed here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Amir call this one tower. He's just having a quick count of his stack, seeing what he will leave him with if he makes the call and loses, but he does make the call with the King Queen and Ace Jack, not the worst hand to see.
Amir has him covered.
And he has improved, so the Ace
Whoa,
Jack.
who's dealing? Steady on, steady on. Whoa, calm down. Who's that? Whoa, what's happening here? I'm guessing he's never dealt on a TV table before. Come on, Dave, get in charge. Sort him out, that's what the headset's for.
Yeah, so we're going to lose one in the form of Jamie.
So, apologies for the speed of the all-in call, take the cards away and everything like that, but...
Jamie leap up, we lose him, and at the same time, we've lost a couple more. Rick Trigg is out, busting just shortly before that hand.
And he got up to 80,000 as well.
Did he?
Yes.
Chris Johnson is out, and the Scott McDonald has just exited as well. So another 3 out the door in quick succession, and Amir winning that one. I think he's up to over 100k now, and Bousey, he's got an easy shove with the Ace Jack. And Jamie here going to be making the call. Bousey going to be shoving deuces through 7s off of this stack, so want to be calling here with the 8s. And we're off to the races.
Off to the races again. Bousey, Bousey, Bousey.
Oh!
Oi, oi!
How's your flop top 2 and not have the best hand? Gonna need to find an ace or a jack. Wow. And I think ace 8 of hearts folded in the blinds as well. Imagine all 3 of them players being deep and seeing that flop. Wow.
Unlucky
wow,
Bousey.
wow.
That could have been an enormous point if Bousey had got chips.
So we're going to lose John Bousfield from the tournament. Another one out the door, starting to drop a bit more quickly. So deuces for Mel makes it 2.5. Amir looks like he wants to get involved with this one on the bottom, facing under the gun open. Definitely can fold this one, but Amir has got some chips, wants to get involved, has position on the opener. So heads up between Mel and Amir. Mel with the deuces, Amir with the ace-8. And ace-8 jack flop again.
Same flop, how's that even happen? Like ever.
And Mel going to come in for a continue here. The 2.2, like the sizing she's chose here, I thought it was 5.2, but don't need to go big here. It's ace high, it's rainbow. It's going to be so much better for us than our opponent. Amir, once he calls on the button though, got to start thinking about hands he's going to have here. He's going to have some queen 10 for double gut shots, some Broadway draws, hands like ace 10, ace jack, some suited ace X perhaps, king jack, king 10, queen jack, just so many hands he can have here. Once calling, our flop continues and Mel just shuts down, which is good to see. Not choosing to just start barreling off and just going to wave the white flag, and we're just going to check fold to Amir's turn bet is what I'm assuming. Muzzer says, what time is Reg open for the 4 PM bounty? Get it now, can't you?
Yeah, I think you can just come in and buy
Whenever you want.
buying at the cash desk.
And is there a cap on numbers?
I shall find that out at the first break, depending how many players have been eliminated in the first 2 hours of play. I'll ask that question at the first break. We're going to be posting Towers Treble in the next 10 minutes, guys.
Oi, oi.
Get ready. Let's get ready to rumble.
Oh, I've got a good feeling. I'm optimistic about this one.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Towers been in the lab the last couple of days that he had off.
Absolutely.
Been in the lab running all the simulations and
You have no idea.
running all these sims, and he's come up with a perfect treble. And Riggy here comes in for the 3-bet bluff out the blinds. 6.6. Obviously Amir going to be opening fairly wide in the cut-off, so Riggy choosing this hand to come in with the 3-bet. And Mel just cold calls here with the ace-king. Definitely would prefer the cold 4, but maybe knows Riggy's a pretty solid opponent. Maybe doesn't think he's going to be getting out of line too often, so Mel just wants to flat the ace-king, which is fine in position. And both players flopping a top pair, so going to see some chips get put in this pot for sure. Riggy continuing on the king queen 7 board, and we'd like to see this from Mel. No need to raise here, just going to call, keeps him with Riggy's bluffs in there. The 2 of diamonds turn. I'd like to see Riggy check this one now potentially. especially once Mel calls us once, but he's firing again, bet of 12,000, and Mel obviously not going anywhere with her particular holding. But I think once Riggy gets called here again, alarm bells might start going off, especially getting called at that speed as well. And I think we've got to check this one now, as Riggy, once we've been called twice by Mel, she's cold called our free bet here. Very important factor in this hand. Like, she's not gonna, oh, Mel's just checked behind with the ace king. Riggy shows the king 10. Mel shows the ace king, and she's going to take a nice one up to 128k, and
very nice,
flatten the ace king there. Actually worked out perfectly. If we cold 4, we don't get no more chips. We've managed to get 2 streets from Riggy. Gypsy Boy says, hi, do you know when the schedule for the Goliath is up online, and good luck to everyone today?
Next year.
Next year sometime, yeah. It's a bit early as of yet.
Yeah, definitely next year. When we return for leg 1 of 2022, we'll give you an update, but it's definitely next year.
King 10 suited for David. Wants to be opening this one. Early position. Makes it 2.6. And Ashwini's got an easy jam spot here. One for 14 big blinds. In it goes. Oh, and Riggy with the jacks here.
Now then.
Well, Riggy's playing, what's this, 48 bigs here, Tower, so he might just ISO this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there is
that's
the ISO.
Way to do it. So David will muck the king 10. Which he does.
Queen 8-4.
Riggy's been out, flopped and everything.
Yeah.
Here's Queen.
He's
all in.
Needs to fade a jack to double up, and it's a 10 of diamonds, so Ashwini gonna get the double. Wins the flip versus Riggy. Riggy down to 41k. And Dustin Daly says, has the Blackpool schedule been released? Good afternoon, Dustin, but at the moment it hasn't been released, but we are pretty confident that...
it looks like that.
On mid-banana.
Oh, mid-banana, but it's all right. You carry on eating, don't worry about it. You've got to build your strength up. You've got a long day ahead. Don't worry about that.
There's the Luton schedule that way, sorry.
I built my strength up really. 6 sausage, 6 bacon, 4 slices of toast, a bit of lawn sausage. No, the Luton schedule, it looks like it's going to be, if it's not exactly the same as Blackpool, then there'll be very slight change, but it's looking like that will be the schedule for Luton and Blackpool. If you can see it, scroll it, screenshot it, it's on the app. If you go to the Luton app on the phone, get yourself onto the Poker Live app, make sure you go on it, scroll down to Luton, click on, all the events are there, and Blackpool will be added very shortly. Don't think anything's going to change, but if it does, we'll let you know. But it does look like that will be the schedule for Luton and Blackpool.
Good afternoon, APC MUFC 99. Only just got here, but have all those pints been removed from under the feature table? Yes, they have. There were six there, 6 empty glasses. It was a bit of fun for us last session of the evening yesterday.
The treble's up.
It's up.
It's up. We're on. Get yourself on Grosvenor Sports for a bit of value. Towers treble is up. It's on. We're going to command it into the Twitch stream. We're going to talk about it. Get on Grosvenor Sport. Tomorrow on Grosvenor Sport, you can actually have a little flutter with the guys that are left in the mix for day 3. But Towers treble for today is Bournemouth, Fleetwood Town and Burnley.
And Natalie's going to be happy.
Value City, let me tell you.
Value City.
It's a 9.5 to 1 treble. Yes, we've gone for value. Yes, we've looked at form. We've been up all night. We've studied. But we've gone for the value and we can see Bournemouth, Fleetwood and Burnley all winning for a 9.5 to 1 treble. I've added Port Vale to make it 22 to 1 as a 4-timer. And if you're feeling a little bit frisky while we're in Edinburgh and you want to have a little bit of a gamble, add Bolton Wanderers to make it a 41 to 1 acca. Come on.
Good luck,
Right.
everyone, if you're getting on that. Good luck, all of us.
With the 30-30 being £400 buy-in, I think that more or less replaces the midi, doesn't it? So you've got the 30-30 to start, then the mini, then all the side events, then the main event. So the midi, and I know, yeah, totally agree what you're saying with the midi, and the main. But I think the 30-30 is taking the place of the midi because it's more or less the same buying. So, but we can always confirm things. Yeah, but London's a little bit different, isn't it? London's London. You could stick a £1,000 40-minute game on in London and 50 people would turn up. London's completely different, Jason. You could put absolutely anything on in London at any time of the year, at any starting time, and people would turn up. You've got to think this is Blackpool. Can they have a 30-30, a midi, a main, and a main event? It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough.
Sam, anyone know if this is live? Yes, this is live. We are on a 30-minute delay for whole cards, but this is live action from Edinburgh. This is day 2, no more registration. Once you're out, you're out. Currently, we're working with about 100 players, just shy. I think we've got 90 odd left now. At some point today, we will get in the money. There is a £230,000 prize pool. There's a mere free bet in the 7s out the big blind to 6.7. And David on the button here, Jack 8 suited, getting a really nice price to call this one. Just under 3 to 1 on his money with position, suited 2 gapper on the button. A little quick look back at his hand. The only thing I would say from Amir here, want to be sizing up a bit more out of the blinds. This is less than 2.5x, so our opponent's going to be peeling more often. Like when we free bet a hand like 7s out the blinds versus button open, we're happy to take it down pre, add another big blind on, make it a bit harder for our opponent to call, and looks like he's reaching for chips yet. Is this 4-bet? Is this a 4-bet? It is. He's counting out 4-betting chips here, Tower, with a Jack-8 suited.
The yellow chips are 5,000s.
Oh, David, love to see it, mate. Love to see it. Now what's the plan? There's Amir with the pocket 7s. After David 4-bets a 17.5k. Opt in around 2.8. This is just a little leveling war. Button never credit for a hand. It's hard to give the button credit for a hand when they open, so Amir's free bet, and David's just probably thinking that Amir's just free betting us light a lot of the time when we open the button, so he's come straight back in with a 4-bet here with a Jack-8 of spades, and how we proceed in here as Amir with the 7s, and just gets out of the way. Well played, David, in seat 9.
Oh. How did you get him? There you go, Carl Bellis says Towers Treble's going to pay for Blackpool. How good is that, you see? It's already on. Burnley, Bournemouth and Fleetwood, the main part of the treble. Get on Grosvenor Sports. Get yourself that treble. Add Port Vale and then add.
Afternoon, Sam. Sam Orledge in the chat.
There's Sam.
Afternoon, lads. Hoping for a big run from Ben today. Hope you're both well. All good here. All good here. I'll get it in the commands for everyone on Twitch as well. We'll set it up.
Yes. Burnley, Bournemouth, Fleetwood, add Port Vale and add Bolton if you're feeling it. I am feeling it. Good start in Edinburgh. We had 111 starting today. Yeah, I know, Sam. I was looking and I was just thinking that Norwich probably Burnley's best chance to get a win. Looking at the form, looking at the stats for the shots and the possessions, and I thought, you know what, they'll do it today.
He doesn't just get a pen and randomly put it on the paper, see what team it is. He puts a lot of work in these trebles. We're going to see that today. Good feelings.
Most people think I do.
Yeah. But thanks everyone that is tuned in. This is day 2. This is session 1 of the day. We had 111 coming back. We've got 95 now. We've already lost 16 players. And that is in the first level because blinds are now up. We're into level 2 of the day. And Riggy pulling out the float here with the 10-8 on the 5-5-4 board. And maybe just senses that Ashwini's at it too often in this spot, so hoping for a check on the turn and going to pick it up if he gets that check from his opponent. But the thing Sweeney's got to be wary of here with blind on blind. Once Riggy calls his flop, what's his range? It's 5x, it's 4x, it's hands like 6-3, 6-7, 3 deuce suited. Riggy, lovely little play from him, floats with a 10 high and takes it away from a Sweeney on the turn, gets him to fold the best of it. Got ace 10 for David in 9, raises to 3.5. So now playing 500, 1500. 1500 big blind ante. Now we're going to make the defend with the 9-7. We've got heads up action.
10 queen, 2 spades.
So this is middle pair here for David with the ace of spades in there. Can definitely come in for a check here some of the time, but opts to just continue and shows Mel the 10.
So since we lost Bouncy, Lloyd Jack, Ronnie Ballantyne, Adam Bromley, Carl Pickles, Craig Smith,
And that's that.
and that is that. All being eliminated.
So Amir's got ace queen in the hijack. Looks like he's open to 3.3. Riggy queen 10 of hearts on the button. He's going to make the call in position. Neil gets out of the way in the small, and Neil expecting to defend this one in the big blind, getting this price on his money. Over 5-1, the call closer to 6.
Sam Haulage in the chat box. He's gone for your 5. Gone for your 5 tower. See you tomorrow for the pint of disappointment. Feel good, feel good. We're on it. Me and the lad are on it. We're in it. We're feeling good.
So we've got Riggy out flopping Amir here. Flops top pair. Amir might not choose to continue this one freeway. Might be more inclined with one spade in his hand. So it looks like he's coming in for a continue. On the 10-8 deuce. Riggy not going to be going anywhere after flopping top pair here. He's just going to call in position. You'd expect. Won't be folding for sure, but almost always going to be just calling here, Riggy. King of Hearts on the turn. Now, interesting card this, because Amir could credibly come in for a double barrel with his particular holding here. It's lining up a 3 barrel, because Riggy's not going to have too much King X other than King X of spades here, so once he calls our open on the button, the only real King X of spades he's going to have is King Queen, King Jack of spades. It's only really 2 combos of that. I doubt he's going to be peeling King 9 of spades at this stage of the tournament, so big fan of this from Amir, coming in for a double barrel of 7.8k, really applying pressure to some 10x, some 8x, maybe some pocket pairs in there, but Riggy going to make the call here. And let's see a river. Oh!
Oi, oi, the Jack of spades.
And Amir just backdoors into Broadway with the ace queen. And this is a horrible river card for us as Riggy, because what do we beat now with our particular hand? And there's not much out there. It's just no hand I can really come up with that we're in front of, unless Amir's just running it with air, which I don't think is ever going to be the case. Spades have just got their hands like ace jack, ace queen have gone in front of us. Even queen jack that might have double barreled gone in front of us as well. So if we're Amir here, going to be coming in for some value, got to be thinking what we're trying to get called by. And we've got to understand as Amir that there's not too many flushes that we're going to see Riggy with in this particular situation with the jack and 10 of spades out there. He's got king queen of spades, queen 9 of spades maybe, and then like 7 8 of spades, 8 9 of spades. Only a few combinations. It's not like we're against a big blind range where they got a whole host of spade combinations. Riggy on the buttons here has only got a few, so want to be coming in for value with our ace queen, and Amir sets Riggy all in and Riggy gets out of the way, but didn't put a penny in whilst he was behind. Always put the money in when he was in front and folded when he was behind, and that is good poker, as I always say. If you're calling when you're in front and folding when you're behind, you're going to go a long way in this game. There he is, Ben Teague. He's in.
Oi, oi.
He's here.
He's here. He's woke up. I had 200k. I was chip leader. I am not coming in for the first level. Not a chance, he says. I'll wake up when I want. He does what he wants. He is the chip leader. He does what he wants.
So Riggy opening 8-7, flat and 8-7 diamonds in the cutoff after an open EP with a queen 9 suited, and Thomas going to defend the big blind with the ace 9. This one checks through on the flop. Looks like a straight for Jamie on the turn. That is a 10. It is a 10, so the queen 9 turning a straight, and it looks like it's Thomas here who's going to come in firing out the big, repping a queen himself, and Jamie here on this 4-liner. I was about to say it is double flush draw. It looks like he is going to raise here, but once we raise in this spot, all we're representing here is a straight, which we do have in this situation, but you will see some players flat these spots to keep their range wider, potentially get some value from like 2 pair holdings on rivers, but it's very difficult to us to raise that spot there without a straight, because the big blind's going to have a whole host of queen X as well, so just got to give him credit for it once we get raised. Yes, Kev Finney is still in. Haven't seen his name on the bust out list.
No idea how many starter prom and deep he is, but he is still in. And the average stack is round about 80,000. And with the blinds as they are, that's about 60 bigs.
So Amir finds the jacks, makes it 3.3. Ashwini working with 22 big blinds here and king 10 of clubs. Just lets that one go. Good lay down from him. David got a lovely hand to defend with here, 8-6 suited. So ace-4 deuce, 2 diamonds, overcard to the jacks of Amir, complete with this one for David. Amir might come in for one bet here, it's an ace-high board, going to be better for us a lot of the time. Yes, the opponent does have the 5-3, which we do not have, but Amir just firing with the jacks, and nothing David can do but just fold.
Luton on the horizon for the team. The festival starts on the 6th of October, next Wednesday. The team will be there the following Wednesday setting up for the main events. And we look forward to being a cracking event, a 12:50 main in Luton and in Blackpool.
Thomas, easy open for us on the button. Ace Jack makes it 3.5. David with Queen 9 suited in the small. That's out of the way. And Jamie here with the Ace 8 in the big. Hasn't insta-called, so might be thinking about free betting this one, which is perfectly fine versus button open. We've got an ace in our hand, great removal from some of our opponent's continue range. So looks like he is opting to free bet. Big fan of this. Hopefully see around 12k, which actually looks around that as well, 11.5. So sized up over 3x here, out of position. As I say, when you are out of position, you do want to size up a little bit more. But Jamie opting to free bet this. Definitely get behind it, especially facing button open. Don't always just have to flat this hand. Can incorporate a free bet in some of the time with our ace blocker. And we're just going to get so many folds a lot of the time from Thomas as well. But Thomas here nearer the top of his range with ace jack, and just 4-bet rips it, and that's so good from him, just understanding the situation. And snap fold from Jamie there, and Thomas ripping in what was 33 bigs. Effective button versus big blind. 4-bet rip with the ace jack, love to see it.
18 bigs as a short stack. Chris just come to the table. Numbers dropping around the room. Any more eliminations? Or are we getting a little bit steady now?
So there's been a few.
Has there?
We lost Norman Little.
Oh, Norman.
We lost Paul McTaggart.
Oh, he was on the outer table. He was holding with the jack 9. He went short then.
We lost Tony Denev.
Unlucky Tony.
And we have just lost James Douglas.
Jimmy Douglas is out the door.
So Ashwini here with the twos, making it 3.8. Mixing up his open size. And then David here, 10-6 of spades, not insta-folding, there he is. And Amir gonna flick in the defend with the 9-8. Jack 7-6 rainbow, so Amir flopping up and down. Good flop for him. Ashwini 3 overcards to his deuces. It's fairly dry ball texture. Big blind will have lots of gut shot straight draws though. Gonna come in. We'll continue.
Got some news from one of the outer tables.
Right,
You know,
light nose.
Jamie Nixon yesterday
Yep,
had 8s against ace 8
yep,
and kings.
yep,
Hit the one outer.
yep.
Beautiful. Thanks for coming. He's just had on the outer tables. He has just had ace queen,
Yep,
all in pre,
yep,
versus ace king,
yep,
versus aces,
yep.
and it comes queen, 8, queen.
Oh my word. What, on the flop?
Dipped in.
Wow, wow, wow. Mr. Nixon.
Mr. Nixon is on fire. Kate Swift's on fire.
Queen on the
Rick-
flop, queen on the river.
Rick Trigg, unfortunately, is out for the Grosvenor sponsored pros. Unfortunately, he's out. Riggy is in the top 10 of the National Poker League. He's fighting for the points. Chip leader overnight. Ben Teague was in the chip lead overnight.
So Amir wants to be checking this one. No real merit in betting our 8 here unless he opts for a really small block sizing, but almost always should see a check here with an 8. What are we trying to get value from? That's the question. If we do come in for a bet, we have it getting called by worse. And too much up showdown to be turning it into a bluff as well. I think in this situation, the way this hand's played, especially once turn goes check check, he is going to come in for a bet. Must be a really small one then. Bet of 10k here from Amir, looks like. He's gone for half pot. This is a real mergy bet. And it gets the job done nonetheless. Maybe would have been in a situation if he checked over to Ashwini and Ashwini fired. But Amir had a great start to the session. He's up to 130k. Really good start for him.
T-Ron! T-Ron!
Mel opening the King Jack makes it 3.2.
Dustbin Daly says, thought you were ringing the bell because Everton has scored. I have no idea Everton had just scored. Ringing the bell because he's right time Jay needs to stretch them legs.
There we go, and I'm just going to watch his hand because I want to see how this one runs out. that's it. 3-bet from Christoph, and
T-run, son, T-run. So it's been a great start. It has been a great start. It has been a great start, and we are looking forward to Luton. Plenty of questions coming in regarding Luton. Will there be enough tables? Yes, there is. 25 tables are set up. Will there be enough staff? Yes, there will be. Are the dealers going to be in place? Yes, they are. The festival will be huge.
You wouldn't get banged into the future table, so mostly with what?
You hover on your cards over the box? Yeah, they must be placed.
I didn't place it first, then I picked it.
Raise like the first second, be 3. Raise 3 5. Watch it.
10-8-5. Just had to let Jay sit down because there was spillages everywhere, but we're back now. So we both catch a piece. Mel in seat 5, defending the big blind with Jack 8 off.
Looks like playing this one from David's perspective here. Jamie's raised it up, and with the King 10, we've got top pair. We're not going anywhere. We've got to think about hands that Jamie representing for value. Pocket 8s, pocket 5s definitely in there. We're going to have the last remaining combo of 10-8 suited from our perspective, which is 10-8 of spades. So not really too much value that Jamie reps on the flop. However, once his turn comes in, one of his main bluffs, the flush draw, has just got there. Hand like Jack Queen of clubs, Jack 9 of clubs from our perspective, all the Ace X of clubs. We got the King of clubs in our hand, which is actually good to have. Reduces slightly some of the flush draw combinations that Jamie can have. But the thing is now, as David, what are we beating here if we are faced with another bet? And it's not much other than maybe a hand like Jack 9 of hearts or Jack Queen of hearts and up and down with backdoor heart draw. 9 7 of hearts might be in there as well. So Jamie firing 16k, and we're in a bit of a tricky situation here as David. We're getting a 3-1 on the call, but obviously got to be worried. There's not much that we beat now, but we do have the King of Clubs as a bit of insurance, the Deuce of Spades on the end. So this is going to be a tricky spot for us as David if we're faced with a bet from Jamie. Just want to be checking this one as David. No need to lead here. Wow, he just shoves. He just shoves. What is going on here? How has he shoved this spot, Tao? I know we can't see Jamie's hand, but this is... I don't even know if this is a bluff or value. It can't be value. We're never getting called by worse. I thought we were going to see David check fold this river tower. But he's coming with a shove, and I know we can't see Jamie's hand, but if I'm David, I'm just check folding this spot. I'm definitely check folding. Like, Jamie's going to have pocket 8s, pocket 5s, he's going to have flushes himself. But once Jamie tanks like this, I'm guessing he's sitting there potentially with 8s or 5s. Could definitely be the hand that he's got, and he's worried about a flush. And the thing is here, this line just looks so strong from David. It looks like he could have a flush himself the way this is played. He's definitely representing a flush, because you just never expect him to take this line with top pair. It's pretty... Oh, what is going on? And I don't know what Jamie's got, but he's definitely got better than King 10 tower.
Yeah,
I can tell you that. He's
Yeah.
definitely got better than King 10. I reckon he's got 5s. I think he's got pocket 5s. And he's just worried that he's up against the flush, because the way he's thinking about it, aces, kings, queens and jacks and 10x are all going to check this river. So what's he supposed to have other than a flush? It looks just a lot like a flush. We've called the flop raise with our flush draw. We've check called the flush on the turn, and then we don't want our opponent to check back. So we've just gone for the value with our flush on river. That's what it looks like. It looks a lot like that. And if Jamie has got a set here,
I would just love to see if it is. He's folding the set if it is a set.
I don't know, it's a weird one. It's a real weird one. He's showing
folding.
it. He's showing it face up. I reckon
You've got it absolutely nailed on.
Pocket
Nailed on.
5s.
He's folded a set of 5s. Oh no!
called it on the head.
Absolute nailed the set of 5s.
He's folded the set of 5s. That's exactly what we thought he had. And maybe it was a bluff from David. But wow, what a bluff that is if it is. I don't know what he's doing. It's like... Oh.
So, we're going to be on the knit reel. that was tough.
He did fold a set. Showed the set of 5s.
Shows the set of 5s. Wow.
I just never seen it as a bluff in a million years.
Yeah, 50.
Hey dear. So he flops a set. Third set in a row for Jamie's flops with a pocket pair. It says TJ.
Hold on, here's my cards back. I call.
Every regular calls him.
So different. Different than midweek Tuesday, like. Different than 20 quid.
I do like it when we get to... when we don't know the whole cards and we get to see them at the end.
Yes, and it's absolutely nailed. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Ashwini, King, Queen, shoving 14 big blinds.
Hey. Nick Peters tells us that Coventry were winning 3-1 and they could be in Premier League by the time they get to Goliath 2022. It's 4-1 now.
They're both still in, Karen, and they're on the same table.
Karen. We have news.
Oh, we do have news. Go on, Tower. Let them
We
know.
have news. Katie Swift is up to 200,000. Kings versus Aces, all in pre. King Eye flop. Thanks for coming. Kelly Saxby is still in. And it looks like that's the table that's coming on next in half an hour's time.
And it's not just them two on there. We've also got Jamie Nixon on there. We've also got Ludo on there. We've also got Kellett on there. So we have got a table coming in half hour's time. Well, half hour for the end of the session plus the break.
I didn't know that bit.
But we have got some table coming up for the session after. We've got half hour left of the first session of the day, but you want to stay tuned because it's going to be a good one.
Eight, deuce, 9. Nitty Nixon, you want to see what he's just trebled up with?
So Amir here. Flop top pair 4-way. Definitely want to be betting this one. Want to at least trying to thin the field down. Try and go at least heads up to the turn. I know we can see that Christoph with the ace-9 has the best of it, and Christoph with what's in the middle here probably going to check rip this one, Tower. I'd be surprised if he didn't with his particular stack size. And there we are, and there's the check shove, and action going to be back on Amir now, who's in a little bit of a situation. Obviously we got the call from Neil to worry about. The other thing as well, not too many bluffs on this board other than 6, 7, 10, 7, Jack 10. He's going to have all of them out of the big blind, all 16 combos of each, the 48 combinations of up and down straight draws. And then what's he got for value? With the stack size, he is going to be shoving a lot of his 9x. We do maybe beat some like 9-7 that he might elect to rip here. But other than that, there's not too much else that we're ahead of that he's going to shove for value. And 9-8 going to be in there. Good fold there from Amir, and the 7's got an easy fold here now as Neil not putting in over half his stack with pocket 7s after this action, and Christoph will be more than happy to pick that one up. Little 50% stack increase for in that hand. Up over 36 bigs now. And we've lost a few more. Rod McNeil.
Oh, Rod's gone.
Is out. Usman Al-Haq.
No way.
He was
He
short.
must have got unlucky.
He was down to 30k start of the day. He was pretty short, but he's out the door.
Usman. Dave in seat 9, who's just bluffed a huge pot from our seat 1 friend. So we raised it up in 9. Jamie with the set 5s in the previous hand folds. Riggy's in, Riggy's in, Riggy's in. Riggy is in.
Queen 10 suited.
Yeah.
Getting his last 16 bigs in, but he's run into the
Thinking
kings.
this is a good bit of value after initial raise. He thought, yeah, Queen 10 of hearts. He thought he could have got him to fold. He would have got him to fold a half decent hand, but you never fold in kings. We got the all in, the Queen 10. We're just working it round. I don't know what's happening with the.
Oh, there we are. Riggy's
Beautiful.
gonna double up.
Oi, oi.
Oh!
Oh my days!
No.
Riggy.
No. You think you've got there, you think, yeah, we've got our double up.
96% on the return.
Oh,
Wow!
is that the Case King Tower? Is that the Case King?
Oh my days!
I think one was already in the muck. If he's only got 4% going to that river and finds the king on the end.
Jesus!
Oh, Riggy. That's a tough one to take. Where has that king come from? Rigged, says Spearsy. Who set that deck?
Proper rigged.
Partly does it all the time. Oh, dear. First time I take the piss.
Oh my days.
So Mel wants to be opening Ace King. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You just wish that it just come brick, brick, brick on the flop, and you're just out the door on the turn. It's horrible when you get there and the river just sends you out the door. It's a brutal game. Roller coaster of emotions, that hand. So we've got Mel opening Ace King, and Thomas just going to flat the deuces. David gets out of the way, his heads up between these two. And
King 10-6.
so top pair, top kicker from Mel. Going to come straight in for some value. Like the sizes she's up for as well. Third pot here. And no action from Thomas with the deuces. So complete in the small from David with a 7-3 suited. David's been on fire. I saw a 4-bet bluff, saw him turn top pair into a bluff. He's just been on fire. Got Jamie to fold the set of fives. Interesting board here, because this is I'm surprised Jamie hasn't raised this blind on blind after flop goes check check. Not going to be a good river for him. Might still opt to come in for some thin value against 5x or 4x, but the thing is, if we ever getting called by that, sometimes we value own ourselves against some better 10s, but he's going to opt for the value bet here. But David with just 7 high can't do anything but fold. Although what I've seen from David so far this session, wouldn't be surprised if he come in with a bluff raise, but the way he's posturing and talking to Jamie, that's never going to be the case here. This one's just going to be an easy fold.
Decent session to start.
Oh, it's been great. I've really it's flown by, to be honest with you. In fact, we've only got 15 minutes left of this session. It's gone very quick.
Guys, when you get your cards, you put them in the logo for 3 or 4 seconds, side by side. You can call each other something over red.
I think my box is
I've seen you hold them. You hold them, you got red. I'm going to ask you on the table. Put them in the please. It makes it easier for everyone.
1 here, 15 here, 2 times.
Thank you.
So it has been a decent session, Luton. Shall we do it in a couple of weeks?
I think we should.
Yeah. Our intrepid reporter has just shouted Manchester United 1, Everton 2. John Hare, good afternoon, young man.
Sweeney opening the King Jack off under the gun.
James Gill says it's offside too soon. You have to wait 10 minutes now for VAR to rule it out. It's part of the game now. You're not allowed to celebrate for 2.5 minutes.
Looks like a Queen Jack 10, rainbow. Definitely a good hand we can check here, Sweeney, especially against big blind range. Like, this is definitely a really, really good hand to be checking. We've got middle pair here. Like, Amir's going to have so many trash holdings, like 6-5, 7-6, like hands we're going to have almost drawing dead in this particular scenario. So it can be a very good hand to check here. There's not really any bad turns for us other than maybe a king that gives us 2 pair. But as I say, against big blind range, Amir's going to be very wide here, and much prefer to see a check with this particular holding, try and induce something on later streets, maybe get some value from some 10x on later streets, or a mere folding a 10 net.
Alan Dunn, the toffees on top. Talking of sweets, any deep fried Mars bars this week, Tower OJ? No, but we did see the when we went to Grassmarket on Wednesday. We did see the fish and chip shop that said you can actually deep fry anything if you bring it in, and we'll do it for you. But no deep fried Mars bars. We've had Tunnocks tea cakes fetched in by Mel. We've had fairy cakes fetched in by Mel. We've got Scottish shortbread fetched in by Mel. Thanks, Mel.
I'm sensing a pattern, Tower.
Yes. Mel likes us and feeds us in just sweets. Great stuff. Tony says, what's a 25-25 and or a 30-30? They're the name of competitions that are run by Grosvenor. The 30-30 was labelled because it was a 30,000 starting stack on a 30-minute clock, but it's changed. It's a 30,000 starting stack on a 40-minute clock now to give players more play. It's a £400 event, and they travel. They stay in the casinos, and the different weeks. This week we're in Reading, Leicester and Blackpool, so if you want to play one of the 30-30s, that's where they are. And the 25-25 is named because it's 25,000 starting stack and 25,000 guarantee. And they will return in earnest next year, but we do have a 25-25 running in, thank you. The 25-25 running in Walsall on the 7th till the 10th of December.
You get that in Blackpool, is it?
Yes. Are there any guarantees on the minis? No, but does it matter?
No, it doesn't.
600 runners average at the moment.
They always smash it, the
for
minis.
the minis.
No need to put a guarantee. People know when they turn up they're going to be playing for a chunk if they run deep in it still for that
The
buy-in
guarantees
as well.
on the 30-30s and the main.
So interesting hand here. We've got button open from Jamie. Amir electing to free bet the ace jack out the small. Perfectly fine versus button open. Jamie could have definitely 4-bet this hand, but opted to flat and play post in position. They are fairly deep, these two, so just didn't want to perhaps 4-bet and be playing a massive pot if Amir did call, or he didn't want to get 5-bet ripped on. So just opted to call. Jack 9-9 was the flop. Amir continued after flopping top pair, top kicker. And going to come in for second street of value here with the ace jack.
When did Cully turn up?
He turned up late last night to play the turbo.
Did he?
Yep.
Good lad.
Made it through in the turbo. And Amir now firing for 18.8. So just shy of half pot here. Probably trying to get called by maybe some 10s, 8s, 7s, 6s. The ace queen of Jamie, El non-believer. And looks like he's gonna make the call again here with ace high. I love the flop call. Amir free betting small blind versus button, doesn't necessarily have to have a hand. He's going to continue on this pair board quite a lot, so our ace queen will be the best hand some of the time. And we got position, so I like the flop call, but this turn call, bit adventurous, but maybe Jamie's thought process is Amir's going to maybe incorporate some checks in with some queens, kings and aces on this turn, or maybe on the flop he's going to check those holdings. So that could be the thought process of Jamie here. Maybe he thinks whether it be flop or turn, there's going to be a check from Amir unless he's got a real nutted hand. So that could be the thought process of Jamie and Amir here with ace jack. Got to think of what Jamie's called us with twice here. He can definitely have a jack himself. We don't have any hearts in our hands. There's plenty of combo draws, hands like 10-8 of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, king queen of hearts, so on, those type of holdings. Ace X of hearts is definitely going to call again as well with position against that size, so that's in there as well. So Amir probably thinking I'm more likely to get more money in this pot from check calling with the ace jack here. And it looks like that's what's going to happen. This is a massive pot tower. It looks like he's lighting up bluffing chips here, Jamie. Perhaps going to go for it with the ace queen. What's he think Amir's range is here? What are we trying to fold? There's Jamie.
Yep.
And Amir against this size, 20, looks like 20 okay, he's not folding tower. All that, we got no hearts in our hand, all the heart combinations have missed.
Amir,
yes,
yeah.
Some of the time Jamie's going to spin over like a 9-10 suited or a 9-8 suited type hand, but just simply because queen 10 suited's missed, king queen, hearts, ace X of hearts, all these type of holdings are bricked out. I think we're just going to see Amir call this one off. We got a very good combination of ace jack to do it with. Not a heart in there, so be surprised if Amir folded this one, especially against this size. We're getting 5-1 on money here now, so once we're getting 5-1 on money, we only need to be right around 17% of the time, just shy of that. So it's going to be a pretty easy call, I think, after some deliberation.
I'm just wondering.
I think he maybe just thinks a lot of the time we're just going to be shown a 9 the way it's played, just flat. 9's probably going to flat twice, keep our bluffs in. But the thing is, he's got all the ace X of hearts here against our 3-bet size pre. He's going to pill all his suited aces, he's going to pill the king queen of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, 10-8 of hearts. 7-8 of hearts is another combination as well once that picks up a double gutter. I guess another value hand we can include in this is maybe slow played kings or aces, because of button versus small blind dynamic. Maybe aces or kings are going to think our opponent's going to fold too often to our 4-bet, so they opt to just flat. That can definitely be in there, but more often than not, the hand we're worried about is like a 9-10 suited, ace-9 suited, 9-8 suited type holding as Amir. But as I said, the heart draw has bricked, so I'd be surprised if Amir was ever folding this spot. It looks like he's counting out chips, ready to make the call. And if Amir makes this call, he's going to be probably one of the chip leaders in the room. Be very surprised.
I'd be a very surprised fold.
The other question we got to ask ourselves: does Jamie ever do this with like a king jack of clubs type hand? Does he ever come in for value with a holding like that? And if the answer to that is yes, then it's more likely we've got
There's
to call.
no way Jamie's going to think he's got ace jack. Absolutely no way.
No.
Amir does make the call. Ollie on Twitch says, any plans to hold any tournaments in Brighton? There's no tournaments in Brighton anymore. I think it's just cash tables in Brighton. One of the nicest places in the country. We used to do GUKPT Brighton. It's just the listed building that it's in. It's not the biggest for poker and it's not the best for tournament poker. Now the GUKPT needs like 15 to 20 tables everywhere they go. Very hard. London is on. Definitely London is on. London is on in a month's time. Big festival coming up. The grand final in London later in the year. I think it starts round about the 15th of November.
Is a Tower treble today? Yes, there is. Ben
Yes.
Buckley. The Towers treble is Burnley, Bournemouth, and Fleetwood. And you can add Port Vale and Bolton in that if you fancy a little lacquer.
We've gone for the value. We've checked the stats. Yeah. So London will be starting. It's the 22nd of November at this moment in time when it starts.
Oh no!
No, what's happened?
Well, we said Kelly was coming to our featured table after the break.
Yes.
She's busted 5 minutes before the break.
No!
Along with Alan Brown and Stu Rutter. So that means we've got 80 left, Tower. 80 players remaining, which means I'm pretty sure soon we will be going 8-handed. Yeah, guys, it's just it was always calling. It's not a slow roll, maybe a little bit of a nit roll, but getting that price, I don't see how he's ever going to fold there, Amir. No, a lot of you are saying it's taking too long, but we are going to be playing for a lot of money when the prize pool is released. Well, we are anyway. We're just unaware of what's going to be up top at the moment, but definitely can take his time if need be. So raise and take for Christoph there. We've got just under 5 minutes before we head out on the first 15-minute break of the day. We've got some featured table when we return as well. You won't want to miss it. Definitely the best one of the weekend so far. Some of the names on it. We've got a couple of our Grosvenor sponsored pros that are going to be going at each other.
Ludo, Swifty, Jamie, Andy back. Still not a bad table.
Oh, we've got Spand on there as well.
Still not a bad table. Get you quite a lot of the chip counts during the break as well. Let you know how a lot of the guys are going on that we don't see on the feature. Giving you the bust outs on a regular basis. Any more information, let us know in the chats, everybody.
Yeah, we just lost another one. Derek Reed is out.
Oh, deck's gone. Cold deck.
Yeah, it's going to be a great featured table after the break, Karen. I'm looking forward to it. Seeing all some names. Everyone's probably aware who Ludo, Swifty, Nixon and Spand are that tunes into the stream. all on the same table. And Kellett as well. Kellett, can't forget about Kellett. He's on there as well. Over 50% of the table will be known to everyone watching at home. So Cully on the button here with the ace-10, working with 10 big blinds, facing under the gun open from Christoph. Definitely get behind that from Cully. A lot of people will just see ace-10, they'll think I've got ace-10, I've got 10 bigs, this is going in. But just understanding he's up against under the gun opening range, so gonna wait for a better spot. He's got an orbit to take his time and find a better hand to get it in with, or a better spot. He may not find a better hand, but can definitely find a better situation. So lets that one go. Jack deuce 4, 2 spades the flop. Only one overcard to the sixes and nil, so he's going to have to check call once it. As the players get up, we get say goodbye.
Is that the time already? It's been great, hasn't it?
So
Just reading the chat box before we end in the final hand of the sesh.
Yeah, deuce of clubs on the turn, so nothing changes for the sixes here a lot of the time. Best hand on the flop, we're going to have the best hand on the turn. And the river. There's the 10 of hearts. So the sixes do have the best of it. And the ace queen of Thomas going to have to fold to this small river bet. Can't see him calling this one off. And you see Cully would have got there with the ace 10 if he did shove, but the hand that Thomas actually opened, we would have had him crushed. So the ace 10 fold on the button. Very good for 10 big blinds. And Neil coming in for a 6k bet here. And what we're thinking about here as Thomas is, has Neil ever got like a 5-3, an ace-3, an ace-5 type hand, or mid spades? That's what's going through the head of Thomas here.
Yeah, he's never calling.
He might be,
Well,
Tower. He might be. I wouldn't blame him. He
He
is
told you he was
calling
calling.
there.
I
Yeah,
told you he was.
he did say it.
I
There you
did
are.
say it, called it then, didn't
It's
I?
a lovely little value
yeah.
bet from Neil, and that is that from us, guys. We're back in 15 minutes. You will not want to miss it. 1:45, we will be back with a great featured table.
15 minutes.
See you in 15.
See you then.
The intent of calling on the river, and for some reason I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd, and so that one really hurt because I also had the guy all in. I think he had king 10 suited when I had ace queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time, and so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most. Because I had him down to no chips, and the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship.
Yeah.
I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces, and I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack.
Yeah.
And he was on before the flop with king 10. And he somehow won. I remember it came Jack 10. And he turned to 10. And, I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces. And that one, I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you're obviously right, Bucks. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did the book launch. And I remember we went into a pub on the corner of Leicester Square, myself and Paul, who still works with us, and we got the book. And this was a new release when it came out, and we signed it off. And I thought, do you know what? Phil Hellmuth has just signed a book for me, and it's still pristine, by the way. It is pristine. It's got all the stories. My favourite story is the devilfish story. I love these little books. But if you wasn't a poker player, and a very, very successful poker player, would writing and being an author be right up there of what you would be doing on a regular basis?
I mean, it's very interesting. You know, I mean, I think, you know, this is the first time in an interview I've ever said it, but I think I could have been a motivational speaker pretty easily. That aligns well with me, but you have to accomplish something, I think, to be able to motivationally speak to people, I think. And it's an easier path to get there. So, but I could easily have been a motivational speaker. I could easily have been a successful businessman. Yeah. And you know, could easily have been a promoter. So I don't really know where I'd be if it wasn't poker. But hopefully I would have written a book or two.
Well, that's there. That I was there when it I was there with you, and it's signed for me by the great one.
You
and then we know,
book, it's like 50 hand of the weeks, and so you know you read each one at what takes 2 or 3 minutes to read the story. Just kind of a flavor of what it was like to deal me in now, as I look back, as a flavor of what it was like to be a professional poker player in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Because that book came out, what, in 05 or 06?
Yeah. And it's impressive. Where did Poker Brat get coined? Who was the first person to call you the Poker Brat, or was it yourself?
No, that was not me. That was Andy Glazer.
All right, okay.
So Andy Glazer was, you know, the all-star poker writer, right? And he, I mean, I have a funny story about how I met him. Should I tell it?
Yeah, of course.
So my wife and I choose a vacation, and we choose to go to a place called Esalen. Esalen's a very famous spiritual place. So we decide we're going to go study Buddhism with the master, the Lama Surya Das. Surya Das has become bigger and bigger and bigger in Buddhism and has lots of books out. So my wife and I go to Esalen for our vacation to study Buddhism. I'm like, hun, can't we go to like a 5-star hotel somewhere? So we drive down the California coast. We arrive at the most beautiful place you've ever seen. One of the houses is right underneath a waterfall. But they have the natural hot springs there, but you're not allowed to wear clothing. So everybody has to go into the hot springs naked. And my wife chose not to talk. That was part of the training. And so I wasn't going to do much talking. And one day she's like, hey, I'm going to go get some food. And I'm like, I'm going to the hot tub. So the natural springs. So I go down there, no clothes on. And sitting across from me is this guy talking about what I think is a poker tournament. And I'm like, no way. Come on, this is a spiritual place. He's talking about a poker tournament. At the end of it, he's talking to one of I guess Andy worked there. And somehow I said, oh, I dabble a little bit in poker. He's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I play here and there. And I was trying to be modest because that's what we were taught that week. Of course, this was during a time when I wasn't as modest in the 1990s. And I guess the world thinks I'm not modest, but they don't know me that well. But anyway, after you listen to this interview, I sound cocky. I'll give you that. So anyway, there's Andy. And he's like, oh, so he starts asking question. I'm trying to brush it off. Almost sorry I brought it up. And then Andy says, oh, what's your name? And I say, Phil Hellmuth. And he's like 6'6". The 6'6" big naked guy stands straight up out of the hot tub, and he says to his friend, that's like Michael Jordan saying that he dabbles in basketball, you know. And like, over and shakes my hand, walks over to shake my hand, this big naked guy, and I shake his hand. And we were connected after that. And he was a writer. And so he wanted to write my autobiography. And when I finally started writing the autobiography, he wanted to help me with my first book too, so now I sold my book to HarperCollins, and he wanted to help me, but he got sick right then. And so I wrote the book myself. He wrote, maybe of that book, say it's 94,000 words. Andy wrote about 8,000 words. And but I was depending on him, but he was sick. So I started doing it myself, 1,500 words a day, every day. Bam, 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 bam. And it got easy because I'm writing about poker strategy. And so, but we had a long-term plan of him writing the autobiography, but unfortunately, he died.
Brilliant. You touched on basketball there. Did you ever get a chance to play at a high level, or were you a big fan? Would you have loved a career in basketball rather than poker?
I mean, basketball would be great. I've been getting a little time with Draymond Green lately. He and I went on a little trip together for 4 or 5 days, and seeing how hard he works out even on vacation is pretty crazy. Basketball would have been amazing, but I think if you want, you have to be great at basketball if you want to make the big money, right? Yeah. A lot of the guys aren't great. Unfortunately, if you're the 50th best or maybe 100th best basketball player in the world, you don't do as well. Now that's changing, but I love basketball, and I was never world class. I mean, I'm 6'6" almost, and I could dunk, but barely. I probably dunked 5 times in life, so I didn't have the skills to play basketball.
We're glad you stuck to poker. In 2003, 2004, the poker boom was like, it just exploded. Did you see it coming? What did you think of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I remember someone found me in 2004, Michael Kaplan, a writer from New York, and he said, "Phil, you told me in the 1990s that they were going to have in stadiums, and everybody laughed at you." And he said, "Now look, we're having the final in the Penn and Teller Theater. And not just finals, but also I thought there'd be so many." He said, "You predicted there'd be so many players that'd fill a football stadium." And he said, "You were so right about that." And so, yeah, I saw that coming, but then I didn't see it coming as fast. So I saw it coming in 1995. I thought it would happen earlier at a much slower pace. But no one saw it in 2003 and 2004 and 2005 going on ESPN and exploding that and becoming a global phenomena. I didn't see that much. So, but yeah, I saw poker getting big.
Yeah, and now obviously you're part of the ESPN team that covers the main events, the final tables, the commentating. Do you still get a buzz when you're commentating rather than playing?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, this year was one of my fun little stories. I'm on stage, and whenever it's about once every 2 hours, they cut to me.
Yeah.
And this year it was with Maria Ho, and of course, Kara, who's amazing, and Maria, who's amazing. And so it's the two of them and me. And but I wouldn't commit to doing any of the comment. I wouldn't commit to any of that while there were tournaments still going on. And finally, I'm like, all right. So I played the $5,000 buy-in turbo event, and I think they were rebuys in it this year. So I busted. I went right into the commentary booth, and then I told Maury and I told ESPN. I said, I will be there for the rest of the time, even if I'm in the tournament. So I enter the 5,000 turbo, like literally at the deadline. I go over there and I play for 8 minutes, and then I come back and do the commentary. So I'm already dressed up as a commentator. And then, boom, they cut to me live on ESPN and on the global coverage. And that's so much fun for me. It gives me a huge buzz. When you're live in front of millions of people, like I've been live on Anderson Cooper. There's a huge buzz there. Yes. So I've got this huge going on. And the minute I'm done, I'm like, am I clear? They're like, yes. And so I disconnect one thing to make sure that they take the headphones off and I go, but I'm.
We're just back. Here we go. Let's do it again. Here comes the water boy. You saw the whole of the moon. That was the water boys, but you wouldn't know that.
I remember the film with Adam Sandler. That's the only water boy I remember.
Ah, well there you go. We are back with a brand new table of players coming in. Let me tell you, we've got some table here, son.
I'm looking forward to this one, Tal. I'm looking forward to this one.
We've got some table here.
This is going to be a good little session. I'll tell you that. This is some table. Not only that, we've got the main event kicking off in 15 minutes. The 3 o'clock kickoffs, Towers treble.
Towers treble.
He's on form today, I can tell you that already, he's on form.
Bournemouth, Burnley, Fleetwood. Get yourself in and get yourself on. If you want to get a cheeky hacker, you can stick in Bolton and Port Vale as well. I'm feeling it.
I'm feeling it. I said yesterday I'm feeling it. I've been feeling it all weekend.
Oh, we got around this table. There's some good-looking dudes around here. Let me tell you.
Might be some unfamiliar names to some people. Ed Swales.
Eddie Swales
is in 1. Jimmy Chung in 2. Ludo is in 3.
Ludo.
Graham Keefe in 4. Rich Kellett in 5. He's got chunks. Oliver White in 6. Katie Swift in 7. Katie's got 216,000. Spand is in 8, and Jamie Nixon up to 151k in 9.
Amazing.
So there is some chips on this table as well as names, and this is definitely going to be a good one.
Shall we do it?
Shall we do it? Yes.
Shall we do it?
Just absolutely super celebrating.
Let us do it. This is going to be a great table. Jamie Nixon, ace, queen, ace, king, and aces.
Run it, or
Hit the queen.
on the flop and the river.
He needed to hit and get very lucky. He hit the queen. Not once, but twice. So out come the cards for the first hand of session number 2, level 13. Payout structure, we've been told, will be within the hour. Within the hour, the payout structure will be with us.
So Jamie making it 4k, under the gun plus 2. First hand of the session. You got Jimmy just flatting with the deuces.
I've never seen him have a good game for England before.
Oliver going to be defending this one in the big blind. Yes, we're working with 7 bigs here, but we want to flick in an extra big blind, getting 5.5 to 1 on a call, see if we can catch a piece and go with it. And we have flopped the best of it of Oliver in the form of bottom pair.
At the same age, like Sterling was in that front 3 at Liverpool, like Richard the Prem, like Sancho got released to Germany.
This one's checked over to Jimmy with the deuces. He checks behind. 4 of clubs on the turn, so Oliver's still with the best of it. Just unaware to him, and Jamie here now after flop checks through not opting for the delay continue. And Jimmy with the deuces. We're going to check behind. River, Jack of diamonds. So the Queen 8 of volley is the best hand. And I think Jimmy's just going to check this one back, and Ollie's going to take it with the Queen 8, which is good.
John Conlin says, a little tip for Tower, keep the same teams in your racket week in, week out. It's bound to come in at some point.
Not a bad tip.
That's actually pretty decent, actually. I like that.
Andy Garland says keep this table for the rest of the day. If we could, we would.
You're not wrong.
But we do rotate the feature every 2 hours. And Robin PG, good afternoon to you. 2022 guy was playing more live. Never played at a casino before.
Wow. Robin must be playing in the local pubs or the something like the Red Tooth poker and stuff like that. It's a good place to start. Very good place to start. And don't forget, if you want to play online poker and free rolls, the old Haymaker, look at this, the Haymaker Knockout Series, free to play and over £40,000 to be won during the promotion. 7 events, the next one's on the 13th of October. We've already got one winner who's going to be playing live down in London with David Hay in a live streamed invitational.
Yes, a span shoving under the gun here, Tower for 12.5 big blinds. Kellett with ace jack on the button. Difficult one here for Kellett. It's under the gun shove from Span. But I'm guessing Span's going to have some ace 10 in here. He's going to have some suited ace x, king queen, all the pocket pairs. Looks like Kellett going to be dishing this one into the muck. It is right on the line. I'm probably going to call myself, but Rich may have other ideas. Ace queen, we'd obviously never be folding. Ace 10, he's probably going to dish into the muck. This might be one that's right on the line for him. The 12.5 bigs. It isn't under the gun shove. If it was hijack or cut off for this amount of big blinds, Kellett would for sure call, but does let that one go. Very disciplined lay down. And Katie can't call with a 4 deuce. Span with the 7s, gets that one through. You're going to have to wait half hour, Rich, if you want to see that.
I am Mad Madge. How many at the start of day 2?
1-1-1.
1-1-1, and we've not got the payout structure just yet. We have been told it will be within the next level. And as soon as we know, you will know. Scrolling along the bottom, the big stacks in the room. Daryl Benton, 250,000. Katie, second in chips on 216. Amir, who was on our table, 200. Gary Bertram, 170. The Kelster. Dave Doherty, flying. Says to us in Leeds, Tower, can I go and do some comms with Jay? It'd be nice to sit at the side of Jay and just chat. No problem. I got requested to move. I'll go sit in your chair. It's 160k. We might only ever see me on feature table.
Yeah, that might be the case.
Yeah, I just get sideswiped. That's me. Turn into waterboy, T-boy.
So I did have someone at the bar to me on break say they're going to come in and do some comms tomorrow, and they didn't say with me. They said with you or Tower.
All right.
We're going to have a little special guest commentator tomorrow
that, my
for
mum?
an hour or so. Your mum. No, I'm speaking to Trig. He said he'd like to come in and do a bit. So whether it be with me or Tower, we'll get Trig in tomorrow at some point. I think. Be really good. I've never done comms with Trig. One of the few. I think the only pro I haven't done comms with. Jamie, I've done comms with. Katie, I've done comms with. Andy Hills, I've done comms with. Trig is the only one that's not been here beside me. But it might be with Tower.
So yeah, we are in level 13. We started the day with 111 and we were down to 78 at the start of this sesh.
So Rich opening the King 10 suited, 4.5 in the hijack. And Jamie not defending that one, raise and take for Kellett. And Spearsy says, how many make the money? Once the confirmed prize pool is up, it should be at some point this session. We will let you know how many make the money, what's up top, what's the min cash, everything you need to know. So that will be coming out at some point this session. We expect, usually is the session before the dinner break on day 2 when we get the prize pool confirmed. But this is some table. We've got 2 of our Grosvenor pros, Katie and Jamie. We've got Ludo, who's got millions and millions of earnings over the years. Kellett as well, was our National League winner back in 2019, spanned 5th in the National League at the moment. So this is going to be a good one. You're going to want to stay tuned. There's Jimmy here. What are we up to here, Jimmy? Especially at this table. King deuce off under the gun.
Does he not know anybody at this table? Does he not know this?
Makes it 4K, and Rich free bet from him, and Ollie's got an easy all in here with the ladies for his last 14 big blinds, and Katie's got ace king as well. How is this gonna pan out?
Can I have a count, please? Says Katie.
So this action in front of her, this is a 4-bet from Oliver, Cole 4-bet rip for 12 big blinds. We're definitely ahead of Oliver's shoving range. He's probably going to rip some ace queen here. Obviously he's going to have 10s, jacks, 9s in here as well, and Katie with the ace king here just going to be flat in. And now it's a dicey spot for Rich because Katie can definitely just call here with aces. Aces and kings would definitely be in the flat range because we want Rich to potentially do something silly, but he's not going to be raising here, Rich. I think he's just going to make the call. Oh no, he is going to be raising. He is going to be raising. So
that's like 75,000, is it? 70,000 maybe?
So Rich comes in for the 5-bet to 70k. And Katie here with ace king. Rich is never going to have ace queen in this spot. He's just never going to have ace queen. So Katie, got to be wary. Like, yes, he will have the same hand some of the time, but with an ace and king in our hand, there's 9 combinations left of ace king. There's going to be only 3 combinations of aces and kings from our perspective as Katie, 6 combinations of queens. Jacks, I don't think we're going to see Rich do this with. So I think Katie might just let this one go tower, and I couldn't fault her for doing it. Rich has put in here 35 bigs with the ace king, and Katie in a tough spot, and Rich is hiding in his coat. Where's he gone? But nice action hand to kick off proceedings. And Oliver's not going to like this either. He's all in. He's found queens, but with this action, definitely not going to be happy with the ladies, even though 12.5 bigs queens with fist pump getting it in. But now after there's a cold call from Katie of our 4-bet, and Rich comes back in with the 5-bet. Like, Oliver's just praying to see ace king, and Katie looks like she's going to fold this, and I can't fault her for doing so, and she lets it go. And this is actually a really big pot for Oliver. He's in great shape here to more than triple up. Started this session with 7 big blinds and could be up to 42 if he can hold here. Obviously we know an ace and king have gone in the muck, and
the queen hits the flop to boot.
So gonna need to fade a jack for Ollie to get the treble up plus more. And it's a 9 of hearts. So Ollie flying at the start of this session, and Rich there, not too much of a dent to his stack, 12.5 bigs loft. Katie had the same hand.
Oh, you mean when I put 70 in? Yeah, obviously.
just asking the question, does Rich call if she shoves? And he just said, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It would have all happened anyway.
So the Queen's doubling a little bit more.
Treble and a little bit more, Tower.
Yep.
He was on 25. I think he's up to 85 now. And Ollie, you come into this session
Talking of trebles.
with 7 bigs.
Talking of trebles.
We're off.
It's just started.
Tower's treble is off. And if you missed out on the treble, you're not going to be able to get on now, but you can follow the Tower on Twitter. He posts them trebles every week. Oh yeah, you can do it in play. Price may be skewed a little bit, but and now Spanned with the ladies himself, 12.5 bigs as well, exactly the same stack Ollie just got it in with the Queens, funny enough. Shoving the ladies, but not going to get any action for Span there with the Queens. Yeah, Ryan Strong says, wouldn't like to be sitting on this table. This is some table.
It sure is.
It's there's a reason it's our featured. Ludo on it, Kellett on it, Katie Swift on it, Spanned on it, Jamie Nixon on it. Ollie White and Ed Swales are regulars on this tour as well.
They are.
The only real unknown to me, I've seen Jimmy around, but it's Graham Keefe and Seekfort.
Leonard Hodgkinson on YouTube says how many left? 78. We'll get the prize pool this level and let you know where the bubble will sit, but the bubble will be about 35-ish.
And we will give you news of bust outs throughout the day.
We will.
This is good to see from Span, shoving the King Jack suited here for 15 big blinds. And Ludo with the ace deuce, not going to be calling it off. Did have the best hand, but just versus range, can't be calling with ace deuce there for 15 bigs versus the shove from Span. Span's going to just have us in a dominated spot more often than not. A lot of the time we're going to be drawing 2-3 outs, and the times we're not, times he has a hand like he did there, the King Jack suited, the Queen Jack suited, and we're not even going to have that much of an equity edge. Going to have about 60% against those hands, so that's why we've got to get out of the way as Ludo. Ludo more than aware of that. Pocket fives for Katie. Phil Pratt says, is Chris Johnson still in? He is out the building. We lost Chris last session. A 9-4-4 flop here. Like to see a continuation bet here from Katie on this particular board. Just come in for one bet. I'm going to get a call from Graham. I'm going to float with 2 overs, some plausible backdoors here with the King Queen suited. So ace of clubs on the turn. And Katie going to fire again here. I'm just going to see a quick fold from Graham.
Is Chris Johnson still in, says Phil Pratt. Nope. Has he gone? He's gone. He's been eliminated. Didn't see the hand as it was on the outer table. Chris Johnson was out early doors, 40 minutes into the day. He was eliminated.
Yeah, and some news of some more bust outs coming in from around the room. We've lost a couple more. Steve Gunn and Steve Wood.
Gun's gone.
Gun's gone, Wood's gone.
Well, no, Everton missed a bit of a gilt-edged chance at the end. They got ruled onside.
So I'm surprised at that from Katie. Not opting to open the King 10 suited under the gun with her stack, but maybe with a couple of shove stacks out there in forms of Ed in this particular occasion. Ed shoving 9 bigs with ace 9 in the hijack, perfectly fine from him. This needs to be a shove. And Kellett here in the big action going to be on him. Kellett gets out of the way.
Our intrepid reporter, Kev Blower, sat at home with the feet up while it's throwing it down with rain. Alloa, football team in Scotland, had a player sent off here after 25 seconds. That has to be a record, doesn't it?
There's no the record. There's the records before the match, I think.
Eh?
Before kick-off. There's
What?
definitely it's, I
No,
don't
you
think,
can't-
not
that's
in the
not-
UK. Not in the UK. I
Can't
don't
be
think
in
it was.
record books. Yeah, surely referees don't blow a whistle.
And I think there's a 3-second one or something. There's definitely quicker than that out there. I'm pretty sure, Tower.
Wow. 25 seconds.
It still takes some doing, I'll tell you that.
Afternoon jelly. Parked up outside Blackpool Grosvenor waiting for the start. Like it. Value Town 30-30s. Blackpool needs a bit of help today and tomorrow to hit the 50,000 guarantee. Does Terry Jordan know Blackpool's on? He's still in, is he? Oh, we'll let him know if he gets eliminated. On the way back down to London, just stop off at Blackpool.
So the ladies are out in force, not just on the span. Got them again. Hair blue, just saying, how many queens in the deck? That Span got a stack size where he doesn't have to shove now, can just open this hand, which is good to see. Makes it 4K, and raise and take for him. Twice now, no action with the ladies for Span.
Daytime Twitch reckons it's 9 seconds, apparently for swearing. No, I don't. Oh, it must be an old record. That has to be an old one, that, because swearing's like just part and parcel of football nowadays, isn't it? Abusing everybody and shouting at everybody. If you are thinking of going to the 30-30s, there they are. I know they're on today, and if you can get there quick, Reading South, Leicester, Blackpool is on right now. In a couple of weeks' time, it's Portsmouth, Bury New Road, and Glasgow here back up here in Scotland. And to finish the 30-30s for the year, it's Leeds, Luton, Bolton, and Edinburgh. And don't forget, 25-25s are on the way back. The first 25-25 is in Walsall, and that's the second weekend in December, the 7th till the 10th of December. The 25-25s are on the way back. More news regarding the 25-25s as we get to Luton, Blackpool, and the grand final in London.
So Rich hiding in his coat. Second time we've seen this today, and if I'm Graham here, especially against Rich, I'm going to be for about ripping my ace jack here. We've opened cut off. Rich going to be 3-bet and light some of the time, and there's the I thought he was all in. Graham's just flagged the ace jack here, working with like 2/3 pot. Flop a 10-9-4, 2 hearts, And Rich going to have to come out of his coat to see the board. We're going to come in for continue here, or just sets Graham all in, and Graham not going to be able to call now tower, and just going to fold the ace jack, and would have much preferred to see the 4-bet rip. Flatting should be out of the question in that situation with our particular stack size. But if I'm in the cutoff and I'm opening and Rich 3-bets you on the button, person that's more than capable, ace jack's going to be getting in for our last 17 bigs for sure, but would have had his reasons to just flat there. Maybe he wanted to see a flop, see if he could catch a piece to go with.
Darman Harris says, what's the buy-in for this event? 750. 750 total. And then Karen says, get some 3030C satellites today and I'll drive to Blackpool in the morning. Flick them on. Get satellites on. Get as many satellites as you possibly can.
Well, in Nigel Brampton, it's not in the treble, but it's in the 4-timer. Port Vale 1-0 tower.
Yes.
Keep them coming, that's what we like to hear. There's Rich opening the ace-6 in the cutoff, old slice in the cutoff. We've got an ace, want to be opening, and looks like it's raising tape for Kellett.
Keep that good news coming. Go on, Nige. Port Vale 1-0. We are due.
Jimmy with the old snowman. Early position. Opens to 4.5. Jamie got a hand that he's going to be defending in the big, King 10. 2.5 to win 9.5, 3.75 to 1 our money. Just shy of 4 to 1. And going to make the call and take the flop. Heads up. And a flop of ace, ace, queen. 2 diamonds. Jimmy here with the 8s is going to be a board that favours us as the early position opener. Jamie's just going to whiff this board so much after defending in the big blinds. We can go really small here as Jimmy, and he has gone quarter pot, and Jamie just thinks better of it. I know we have a gut shot, but we are out of position. There's some reverse implied odds out there as well versus under the gun opening range, or under the gun +1. Times where we hit our jack, sometimes our opponent's going to have a boat, ace, queen, ace, jack, queen's all in there.
So we will be getting the payout structure, and when we get to the money later in this... Oi! No, later in this level, what about that for service?
There you go, there's the prize pool.
Look at that! £61,000 and a bit of change up top. £235,000 in the prize pool. If you play the final hand and you lose it, 42,060.
61k up top, never was expecting that here. The turnout has been incredible. 341 entries. It's
What a
just
good turnout.
amazing tower, amazing. So
what a good turnout.
what's the min cash tower? Let us know.
The min cash is 36th and the min cash is 1,500 bang on. You double your money.
You got to work on that tower. You said 35 would be getting paid.
I know. Terrible.
Terrible.
Shocking. Shocking.
So 36.
351 total, wasn't it? 351 total.
341.
351, wasn't it?
341.
341.
Yeah.
304, it says down the bottom there, if you had 200, 932, that makes 341.
Yeah,
Hey, I tell you what. That is amazing.
So there's a
we'll
prize
flick
pool.
that up.
We'll try and get a ticker throughout the day as well.
Yeah,
so
that's
when
great,
when we're in the money, we'll get a ticker going.
Yeah, the closer we get towards the money, there's 36 places that will get the money, so that's way off yet.
And I know we've got a great featured table going on at the moment, but we are going to have a quick look on the outers, see what's going on.
What's happening?
Well, there he is, Leeds champion Jack Harcastle.
And online day one.
Yep.
Made it through with 160,000. Johnny Gray. Got the red chips at the bottom. The red chips at the bottom are 25k chips. So there's 120,000 there. TJ's still in. There's the man they call the TJ, Terry Jordan. That's 40,000 maybe?
Yeah, he's fairly short tower, but we know Terry.
351. Colin, woo!
So next to Dave Doherty there, he's got
chunks.
Yeah.
He's not commentating.
got like 160, 170 there as Dave Doherty.
Nice. Very nice indeed. Dave Doherty building his stack to near 200k. Nines for Ludo, raises to 4. Andy,
22 and a half
11
bigs.
X's it. I'm all in with 10s.
Can't see Ludo folding this
Ludo
one.
makes
Sour.
the call.
And Spade.
Andy is a big shout to double. Andy back the span.
So on his way to a double. He hasn't been running too well in these spots when his opponent has 2 outs, to be fair, but there we are.
Man.
Running good enough here. Got to avoid some runners. But there's going to be...
Ludo's got the 9s, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, Ludo's got the 9s, of course. Wow, he's
You know
got
when
lucky
you,
again. Sorry, I've
when you
just-
said he's not running well, and then you went, oh well, that's a 9. Ludo's got it. Spand is not running well.
Oh, he's not. The amount of times I've seen that man get 2 outward recently is a lot. Spand with the 9s.
Spand with the 10s.
No, Spad with the 10s, Ludo with the 9s.
You need a break?
Yeah, I might be. Sour. I might be.
Yeah, go and bring some coffee. Bring some coffee to re-energise ourselves.
Yeah, more of a mistake. Ludo flopping top set and Spand
Out the
is
door.
out the door. Unfortunate for
Another
Andy back.
Set over set again. Two main events on the trot. No.
Yeah, sorry, Josh, I didn't realise
Spand.
that.
Unlucky Spand. 10s for Spand, Andy back. 9s for Ludo. 9 on the flop. See you later, Andy back. Very unlucky. We'll see you in Luton. He's in the top 5 of the NPL as well.
I'm sure we'll see him in the bounty as well, to be fair.
Yeah, he starts at 4.
Very unlucky there for Span. Gets in good with the 10s. Ludo finds the 2 outer and Span out the door. So another one gone. As we see Graham now, his turn to get his last 11 bigs in with the ace queen. Katie's not calling this one. This is a pretty easy fold for us versus UTG shove. Jamie's got the same decision. It's going to be going in the muck for him. 11 big blinds, king jack off. Not going to be a call versus the undergun shove. And Graham going to get that one through with the ace queen.
Unlucky. $36 getting the money. Hit the final table and you lock up £4,150 and you'll be playing for top prize of £61,220.
That's got to be the biggest first place ever in Edinburgh, isn't it?
I think it
By
is.
a mile, I
Yeah,
think.
I think it is. 351 runners. I think 319 was the was the biggest field before.
And then somehow we found a bigger field when all this stuff's going on. So Ed getting his last 9 bigs in, cut off shove here with the Queen Jack. And Ludo going to make the call with the Ace Deuce suited. Queen Jack for Ed Swales, Ludo with the Ace Deuce.
So he calls with the Ace Deuce. The Queen Jack needs to hit or he's out the door. Still needs to hit or he's out the door. He's out the door.
Yeah, we lose Ed Swales.
Eddie Swales. He's out the door. Unlucky Eddie. Unlucky. Ludo. Stacking him more.
Sit open 1-1.
So Jamie Nixon not being able to get on, get involved too much this orbit, but there's plenty of time. Nigel Brampton says Bolton 1, Shrewsbury 0.
Yeah, it's Josh. That was a 9 big blind shove versus cut off. Time before it was a 15 big blind shove, I think, from under the gun. So slightly different. Was exactly the same hand, but these small margins do make a difference in what hand you're supposed to call in certain spots. But Ludo is flying at the moment. Just busted 2 players. Katie Queen 9 spades under the gun. She's going to get out of the way. And that's going to leave room for Nixon to open with the King Queen. Makes it 4,000. And Ludo just comes in with the free bet here with the pocket jacks. It looks like a yellow in there. Maybe not. Maybe not. Ah, there we are. Was a yellow in there. Was a free bet from Ludo, and just a quick fold from Jamie.
Daytime Twitch says, don't tell Jamie the Newcastle score. It'll put him off.
Are they losing?
Does that mean they're losing?
No, no. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it twice a year.
Awesome. Daytime Switch says, of course.
Jimmy +1 opens the Queen Jack, and Ludo back-to-back free bets for him. This one, whatever his holding is going to be getting through, because Jimmy not going to be able to call here with the Queen Jack. Katie's going to fold here in the big blind with the Ace 5, and Jimmy just going to have to get out of the way with the Queen Jack here, and Ludo going to get that one through with an unknown holding.
Uh-oh, don't. Don't forget to download the Poker Live app as well, because the Poker Live app has all the information regarding everything going on poker-wise, Grosvenor related. Click on the Poker Live app, it tells you the side events. The side event today starts at 4 p.m. It's a bounty starting in 35 minutes time. £125 in, £50 every time you knock somebody out. 15,000 starting stack on a 30-minute clock. Starts at 4. It's the only side event of the festival, because obviously the festival was cut short because of the corona restrictions up in Scotland.
Well, Ludo's box not working at the moment. It's the second time.
Is it? Oh.
Three free bets in a row from Ludo.
And the box isn't working.
Yeah,
It might be one of the cards. We'll have to ask Dave to change one of the decks if the cards are in the box perfectly, as you can see. But his cards aren't there, so we'll have to ask Dave if we can change the cards, get them stuck into the system. We'll do that at the break.
So Jimmy here with the aces against Ludo. Might choose, to be honest, the dynamic that's already been set up. I'm just always 4-betting here, Tower. The fact that Ludo 3-bet us the hand before, he 3-bet Nixon the hand before, it just looks like a lot of the time we can be playing back here as Jimmy. And Jimmy comes in for a 4-bet to 29k, and action back on Ludo here. And the thing is, the dynamic's already set. Ludo just 3-bet us the hand before, so from Ludo's perspective, this can actually look like that Jimmy's just playing back at us, but it looks like he's going to let this one go, I think. And there is the fold from Ludo and the aces. But Jimmy, get the job done. It's Bolton and Port Vale winning in the treble, Tower, but in the original treble,
yeah, all
needs
nil-nil. I'm guessing they're all 0-0. The fourth for the Acker was Port Vale, and then Bolton on top of that. They're both winning, and the other three are drawing at this moment in time.
plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Absolutely. Can the chips in the cards be reprogrammed? Yes, they can. Every morning, all the decks are programmed into the RFID table, and when any of them don't function as they should, they get reprogrammed at the breaks.
So Katie here, coming in for a free bet on the button versus cut-off open here from Oliver. This is just basically to do with Oliver opening cut-off, going to have a wide variety of hands, so Katie just going to target the cut-off opening range. He's going to fold out a lot of Ollie's range that he opens from this position, but in this situation Ollie's nearer the top end with ace-jack of clubs, so he's not going to be going anywhere. Opts to just call and play post out of position. And it's 4, 5, 6 rainbow. So Katie going to be coming in for continue here after flopping a gut shot. And just a quick fold from Ollie there. Nice play from Katie. And as I say, when you are 3-bet bluffing and you do get called, it doesn't mean that we can't take it down post with our C-bet. That's exactly what Katie does there. Back up over the 200k mark.
Started the day with 111. At the start of this level, we're on 78. Where's Rob Franks going?
Oh no.
Where's Rob Franks, the best dressed man in Scotland? Where's he going?
Oh, he's out the door tower. News just filtering in. We have lost Rob
Unbelievable.
Franks, and we can see there in the background.
Rob Franks. Has he gone?
Yeah,
Or
he's
is he
gone.
just changing tables?
No, he's gone
Oh,
tower.
man.
I've got confirmation, and just before that, we lost Fionn O'Donnell and Tom Aravara, which means that we're down to 70.
Wow.
70 players.
36 get the money.
Yeah, I even came in years ago to play GUKPT when we was in the city and some like nice hotels in the city.
Oh, they had that, yeah.
Oh. How does the killer work then, Steve? Stephen Smith. He says, come on Blackpool, I'm the only one who's picked them in killer for 21,000. How does that work?
Yeah, it's good, great game. But you can only, so you do it, you start, let's say you start with 100 people, week one,
Yeah.
everyone picks a team to win a game. If they win the game, you go through to the next round. If your team loses the game, you're out. But you can only pick a team once, so you can't just pick City every week. So
Yeah.
you've got to like choose and plan which teams you're going to pick for each weekend, and last person standing takes the pot. Yeah, it's quite a good little, used to it a few years ago.
Blackpool, yeah, that's what it's put up. The 2-0 up, and he's the only one that's picked them in the killer. It's nice one, Stephen. That's like 4th place prize money in Edinburgh. I killed Kenny44 on Twitch. R.I.P. Tom. Tom who? Tom Noble went out a long time ago, didn't he?
Tom Aravara just went
Oh,
out with
right.
me.
Unlucky Tom.
Tom Aravara's just hit the rail.
Yeah.
They've got Jack 10 for Katie. Going to get out of the way, EP. Stephen probably going to be opening this one though. And does. Thinks it's 4K. And action on Ludo here on the bottom with the King 5 of Hearts, and Ludo's been free betting a lot the last 15 minutes or so. And looks like he's going to be doing it again, and this is just pure aggression from the man in seat 3. I love to see stuff like this, Tower, when someone's got chips just pounding on opens, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's not just doing it with random hands either, like good hand selection to do it with. We've got the king in there for removal, and it's a suited hand, but now this is quite a funny situation because Ludo's going to have to call this off, Tower, and the table's going to see that he's free bet the king 5.
He'll hit the 5. There's already been a 5 mucked, he'll still hit the 5 of clubs. So the dealer is now correctly putting the cards and the all-in triangle over the table correctly. King 5.
That looks like a king in a window, boom, straight off the bat.
Just catching up on the action tracker. The 8, yeah.
No, it's clubs though, 2 clubs though. So club or ace needed to stay alive, but just another
just
king
hit the
for
kings.
Ludo.
Ludo, king 5. Ludo takes another one out.
He wants to be playing the bounty. He's knocked out 3 in 30 minutes. And Ludo stacks more chips.
I hope he's not holding his head because he's
But
feeling
is
a
it-
bit embarrassed
is
with
it-
the King 5.
I know people are going to get information fed to them half hour later probably, but people now straight away aware. Ludo, 3-bet the King 5 suited there, so I don't know, he might tone it down a little bit, but
Absolutely crushing it at the minute.
I know Ludo, he's probably just going to keep pummeling away. Another pot goes his way. He's knocked out Span, Ed, and now Graham. Paul Rogers says, run like Ludo.
Absolutely. Run like Ludo. Hi, JJ, watching on Facebook. Are you in Bratislava? I think you won another trophy the other day. Hey, JJ.
Yeah, 21 ounce, best way to win at poker, get in behind and hit. To be honest, that is the best time to get it in pre-flop when you're going to be behind because of how close equities run. It's they're always going to be running finer pre-flop than they are post, so if you are going to be getting caught at it, like Ludo was there, it's one of the better times for it to happen.
If you look to the top left where Ludo's ace-3 is at the minute, Ben T is sat there. He's sat at the side of where Robert Franks was on the outer table.
I got a round penalty at Stoke GPS a few years ago for marking cards, right?
So Graham Keith just exited. Means we are down to 69 as Katie opens under the gun and just choosing to kill the 3-bet here on Jimmy in the hijack. Not opting to come in with a 4-bet, opting to play ace king in a more passive way. I'm unaware of Jimmy's holding here, but we're going to sweat with Katie then. So if we are flattening this one out of position, it's not the flop we're looking for here, Jack 9-8 rainbow, but it has gone check. And deuce of hearts on the turn. From a range perspective, this is probably going to be a better board for us as Katie being the caller of the 3-bet rather than the 3-better. We're going to have some like 8-9 suited, some Jack 10 suited in there, 9-10 suited, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, definitely going to be in the range as well. Not opting to come in for a lead on the turn, so I'm guessing we're in just check fold territory here. The only hand we're really ahead of here as Katie is just a complete airball, but if Jimmy's got a pretty airball hand, he's probably going to come in for 1-bet on the flop, so just really in front of ace queen here now as Katie. If I'm her, probably just going to give up, but no, she's
Going in.
She's coming in for raising chips here with the ace king.
20.
Oh, got moves the girl. And what's Katie? Katie trying to rep like pocket 8s or pocket 9s here that check twice, or a queen 10 suited type hand tower. Jack 10 suited not going to raise. So Katie now, once she raises the spot, hands that she's trying to represent basically going to be like queen 10 suited, 9-8 suited, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, those type of holdings here. But what's she supposed to have for bluffs here from the perspective of Jimmy? On this complete rainbow board, there's no flush draws out there. And then again, I'll just, what Jimmy might think, is Katie going to check a set or 2-pair twice at the risk that we check behind? Oh, she just pings the ace on the river. Does Katie with the ace king. So Ray check raises the ace king. And now Rivers top pair, top kicker. And she's coming in for value. Interesting to see the size she elects to go
46.
for here. 46, a 46 into 69. And what are we trying to get caught by here is Katie. Ace Queen's probably just going to pass turn. I'm surprised she hasn't check called this spot here. I just don't think. I think if Jimmy calls here, Tower, we're not going to have the best hand as Katie. But takes it down. I wish the river was a Brooklyn. I would have liked to see if she was going to go for it on rivers, but credit to her going for it on the turn.
Yeah, it's the 3 of hearts, so the 3 of diamonds.
The issue is that they're
It's
talking
the 3 of
about
diamonds.
what the card is.
For those that can't see, by the way, 36 get paid on the screen.
Alright, yeah. So he's talking about a bunch. Look at that in that ace there. Yeah, yeah. So a bunch of the cards have the same mark. It's where it's where the chips are in the card.
Be nice to see either Katie or Jamie, one of our pros, have a deep run. Obviously, Trig won Manchester about 6 weeks ago now, and longer than that, I should say 7, 8 weeks ago. I've had two legs after that.
No, wait a minute.
JJ is back in London, GUKPT next week. Yeah, and he did win an event out there. The trophy was in the suitcase. It was in the suitcase. We'll see you down there, JJ, for the next grand final. We've got Luton before that, we've got Blackpool, and then London for the grand final.
Yeah, it's a weird one, Sam. It's like on the river as well. It's a good check spot as well because it's a card that's meant to be better for Jimmy's range than it is ours, Jimmy being the free better, so he might elect to represent the times that he's got, like maybe like a 9-10 suited that he elected to free bet bluff, but just it's hard to get called by worse in that spot as Katie, maybe like ace 10 that elected to free bet, but probably not against our under the gun open. Definitely would love to chat to her about the thought process on that one. But she took the pot, which is the main thing. Chips went her way as Lawrence shoves here for 17.5 bigs with the ace jack suited, and Rich here with the ladies
Makes the call.
will make the call. So we're losing them like flies on this table,
Yeah.
and could be losing another one if Lauren
The buying side.
doesn't find an ace.
£61,220, Jordan along the bottom, 351 entries. Amazing.
Yeah, clean flop here for the Queens
We
of
head
Rich.
back to the all-in. We need to hit an ace. Running jacks.
That's it. That is all we got, Tower.
We need an ace from space. It is not. We lose another. The ladies again. C1 is not a happy seat.
Yeah, it's not.
You know, if it's feature one.
Well, the news is coming. The news is, it's all gone Pete on.
Nigel Brampton.
Nigel Brampton gives us well, there's time. That's all we can say. There's time. What's the dates for the December 25 in Walsall, says Warren? 7th till the 10th of December. It will be on the app very soon. Walsall are getting ready for the return of the live 25-25s. Socky. Hi. It is Sue. Sue O'Connor is watching.
Hi, is that Sue? How are you doing,
Mum.
Sue?
That's Mum. Watching while waiting to be jabbed in the drive-through flu vaccine queue.
Katie's flying at the moment. Absolutely flying. And want to see more of the same.
Do you get a Big Mac with that? Through the drive-through.
Ludo, ace 10 in the hijack, making it 4k. And Stephen here going to be defending this one in the big blind, 4.5 to 1 in his money. 7-6, heads up against Ludo to the flop. Yeah, ace, deuce, deuce, rainbow. And this is just one of them spots that's good to check. I'd like to see Ludo check this one with ace 10 here. If you think about these spots logically, he is coming in for the bet. He's going to take this one down. Comes in for a tiny bet here, but these like ace, deuce, deuce boards versus big blind range, they're just going to have a whole host of nothing a lot of the times. At times they got a deuce, we're drawing to 2 outs. At times they haven't, they're going to be nigh on drawing dead. Maybe try and induce some bluffs on later streaks, but not going to question that, man. He just comes in with quarter pot, and 7-6 gets out of there. Obviously, can't just check all the time. You need to be betting some of the time as well. You need to mix it up, make it hard for your opponents to range you. Guess where they're at in the hand. We're nearly at the end of this. Where's this level gone? We've got 2 minutes left of this level, and then blinds will be going up. As Kellett finds the ace king in the hijack, raises to 4.5, and Katie on the button gets out of the way. Action on the small blind. Looks like has a decision. And looks like that's free betting chips. So Stephen, against Kellett's hijack open, opts to free bet the queen jack suited. Makes it 14k. So just smidge over 3x. And Rich will be pretty happy to get this one in. Hijack versus small blind, 76k playing, so playing 38 bigs effective. I think we're just always going to see Rich 4-bet this spot tower with the ace king. I like Stephen's selection of hand though, with the queen jack suited to 3-bet. Rich, capable player, late-ish position. Going to be a lot of hands that we do fold out. The times we get called, we got a hand with good playability. We get the big blind out as well, so we're only splitting equity heads up rather than free weight. But in that scenario, just going to have to snap fold. Just going to have to snap fold to the shove. And we got some 30-30s coming up.
We have indeed.
There they are.
This afternoon.
There.
This afternoon, get yourself trying. Reading, Leicester, Blackpool. Get yourself in. Big overlay alert in Blackpool.
Yeah, big overlay there. So if you're in the area near Blackpool and you fancy it and you got the 400 quid spare, get yourself down there, because there is probably going to be an overlay on that one. Great value at Blackpool. Yep. So Reading, Leicester, Blackpool going on this weekend. Week 5, 20th to the 24th, Portsmouth, Manchester, Glasgow, and the final week, 10th to the 14th, Leeds, Luton, Bolton, and Edinburgh. All £400 buy-in, 50k guarantee on all them tournaments, and 30k starting stack.
Indeed, and get yourself off.
Have they gone back to the replay? Okay. Yeah, I think is it London? I don't know. Well, it said Wasps at the start. It does say Wasps, but like Wasps in London.
So open from Oliver in the hijack. Stephen flats the button, and Jimmy here got an easy squeeze out the big with the pocket jacks. Not going to be flat in here once we're raising this one up. Like to see somewhere around the 18k remit after an open and a call from him. Does have 32 bigs. Sometimes some players, depending on the table they're at, might just elect to get it in and shove. Jimmy actually opts for 15k here. Action on Oliver, gets out of the way, and Stephen going to do the same with an unknown holding. Jimmy picks that one up uncontested. As the blinds go up. So we're into the next level.
Up there on Robert Franks. Robert Franks is out. We saw him walking out from the outer table, and it was confirmed he was out. Jamie Munro, an update.
He's still in, because I'm seeing his name.
He's still in at the moment, and Marius Varanvicius, we think, is still in as well. Aye. Wacky Jackson's in the building.
Hey, how we doing?
He's been on his travels again. Saw the pictures that he was off working.
Jason?
It is Jason.
How are you doing, Jason?
All right, Jace. How you doing, pal?
No Malta this year, unfortunately, for us.
No, we would be gearing up for Malta anytime soon, but unfortunately it's being cancelled. I don't know what the situation is with Malta poker at the minute, but fingers crossed for next year. I know Grosvenor had loads of qualifiers in the last Malta leg. Yeah, we definitely need to see and a catch up with the wacky one. Jason Glatzer, I know you've just been on your travels working. What's the plan for the rest of the year for you regarding poker and work? Are you on your travels quite a lot? Is it getting busier in mainland Europe?
Stephen going to continue this one versus Ludo. Ludo not going to be going anywhere after flopping bottom pair and a gut shot. So he'll make the call and take a turn. It's not only the fact that we've caught a piece, Ludo, it's the fact that this board's just going to be very, very good for us in terms of range of hands we're supposed to have in this spot. Ace of spades on the turn. And you know what, I think Ludo, I was just about to say, I was going to say if Stephen double barrels this spot, I can't see Ludo folding because Ace-X is just pretty much always going to check back this turn more often than not. So once we're faced with a double barrel, I think Ludo still would have been involved, but facing the lead there, Stephen just can't do anything but get out of the way. Ludo does take it with the best of it.
Madrid next month for Jason, and then home until the Cool Bet Open in November.
We've lost another two. Gary Patterson's out the door, and so is someone
Well,
else.
big shout for Wacky. If you do pop in to play the IPO, you'll see us there, because we will be live streaming the IPO in Dublin in a couple of weeks' time. We're off straight after Luton. We are off to the fair city of Dublin to meet the boys over there. So if you do make that long shot, we'll see you there. And a shout out, English Cat. A shout out to Joe Ned and Frankie the dog. Hey up, Frankie the dog. Is Crazy Kev still in?
Oh, Kev. Oh, beer drinker Kev.
Beer drinking Kev.
He busted.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he busted a while back, Tower. He's
Oh,
on
Kev
the,
Finney.
Well, I'm guessing it's him. He's on the GUKPT, but his initials did come up as a bust out, and we did just lose two other players as well. We lost Gary Patterson and another GDPR initials TB, which means that we have got 66.
66. Are we doing the comms for the IPO? Yes, we are, Kev. We're going over as a team for the IPO in doubles. Can't wait to get the dubbers. Get on the Guinness in dubbers. Boom. Yes, we are.
Kilkenny says, why does Ace-X check back that turn? Simply because Ludo's defended in the big blind as 4-liner to a straight. He's going to have all the 2 pairs and all the 3x there as well. So the times that we bet the turn with an ace and get raised, it's just horrible for us. We open ourselves up to getting bluffed. It's better to check, keep the pot small, and sort of proceed on rivers rather than coming in for what we're trying to get value from with the ace there. Not much worse is going to get called. We open ourselves up to getting bluffed, and the main reason being Ludo's going to have all the 3x out of the big blind on the 4-liner to the straight.
Just honestly, Riggs, man, the bottom was like 1 seat alone and they waited to move.
What's happening here? Oh my days.
Is that Jack Harcastle?
Seat 1 has just made the table a little bit tougher. Oh, can we please have this table straight after the break? Jack Hardcastle now comes to the feature. Champion of the last leg. All those months, days, hours ago. Wowzers.
So we've got Jimmy opening in the cut-off with the ace-10 suited, and Oliver defending the big blind with the 7-6. So we've got action flop as well, up and down, backdoor flush draw for Oliver and the big, and Jimmy flopping nut flush draw here. So we're going to see some chips go in this pot with Jimmy here with the ace-10 of clubs. More often than not going to be continuing. You obviously can incorporate some checkbacks in with the nut flush draw, but straight away just coming out for a 5k bet just north of third. And Oliver here not going to be going anywhere with his particular holding, so he'll make the call.
I've been playing them every year for like 10 years.
6 spades on the turn.
And actually turns the best hand here, Oliver. Making a pair of sixes to go with his up and down straight draw. Still going to be playing in flow though. Expect him to be checking this one over to Jimmy still. Looks like he is thinking about a lead. Thinking about a lead here on this particular card. It is going to favour us more than Jimmy. We'll have some 3-2 suited in the big blind. We can potentially turn some 2 pairs with 6-4 and 5-6. 7-8 gets there as well. We're going to have the 7-8 off combinations, whereas Jimmy's just going to have the 4 of the 7-8 suited. So in terms of hands that we're supposed to have, this is a more favourable card for us as Oliver. So comes in for actually a tiny size here, 3.5 into 24k, or 24.5. So he's actually opted for a 7th pot here, and Jimmy just going to make the call here with this particular hand. We've got an easy call as Jimmy. We're actually getting direct price to hit our flush on the river, even with 1 card to come, because of the size Oliver opted to choose, and the 10 on the river is going to give us the best hand as well. And wonder if Oliver here is I think he'd probably check this now. I think he went that size on the turn just to deny some equity to some C-bets, hands like King Jack, Jack 10, Ace Jack, and so on. But now this 10 on the river here, and Jimmy with the Ace 10 of clubs, maybe thinking about lining up some thin value. What we're trying to get called by though, a good thing from us as Jimmy, with Oliver's stack size here, you expect him to continue here when he's got 2 pair plus. Like if he's got a 2 pair type hand, he's going to be value betting this river. So a lot of the time Oliver at best here is ever just going to have a 1 pair holding, and this is really nice from Jimmy here, just understanding that and coming in for some thin value for against perhaps some 6x, 5x and 4x, which is exactly what Oliver's got in this particular scenario. He's not going to call with his misdraws anyway, so we're going to go for a real milker here. But Oliver just not falling for it. 4k into 31k, giving Oliver literally 9-1 on his money, but makes a really good fold there. It looks better than what it is because of the price he was getting. You get 9-1 on your money, you only need to be right 10% of the time to make it a good call, and Oliver just thought, you know what, this size is never a bluff, and makes a good laydown.
That's mean 10k blind tournament. Never cashed one. Just win everything below that. Yeah, I've never cashed it. You never cashed one? Never cashed a 10k. It's been like excruciatingly close in multi-millions and World Series main bubbles and stuff.
When I first started, it took me 21 minutes to cash a 1k.
5k?
Which was easy. Yeah. Pants.
Around about 4:45, there will be a 60-minute break. Keep you updated on Blackpool, Reading and Leicester. Blackpool as overlay central as it stands at the moment, needs a lot of help. And if you're thinking, well, I'm only an hour from Blackpool, we'll have a quick drive down. 400 buying, 50,000 guarantee.
Oh, and Jimmy is coming with a 3-bet with the Queen Jack off, and timing is everything in this game, because Ludo behind him with the Kings comes in for the old cold 4, makes it 32.5 and 2.2x. Like the sizing, he's opted to choose with position on the 3-better, but Jimmy now he's going to save some face and probably take 5-10 seconds. Don't want Jamie to know he's 3-betting him light, and then we'll just see him fold the Queen Jack, I'm more than sure. Wacky Jackson says, think thin value, you need to make it look like you're buying the pot for half pot or more. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't know, like 4k, it was just tiny. Maybe just thought that 5x, 4x, 6x can't fold to that size. That might have been the thought process, but the thing to take into account as well, because of Ollie's stack size in that situation and what the pot is, I think Jimmy just deducted that as, like, if Ollie's ever got us beat in this situation, he's going to be betting river, so he's always going to have the best hand, and he's not going to, like, it's not going to induce either 4k. I don't think Ollie's ever going to raise bluff off of that stack after checking river, the way the hand played in that situation. But I see what you're saying. When you go that small, it's just never a bluff, or from our opponent's perspective, it never looks like a bluff. But I actually like it. I'm a fan of the size. I know he went 9th pot or 8th pot, whatever it was 8th pot. But it does actually put them 6x, 5x and 4x in a really gross spot, because as I said, you only need to be correct 10% of the time to make it a good call in the long run. But Ollie sniffed it out and just realised that it just can't be good against this size, and it's always got to be just value. I like stuff like that, out of the box thinking. Like, you rarely see a size like that, but I'm a big fan of choosing sizes that are unorthodox in certain situations. Don't always have to go down the game theory line, can go down the exploitative line a lot of the time, especially in live poker.
Raise 16,000. Pass.
So Ludo getting loose, Jack 9 off in the hijack, and Rich instant punishment with the pocket 8s on his left. Be interesting, PD Jack. I don't know. I think if he don't hit the 10, I don't think he'll ever opt for that size. That's the thing. If he don't river the 10, second pair nut kicker, I don't think he's ever going to go that size as a bluff. I think he just thought, Jimmy, from his perspective, Ollie was always going to call, getting that price on his money with whatever he had. Well, at least one pair. Obviously, he's not going to call with his missed draws, like just whiffs completely. But it's definitely an interesting concept against good thinking players opting for really small sizes, because they're just going to think it's never a bluff, but we'll need to balance in some bluffs. But then you've got to come up with the question, you've got to ask yourself the question, what are the good hands to be bluffing at that size with? But yeah, it's a really good table, Dark Angel.
Sure is. 45 minutes, as you can see on the clock, of this session. 111 started the day, 36 get the money. £235,000 prize.
Yeah, spot on, Jack. Spot on. It's just one of them situations. If he is he'll need some bluffs in there if he is opting that size. But we spoke about this situation, like in live poker, like the sample size of it is so small compared to like online, that just playing, like, you're going to need to play so many hands to get them particular scenarios over and over again. And like, there's a lot of people that are unbalanced in live poker, but I'm guessing Jimmy will have to have some hands. But I can't really come up in my head what hands we're going to bluff with that size on the river. But from Jimmy's perspective, he'll have to construct his own range and his own strategy of what hands that he will incorporate some bluffs in for that size. But as you say, if he's going to go bigger as a bluff, he's going to need some value bets that size as well. But definitely do like the value bet with the ace-10 though, simply because of the way Ollie played the hand, the small turn size, and then the river check. Just looks like we're just always going to have the best hand. I don't think Ollie's ever going to opt for a lead that small with a queen on the turn, which is an important factor as well. Going to jump back to the action here because we've got Ludo just shoving into Jamie's big blind.
Wow. when you've not had the best week,
Yeah.
and you've had to enter the turbo as a last resort, and you make it through, and you're Jamie Nixon, and you're down to your last 81k.
Oh wow! Sorry, I didn't even see. I was reading the Twitch chat tower. I didn't even see there was a board. We're on the river here. Right, let's run through this. Ludo open, Jamie defended in the big. So Jamie's check bet call with top pair, has to call again on the turn, especially with the spade coming on the turn as well, because Ludo can definitely double barrel some spade combos on the turn once he picks up the flush draw. But in this scenario, Ludo is just absolutely running it with Queen 10, just going for it here. And this is probably something to do with the turn. And on the turn, I think Ludo expects Jamie probably to raise all his 2-pair plus. So a lot of the time here, like, Jamie's going to fold his 8-6 on this turn side, so it's only 8-6 of spades we're worried about that gets there on this river. So unless Jamie's rivered 2-pair here with the 5, a hand like 9-5 suited, it's just going to be in a gross spot, and he's pretty capped at 1 pair, and Ludo's aware of that, and this is exactly what he's trying to fold out, a 1-pair holding here. And it's a really gross spot for Mr. Nixon against a player who is more than capable of running it in this situation. What are we doing here with the King 9? We've got the King of Spades in our hand. It's actually a bad card to have from Jamie's perspective. Like remove some of the King Queen, King Jack, King 10 of Spades that Ludo would do this with.
Makes the call and doubles up completely.
With the King 9. Great call, Mr. Nixon. Sorry guys, I was in the Twitch chat and I was answering some questions, picked up the action on the river, but what a call that is from Mr. Nixon for his tournament life, and that's going to give him the chip lead at this table. Credit for Ludo, applying maximum pressure. That's what the best do. They put you in these gross situations, but after about a minute, Tank Jamie Nixon finds the hero, and know he's got top pair, but he's only beaten a bluff in that situation. Ludo's never taken that line for value with a worse hand than King 9. So very nice call from our sponsored pro there, Jamie Nixon, and just like that, he's a chip leader at the table and probably close to one of them in the room.
Hiya, Donna. Yeah, I've seen the picture of that Lytham windmill. What's happened to one of the sails? Where's it gone? Somebody can't have pinched it, that is for sure. Has it blown off or something? I'm not sure. Somebody been there overnight and unscrewed it. There's a windmill in Lytham and one of the sails is missing. It got nicked overnight apparently.
Thanks, thank you to... it's just gone. Where'd it go? There it is. More gin, please.
More,
thanks.
Yes, please.
Thanks, more gin, please.
Yes, please. Little bit of... oh, we had a nice orange and rhubarb flavoured gin the other night. Oh, nice. Yes. Afternoon, one and all. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. Fantastic names at this table. This could be a self-picked table,
Yeah,
but
it
it's
could.
not.
It could.
It really could. But Rich is coming for a raise. And Stephen moves his 37 over the line. Rich is going to call with ace king. Stephen's got ace 6. Rich Kellett has him strangled. $9.55 for chop outs. $9.93 for a chop. 6 for the pot. Anything else? And we lose one.
And we lose one.
We do lose one.
Stephen Key out the door, and Rich up to 260 himself. Look at Rich, Jamie and Katie all with massive stacks this stage of the day. It's been a great featured so far. I want to keep this table all day.
Absolutely.
I want it all day.
If Trig was still in it, it'd obviously be Trig, but he's out.
I'm going to go with Ben T. I'm going to go with Ben.
Yeah, because he was chip leader on Ben T. It's a solid play.
You need a well-known I'm from Glasgow.
Oh, Mick, the mod's got the good news. Fleetwood are back in it. Nine, 5, Jack. Checked 2 on the turn. Jimmy trying to nick the pot. Gets a call from Ludo with the pocket 6s, and now the 3 of hearts hits the river, and he'll go check, check, and Ludo will show the 6s. What a day. Start of the day with 111. We're down to 62. Oh, Kev's got the great news. The mighty Rotherham United are 1-0 up. They were odds on. I was going to stick him in my treble, but Cheltenham have got decent form. I was going to put him in my treble, but they were just slightly odds on. So Fleetwood guys now, intrepid reporters are telling us that Rotherham United are 1-0 up. Oi, the mighty Millers. They're even on. There you go. I'd like Burnley to score, please. As we are watching the live stream from Edinburgh, good afternoon, everybody. Hope you are well. Plenty going on around the country.
Oh, him and his assist, I don't like that.
Wow, Katie just snap folding ace queen here for 13 big blinds. Wow, wow, wow.
Didn't fancy it.
I obviously didn't, Tower. It isn't under the gun shove, but I think with Katie's stack we can just call there with the ace queen. See what happens behind us. Oliver just going to get that one through.
Oh, mate, that would honestly.
Yeah, it's my
Got about half hour left of the session before we head out on an hour dinner break, guys.
Let's check fantasy one more. Mate, this is huge.
Because it's a flex, it's a monkey, and then knocks it on. You know, once across, he just squared it to it.
Alright, sweet. It's a clear as day assist then, isn't it?
Do we like the ace queen fold in that position? Not really, but
Katie, you have her reasons, I'm sure, but I'm not sure. Myself, I'm calling, but I'm sat here couldn't actually see Ollie's holding, but just for 13 big blinds, ace queen. A lot of the time, just going to be making the call there.
Jack 6-9, 2 hearts on the flop. Whiffs. Rich, Paul has bottom pair. Rich should. Is he coming in for C-bet? Looks like he is. Gets called. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Bet of 11 on the turn, and Rich had already decided that was enough.
We were playing the game, weren't we? Last door bit of the day one, I was like, you win,
Table 9, 2, 2. It's a monkey, yeah.
Half an hour to go until the end of this session, and then a 60-minute dinner break. But what a table we have.
Paul opening buttons, 5k, Rich is flat in the A7 suited in the small, and Oliver going to defend the 6-4 of diamonds. 3 to this flop. 6-5, 3, rainbow. So Oliver here flopping top pair, up and down, straight draw, backdoor diamonds. Potentially. And he's just going to move all in.
The triangle is in.
Paul's going to fold, Rich will do the same. Got half hour left of the session, everybody, and then we will head out on that hour break. Unfortunately, we will lose this feature table when we return.
We will.
They get rotated every 2 hours, gives everyone a chance to get on. As much as we'd like to stay with this 9, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah. No matter how good the table is, we do have to change it. Keith comes to our table in C8, raising it up with Ace Jack.
Looks at 7k, just shy of 3x. And Paul with the King Queen in the cutoff. I'm surprised Could have definitely open Rich this one, but it's going to work out perfect for us, Keith, because we're going to get away from it. And Rich been good with the ladies so far this session, and here they are again. And we're going to be coming in for a free bet here. We want to get it in against Keith's stack size. We can see Keith's not going to be continuing once he opens under the gun, and Rich still comes in for the free bet. Looks like 22.5 from Rich. And Katie with the 9s. Can't see Katie continuing here. She has a look at Rich's stack, but the thing is, it's an under the gun open from a stack size that looks like they're willing to get it in once they open under the gun, and that might go through Katie's head here, because Rich is probably going to be less inclined to free bet bluff on the button here versus this particular open. So Katie, aware of that, and makes a very good lay down with the 9s in the blinds. And action back on Keith here now, and fine to just open this one and let it go off of our stack size. He could have come in for the open shove off of 16.5 bigs. Oh, he is putting it in. He is putting it in, and Rich will make the call. And Rich has been busting players left, right, and centre. Could we be losing Keith?
Ace Jack for Keith. Needs to hit Rich Kellett with the ladies. And flops one, but has outs.
Yeah, it's a good flop for the Ace Jack. Double gutted, king or 9. Gives us 8 outs. Well, I can see it's actually 4 because of the dead cards. Katie had 2 9s, obviously. So needs a king or a 9 to survive. Otherwise, Rich will bust another, and it's an 8 on the river. Queen's fall for Rich Kellett, and we're going to lose Keith.
He can head to the bounty, as there are 60 players have started the bounty.
60?
Six, oh, blind 60.
Seed open, feature 8. They've got like, you know, they're 30, 30, 400 pounds thing, but that's just going there like the week after. So I'm just playing live like every week, which is great. Try and find it on the first stuff. Yeah, it's good. Like, nature's healing, you know, play something every 7s and then.
I do it quite often. Classic squeeze.
Oh, unlucky Vicky.
Oh man.
At least you got in for cheap. Winning a satellite, always great way to do it.
Absolutely.
And there's always next time as well.
Unlucky Vicky, thanks for the update. On to the next, whatever the next one will be, then hope to see you at it. Blackpool are going to be starting local tournaments from Monday as well. It's been on social media. I hope they told you all about it while you were in the club. They should be advertising from the rooftops. To be fair, first local tournament back after the pandemic. We know the 30-30 is a big one, and that was the first comp back. But the local comps need advertising, and I hope they were shouting from the rooftops that the local comps are coming back. Yeah, Mondays, indeedy.
He had average 20 left and he was 20-1, and he was like the third best player in the field, or maybe second or something.
Yeah, I was on all in.
Andy Garland, there are a lot of chips on the feature.
There's been a lot of bust outs. I think we've had
Absolutely.
5 bust outs this session, I think, on this table.
Over 40 have been eliminated in the first 4 levels. Vicky is off to play Bolton tonight, getting 140 runners. Wow. Wowzers. Oh,
What we got here?
They were like, you need to check that your limits work. It's like, fuck off UKGC, like, leave me alone.
Yeah, it's insane.
Don't know my existence.
Yeah, insane. And like,
Yeah. Someone ate all the Maltesers and leaves. Look, chuck them up, Tower. Chuck them up.
We do. Look, we hate gifts. We really hate gifts, apart from Maltesers. We really hate gifts. We do. We can't eat them all. Thank you very much, young man. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Cheers.
Yeah. That is one of the
yeah.
toughest tables we've seen. Yes. No, that was very unlucky. Very, very unlucky. Yeah. Yeah, it was. It was a tough.
Yeah, it was.
It's
Yeah,
a tough table. But no, thanks for calling in.
Cheers,
All right,
mate.
buddy.
Thank you.
Better luck next time. Well, losers on the feature table comes and buys the box of the Maltesers.
It's
Isn't it?
great sport.
What's that all about? Thank you very much indeed.
Stephen Kia, that was coming in, bringing us the Maltesers. Saw him
Thanks.
on the feature.
Cheers, Stephen. He's a top lad.
Kellett busted him. What are you doing, Kellett? Busting everyone. And news of another bust out on the outer tables. LC, it's a GDPR that we've lost. We've also lost Christoph Spisaki. What a name that is. Spisaki. Christoph Spisaki is out.
Unlucky. Josh says the booth treated for the excellent commentary. I tell you what, he must have been listening.
That's what he said.
Must have been listening in Leeds, because we had one of our players came in with a box of celebrations, and there was only 2 Maltesers in the box of celebrations, and his fixtures a full box of Maltesers.
That's it.
I tell you what, we get looked after, and we love doing our job. But you guys out there, I tell you what, you don't know how to treat us well.
Ludo with the Kings raises to 5k. Jamie here on the button, thinking about coming in for a 3-bet bluff here versus this man. Knows he's going to be opening very wide. So like this from Jamie. Like it a lot, like the hand selection, like the player selection. The only thing is, we've run into it on this occasion. And Ludo here with the Kings. Going to be 4-betting this one, I assume. His image is already there. He's shown down the King 5 of Hearts in a 3-bet pot. He's shown down the Queen 10 when he triple barreled. So if I'm Ludo here, there's no need to trap. Just want to be 4-betting. Jamie facing the 4-bet, went for it, and then after the 4-bet from Ludo just gets out of the way. Perfectly fine from him. Ludo does have it some of the time.
He does indeed. And this time it was the Cowboys. So great numbers, 351. The payout structure is out. We are on the bubble at 37. $351 entries. Amazing turnout for the main event. There's 60 in the Bounty, the only side event of the week. There's 60. And right there you can see the prize pool. £61,220 first prize. Lock up 4,150 if you make the final.
21 outs, Ludo just 4-bet. He didn't shove, 4-bet, and Jamie just snap folded. As Kelly opening the deuces into Ludo's big. Ludo, now he's hiding in his jumper. No reads today. Oh, and we got Action Tower against these 2 players.
Up and down against bottom set. Rich Kelly has built his stack up to 275k.
So Rich going to come in for continue hit. And Ludo not going to be going anywhere after flopping an up and down here with a 7-6. Could potentially see a big pot here, Tower, between these 2 opponents. Very deep, both of them. So to the turn.
Oh, that turn.
This is going to be massive. You heard it here first. This is going to be a massive pot. I just can't see. Like, they are very deep. It may not all get in, but I can tell you this right now. The pot is going to be huge. Ludo turning a straight on this 10, and now going to come in for a lead here.
And Rich knows how Ludo plays. We know he can.
Like, Ludo can do this with hands. Like, he can have like some backdoor spades, like some deuce X of spades out of the big blind, some 8X of spades as like bluffs. Maybe a hand that floated versus that size that's picked up spades on the turn. Some Jack 8 of spades in there. But Rich obviously with a set, he's loving this, Rich. Obviously we're wary that 7-6, Queen Jack and Jack 7
Does it pair?
are out there.
It does! Oh my days, it pairs on the board.
Wow.
Oh my days.
And this is going to be a spot for Ludo, because Ludo's going to come in for some value now, tower, and Rich will have to raise. Ludo wants to get paid by some 10x and potential overpairs that Rich can have open the undergun. Rich will have 10x in here, some 10 jack suited, some queen 10 suited that continues, some like king 10 suited. Ace 10's in there as well, that's going to continue this flop, and Ludo is going big here. And wow, Rich
Just a
just
snap goal
just
straight
off.
and I've riveted the boat.
He's got the
Oh my
deuces.
days, he
He's got
slaps
the
her
deuces.
down.
And a 7-6 into the
Oh.
muck. Maybe Rich worried about 10-8, 10-9, 10 deuce isn't a thing because of the deuce we got. 10 deuce suited not there because of the specific deuces we've got. But I guess Rich was worried about the 10-9 and 10-8 tower. That's all it could have been.
Yeah.
Six combos of each, 10-9 and 10-8. There was 6 combos of each there, so 12 combos Rich to be worried about there. But maybe what Rich thought was against Ludo, if he shoves with bottom boat there, what are we getting called by? Are we ever getting called by, is Ludo good enough to fold Queen Jack there? Yes he is. Is he good enough to fold 7-6? Yes he is. So that's probably why Rich just snapped it off. He was never getting called by worse, but wow, what a big pot. And Kellett is in pole position now to make a deep run in this one.
Absolutely, you are not wrong. Looks like being chip leader in the tournament. Rich Kelly in seat 5.
That's 14-10. Pass.
So 61,000 up top if you're just tuning in. What's happening here? Oh, they're all heading towards the bounty because the bounty started, didn't it? So they're all coming into this room. They're all moving across. The bounty started with 60 runners. And also, just to let you know, there's a cash table running. One cash table is up and running in Edinburgh. 8 playing the 1-2 no limit.
Yeah, he went about 80% pot, didn't he, Danny, from Ludo? Maybe if it is closer to half or 2/3, probably see Rich raise then. but obviously probably to do with the sizing, as you said, 80% pot, maybe a bit more wary of the remaining, was it 12 combos of hands we talked about the 10-8 and the 10-9.
That's 5,000.
Yeah, it's just a cooler. That's all it is. It's a cooler. It's part of poker. We know that you're going to run into coolers sometimes. Sometimes you'll be on the right end. Sometimes you'll be on the wrong end. It's as simple as that. As Oliver opens the jacks under the gun. And Rich for the king for a diamonds. 350k for Rich Kellett.
Nine, 10, 3.
It's a good flop for the jacks here. Over pair to the board. Rich catches a piece in the form of bottom pair though. Backdoor diamonds to go with it as well. So Ollie opted in for 8.5 into 13. So he's sized up a little bit here on the 10-9-3. He's gone north of half pot. And Rich, with bottom pair against this stack, might just make the fold here, Tower, against this particular sizing, and makes a good discipline laydown. Doesn't get involved, letting Ollie know he had a pair. So after that commotion of a hand, going to run you through some bust outs we've had in the last 10 minutes. We've lost Alan William, we've lost Jamie Geraghty, we've lost KF, whoever that is, on GDPR. And that is that. That is all we've lost. Which means we've got 59 left, Tower.
59, 36, get the money.
He's got Ludo opening the King Do suited in the cut off, and this is just great from Kellett. He's got the chips now. No, Ludo's going to be very wide opening cut off, and the dead flat from Paul on the button as well is in there, and Rich just comes in with a free bet to 20k, just over that, and actually going to be back on Ludo, who can't be calling this one, so he's going to get out of the way, and you expect Paul to do the same here with his pocket fours. Rich does have all the chips. Paul has just come to the table. Sometimes talk yourself into making the call. You think Rich is going to be at it too often, and that's what he does. Makes the call with the pocket fours. So happy to take a flop versus Kellett with position, and wow, flop's bottom set on 7-6-4. Two clubs. And Kellett might come in for a continue here, Tower, try and fold out like some Jack 10, Queen Jack suited, like King Queen suited, all these type of holdings that aren't clubs. And does come in for a continue, doesn't need to go too large. Got equity to a straight as well in terms of a gut shot when a 5 does roll off on the turn.
Terry and Maria are both still in, aren't they?
Yep.
I do believe.
They are both still in.
They are both still in as we are heading towards the dinner break. 60 players are playing the bounty.
Yeah, Paul makes it 35. Yeah. And I just think that's going to be Rich done with the hand in this particular scenario.
Good news from Kev Blower. Rotherham United are winning 2-0. Bournemouth are winning. Somehow Burnley aren't. But Fleetwood, the big Fleetwood, are letting us down. Boo.
What's that?
It's all hard think here for Kellett with the ace-8. What's probably going through his mind is getting 5-1 on his money here and thinking about if we ever rip, what hands can we potentially fold out in this situation.
So Kellett's now looking at him, seeing as though Paul's just come to the table. He's got a set of 4s, he's waiting up. Rich Kellett ace-8, he's got the gutter ball.
Rich acting like the old pump fold fake there.
21 a call. You're 317,000.
Sorry. Be a big one, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's thinking about calling today. He's thinking of trying to rip this and see if Paul's at it here.
Does it call just once?
I don't think he's just going to call. I think the reason Rich is taking this long is because maybe you just think, Paul, what's he supposed to have here? He's only really repping a set. He's not going to have like any straights. And
It's all in. It's going to be snapped.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know why it's not being snapped. I'm snapping that all day
Yeah,
long.
why is he not snap
All
called
day
it?
long I'm snapping. He's made the call. Set of 4s, Richard Kelly taps the table and says nice hand. He's got a big chance to get up to 330,000.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to him. He weren't ever thinking about calling. He thought Paul's only really got sets here that he can have for value.
Oh, the
Imagine.
jack of clubs on the turn brings the flush draw, the 5s.
Imagine.
No.
Nine.
Set survives. And it's a big double up for Paul.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a misstep there from Rich. I don't know. Maybe he had a read, or maybe he thought in the situation that it's only a set that our opponent can have here after we free bet out the small blind. He's not putting any hands that has a straight. You don't have any 2-pair combos. So the hand he's repping in that situation is basically he's got 9 combos of sets, and that's the thought process of Rich there. He's thinking, Paul's only got 9 combos of sets here. I can fold him out of a lot of hands, but. Personally, with Rich's stack, I don't think he'll mind me saying it. Maybe a little bit of a misstep from him. Even the best players, no one's immune to missteps from time to time. Even the best are going to make mistakes.
So a big double up for Paul. No, there's a couple of people just saying that Rich were trying a bit of an angle there, but hoping he didn't.
No, he put his hands on his cards.
Yeah, I think he slid.
Yeah,
he
touched his
slid
cards
one
and
slightly
slipped.
forward, didn't he?
Yeah, and looked at his opponent.
We'll definitely keep his eye on that one, that is for sure.
Tried to get a read.
Well, we got 2 or 3 minutes left of this session, and then the end is 60-minute break will be upon us. If you're off for the 30-30s, that's where they are. That's where they are. Blackpool, Reading and Leeds, Portsmouth, Binion Road in Glasgow, as we are heading to the dinner.
The bounty is off, up and running.
Awesome. With 60 runners, and apparently there's 30 on the list.
Yep. There's an auction list on that. That's exactly what I was just about to say.
Yeah, apparently
We are
there's
coming to
30
play the
on the
auction.
list. He even said he had a set, did he? He even said he had a set. Missed that one.
I've been misclicking everywhere, so it's a good thing.
So we will be back in 60 minutes as the clock winds down. There's less than 2 minutes left at this level. We'll be back at 5:45 after this session. Currently, there are 56 players remaining. 36 get the money. So we'll be keeping his eye on that when we return after the break, which is in 90 seconds time. Katie involved, 4,000 to call. She's going to be raising it up. $10-10. Well, it's nearly 10-5. So. 10-10, 2 hearts. Katie Swift built a stack up to 245,000. Kings versus Aces was the big one, pre-flop, before she hit the feature table, hit the king. So a bet and a call. Check on the turn. And the king is good. Katie will now come in for... Oh, she decides to check. Thought she might have come in for a bit. Ludo's going to make it small. It's going to be on Katie's to decide. Katie snap folds the ace queen with a bet on the river from Ludo, and that is the end of the session. What a table! What a table! We will see you guys in roundabout 60 minutes time. Enjoy. That was a great table. We'll see you in 60 minutes with more of the same. Brand new table on its way. It was a great session. We started today with 111. We are now down to 56. We'll see you in 60.
Final table, and I go right back to play the tournament. And now I got my money in bad, which is very rare for me. Jacks against aces. I mean, I had to as a turbo. I hit a jack. I got it in bad one more time. Maybe it was like ace 4, and the other guy called me with 6s. I hit that. And so I'm getting lucky, which is, not my usual modus operandi as far as getting my money in bad. But I'm hitting some hands, and yes, I admit I was very lucky. And 2 hours later, now I have to leave the turbo where the blinds are going up this quick I have to leave the turbo for half an hour to go do my commentary. I have to show up 8 minutes early or 7 minutes early. And so now I'm doing very live from the World Series, but I've been tracking it the whole time. I've been reading the updates as I'm playing. They're sending me the hands that are coming up. I'm listening to what's happening at the table. So I'm informed on what's happening over there. And I do that. So now I go live on ESPN again. And meanwhile, I'm in the tournament over there with chips. And we're getting close to the money. And I believe that I think we may have hit the money while I was doing while I was doing the commentary. So then, boom, I finish that. I go right back, and I'm still dressed in my suit, and you know what I mean? But it gives me an excuse to wear the Aria hat live on television. Because I told ESPN, I said, listen, if you want me and I'm still a player, I'm going to dress like a player.
Yeah.
So they told all the players they can't wear any logos, any gear, but I'm an exception when I'm in a poker tournament. And so at least I got an excuse to get the Aria live on global television a couple times. And so then I make day 2. So then I think that was it for the night, but I'm hanging out for the coverage. But meanwhile, I make it to the end of the day. And I think there's about 25 of us left. So now next day, I have to do the commentary and play the tournament. And we get to the final table pretty quickly. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be final 4 tournament or 3 in this tournament. I'm going to have to leave for 20 minutes. Will the players at the table stop the tournament for 20 minutes for me? I don't even want to ask, but I'm going to ask when it comes to that. And so meanwhile, I've had to go into makeup and so I'm all ready to go. I'm all in my suit and ready to go. But I'm at this final table and I'm watching the countdown on when I'm going to get needed. And unfortunately for me, I busted in 6th place in the tournament. There were 2 final tables left as the main event final table. This was also the main event final table where they were going to finish it, I believe. Yeah. And so there's 3 tables that are left in that whole hall. There's the one when I left, there were 5 left. There was another one that had 5 left, and then there was the main event. And so so I busted 6th, unfortunately. And I go into my perch up there, and I'm really into just the main event, but I'm looking over, watching the other 2 final tables, which were basically right next door to us. And then, and I think they gave me a shout out. It might have also been my birthday that day. So they gave me a shout out for my birthday. They gave me a shout out for just busting 5th in a tournament, or 6th or whatever it was. It was all kind of a weird thing. And then I was able to just focus on, the commentary for there, because that was it.
Brilliant. Super competitive, we know. 16 cashes last year in the World Series. I think it was 12 the year before. I think there's only 1 year in the last 25 that you haven't cashed in one of the series. Where did the super competitiveness come from?
It came from, I talk about this in my autobiography. Very simple. I'm the oldest of 5, as I mentioned earlier in the interview. And what I didn't mention is I have ADD, and my athletic skills aren't as good as my brothers and sisters. So it's the only 5 watching my brothers and sisters flourish and basically get straight A's, and me getting C's. And then watching them flourish in athletics, they're all doing well in athletics, but I didn't have the same skill set they had. I had to hold on to something for my own sanity, right? When I'm 7, I had a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a baby in my family. For my own sanity, I had to be the best at games. And so every game we played, I had to be the best. So every game we played, I learned from an early age how to devise perfect tactics in all these games. Scrabble, and the fact that I studied Latin, I'm an excellent Scrabble player. All these games that required strategy and skill, backgammon, I learned how to become great at all these games. And so it was a natural progression for me to move into studying poker. All right, how do you become great at poker? All right, you do this, you do that, you do this, you do that. And so, but that warrior in me. And when I would lose, that's where the poker brat was born. Because if my brothers or sisters rolled double 6s to beat me at backgammon, I was unbearable. Because what did I have left in my life? They were better than me at everything. And so I'd be like, oh my God, you rolled double sixes. That was unbelievable. How did you do that to me? Blah, 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 blah. And I almost made it not fun for me to play with, because if I lost, I was too negative. But that's where the competitiveness came from. And it showed itself in the early years in poker, and it still shows itself. But in the early years, like if somebody beat me one hand, I felt like, you know, and if they outdrew me one hand, I felt like, oh, they're you know, what else do I have left in life? They just beat me this one hand. And so, yeah, you know, I had some issues I've worked through, but I still think, you know, I still think that I can be a little bit bratty sometimes. Generally, there are some years where I show up and it's not, you know, and I just realize my position, and I enjoy that a little bit more. But most times I'm just, and as the series wears you down and you get tireder and tireder every day, more and more the poker comes out.
Well, poker brat or not, you've raised over $50 million for charities, which is an absolutely incredible amount, and every credit to you. You got the biggest celebrities in the world are just at touch whenever. Do you ever get starstruck by somebody that you see and you think, oh, wow?
Yeah, it's very weird. I mean, I think, you know, the first time I met President Clinton, I was definitely a little starstruck. You know, I'm not sure that I get that starstruck anymore. I mean, I think the first time I met Ben Affleck, I was starstruck, and the reason why, he was with J-Lo at the time, and so him and J-Lo were I felt like they were the two biggest celebrities in the world. And I remember it was, I think 2002 or 2000, I think it was 2002 at the Bicycle Club, where 01 had 30 players in the main event. And now the World Poker Tour had launched, and there were 700 players. We went from 30 players to 700. I walked in the room, you know, being one of the biggest stars in poker, and they said, Sports Illustrated wants to talk with you. There were 3 news trucks from the 3 local stations in the parking lot. There was press buzzing. The room was just buzzing with people. And there was Ben Affleck playing in the tournament. And I just went by and I said, hey, Ben, you know, welcome to poker. And he said, what am I, Phil? He quoted me from my own book. First of all, he knows my name. How does he know my name? Second of all, look, am I a lion, or I am a, like, he had some really cute thing to say. And I was like, holy cow, Ben Affleck knows me, and he's a fan of mine, and he's read my books. I was a little starstruck. You know, Michael Jordan, super starstruck when I met him the first time.
Yeah.
And, you know, and so, yeah, I mean, it happens with some of the world's biggest celebrities. But now a lot of times I know that now all of a sudden I'm not as starstruck, because I've met some of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fun. All right, is this person cool or not? You know, generous randomly like a couple of years ago, randomly, and she loves poker, and she was just cool as could be. And so, I mean, you know, she introduced me to Portia, just randomly ran into her, and she's like, Phil, oh, Ellen knows my name, that's cool. You know, meeting Tiger and hosting his event, you know. Wow. And I remember the contest I've ever been in my life. I can tell you exactly when that was. Maybe I should tell that story. I'm
listening.
Met the Aria Hotel, and I'd hosted Tiger Jam. I just finished 4th in a tournament, a heads-up tournament, or I guess officially 5th place in a heads-up tournament. And I'm exhausted, because those heads-up matches just drain you. Exhausted. And I go up to my room at the Aria, and I tell my wife, honey, I want to order from Javier's Mexican. And it's the one place I had to go get the food. And I'd run into MJ on Friday. This was a Sunday. And I'm like, I told her, I said, honey, somehow I'm going to run into MJ. And she's like, what? What are you talking about? I said, I just have this weird vibe. And so I went down to pick up the food at Javier's. I did walk through the high limit area because that's where MJ hangs out. And then on the way back, I'm like, you know what? You're not gonna, whatever. I did ask if he was at Javier's, so I did look for him twice because I thought it would happen. And I said, you know what? Screw this. Just take the fast way back up the escalator. You're not going to run into many people. You won't have to sign a lot of autographs and take a lot of pictures. Let's just get out of here quickly. So my food arrives. I take the escalator up at the Aria, and now I'm at the top of the escalator. And who turns the corner? Boom! It's Michael Jordan, and he's walking with this guy named Pops, who's like in his 70s, and they're walking 1 mile per hour step. And I fly in the casinos, and I come flying up behind MJ with a bag of food in my hand, and 5 feet away from him, like, don't bother him. So I slam my glasses on, and I just decide to blow by him and ignore him because, Michael Jordan, everybody in the world stops him, give him some space. Because I know what it's like. I'm being stopped every day for, a couple weeks by that point. And I look over, I look to my right, and I'm like, hey, MJ, good to see you. He'd already seen me on Friday and said hello. And he nods, and I'm walking 90 miles an hour. Boom, I take the left turn, towards the steakhouse, but there's the private VIP doors there. I open the door, and I instinctively look behind me because I'm raised in Wisconsin. You want to be polite and open the door for people. So as I open the door, I notice MJ's running. I mean, he's with Pops. They're like running. He should just be turning the corner. And I'm supposed to pop in the elevator and be gone. But he's run. And now he's like only 10 feet behind me. And I'm like, oh my God. And so I knew what to say. I'm like, hey, congratulations on your marriage. He's like, thanks, Phil. How's it going? What are you doing? I'm like, holy shit. MJ ran to catch up with me and wants to stay. And, we'd hung out a couple times and starts asking me all these questions. We take the elevator up together. We talk the whole time. It was just really nice. And then, so 5th place in this tournament, in the heads up tournament, Michael Jordan running to catch up with me. I just hosted Tiger's event, and I wake up the next day, and my friend says, hey, President Obama, he was still president, President Obama was at my house drinking wine and was asking how you're doing in the World Series of Poker. I'm like, President Obama knows me? Oh my God. Michael Jordan ran to catch up with me, and I was a complete asshole for the next 2 weeks. All I wanted to do was tell everybody about how Obama emailed, Obama was asking about me, how MJ ran to catch up to me, about how I was hosting Tiger Jam. I think I had 99 caches at that point, and I only needed 1 more, so the whole world was getting ready to announce Phil's going to be the first to 100 caches, and I'm just in the center vortex of press and great things happening, and I got so cocky, I didn't even cash for the next 2 weeks, I don't even think I had 100 caches the rest of the series. And I was just like, oh my God, Phil, what is wrong with you? You couldn't handle your head blowing up. It's like my head exploded. Obama, Jordan, Tiger, the vortex. People come up to me 100 times a day during the series, pictures, autographs. They want to tell me how great I am. They want to tell me that I'm their all-time idol who they aspire to be. And my head blew up. And I played like I lost focus. And the next time that happened to me is when Elon Musk came to my book launch party. But at least I started work. I had to work 5 hours a day the next 4 or 5 days. Yeah. And my didn't blow up. You know what I'm saying? And so you get better at dealing with stuff and better at dealing with stuff. But yeah, the ego can seep in negative ways, and you have to try to avoid it.
Yeah. You touched on the online World Series and that you're stopping at the Aria and playing most of the series there. Are these going to be real bracelets? If Phil Hellmuth wins an online tournament, he's number 16 and then maybe 17. What do you think about the online series?
For sure, it's real bracelet, for 100%. and you're going to see Negreanu playing in every tournament. You're going to see me playing in every tournament. You're going to see all the guys that want to win bracelets, that really care about winning bracelets, are going to be playing in these tournaments. Now, the sacrifice is that we have to go, to Nevada, in the summertime. But that's not much of a sacrifice. I'll be staying at the Aria Hotel, baby. I mean, come on. I mean, all these world-class restaurants there. And the high limit. I'm sure I'll go down there for some socially distanced drinks and cigars. And, so for me, this month of chasing bracelets, plus I like the fact there's only one a day. You play your event at 3, maybe hop in an hour or 2 late. And if you bust out, you have the rest of the day to yourself, So I'll definitely be working out at the Aria. I'll be, and I know the Aria is taking the most precautions of any casino except the Wynn. So MGM and the Wynn are taking the most precautions for COVID.
Yeah.
So I'll go in the gym to work out, but if I don't, I'll walk. But I'm going to try to find a way to hit the exercise bike where I feel safe every day. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Maybe I'll just have to wipe down the stuff I will be touching before I hit the exercise bike. But, I can even play a World Series of Poker tournament on the exercise bike, so yeah. And so, I think these bracelets will count. I know I'll be, if I want to tell everybody I just won, I had the whole world stopped. I had the whole poker world stopped. I mean, the people that are paying attention, the insiders, when I almost bracelet in early June in 19. I made the final table 10-handed. I had the chip lead. I think we had 3,000 players in that event, and it was the online tournament.
One thing we will miss, because it's a World Series online festival, is we'll miss a Phil Hellmuth entrance. There's been plenty. I've been there myself. The 4 years it was in London, I was there myself. You had the Lady Gaga's one year. You had the Caesar. What's been your favourite?
Caesar. I mean, I just got asked this question, so I know the answer. They just asked me. Caesar, man. I thought, listen, first of all, for Caesar, I was in the best shape of my life. So, you can see the muscle definition. I mean, I'm not some bodybuilder or anything, but you can see that. I mean, Norman Chad commented on ESPN that I looked really good in the Caesar thing, and commented on my muscles. And that guy, Norman, who I actually love, and he loves me, but is the most critical of me, of anybody in the poker world, complimenting me on my outfit. And it was really fun. 4 guys carrying me in to the sidewalk. Yeah. And in London, we had an actual chariot with a horse bring me in. But go back to the Vegas one, and I know that they paid. I know that just renting the costume cost $20,000 that I had on. I had a costume that had been used in the movies, and so and I just saw pictures of the other day, and then they had all of the the women, who then greeted me at the curb dressed in those white, beautiful dresses and walking. I mean, that was cool. And the first 2 or 3 entrances, I was really embarrassed. And then I just embraced it, because I think it's great for poker. I think it brings eyeballs to poker. It's undeniably great for poker, because we're doing fun stuff. Now, of course, the Thor entrance was cool, because they showed it for 11 minutes straight on ESPN2. I mean, 11 minutes straight. What are those commentators talking about after a while,
Brilliant. If we had a poker Mount Rushmore, with Phil Hellmuth being the first person, the face there, you've got 3 more to join you. Would you be able to put 3 there?
Yeah, it has to be Phil Ivey, Doyle Brunson, and Johnny Chan. The big bracelet winners.
Absolutely.
Well, who did I say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ivy.
Those guys are all tied at 10 bracelets, I think.
Mhm.
And and all have been, you know, Johnny Chan, people don't know how great he is. Like, he's been playing in the biggest games in the world almost every day since the 1980s. I mean, it's only when the young generation gets a chance to play with him, you know, in the biggest poker games in the world, that they say, wow, because they don't know how great he is. And Doyle Brunson, up until the age of what, 83, 84, was playing in the biggest games in the world and winning every single month. And Phil Ivey, you know, great at everything. And so right now, that's the Mount Rushmore of poker. You know, it could look differently in the future. Negreanu is, you know, going to clamor for one of those spots and may well get there. Eric Seidel, another great player who's performed well all over. He's won a fortune in the cash games. Seidel has. He's won a bunch of bracelets. He's won high rollers. Eric is another great player. He's right there. So Negreanu and Seidel are right there. And you know, there's some other guys too, but I think that's enough to mention for now.
Touching back to your bracelets, you've got 2 in Raz. Was that always your second favourite game?
It seems to me like Raz, I bought into all the hype of everybody saying, oh, we hate Raz, we hate Raz. There's only, because everybody hates Raz because there's so much luck involved. They perceived it to be all luck. And then for me, the light went off one year. And I won my first Raz bracelet. And what people miss is it's a great game for reading abilities. Because if someone raises and you raise it, say with, I don't know, 7-5 deuce, you have to pay attention to all the cards on the board. And the guy behind you re-raised with ace 3-4, and he hits a 3 and a 4. Most people just fold. Yeah. You hit an 8 and a 9. You have a 9 made. Most people are just folding right there because he re-raised you, and all you can see is his ace up. Unbeknownst to you, he actually has 2 pair, but it looks like he has a 6 low or a wheel. So that's where the skill in Raz comes in. Knowing when someone paired and when someone didn't pair, and then representing a hand when you don't actually have it. And so there's all this skill in Raz. And so what happened? My eyes opened up, and I have a first. And then another bracelet, and then a second. I have 2 firsts and a second and a 5th in the last like 6 years in Raz. It's crazy. I just keep getting there. And so, you know, I think I have the best record in the history of Raz now with Ted Forrest, you know, who's we've always recognized as the best Raz player in the world, is second. He's right behind me, but I passed him for best record. But I mean, yeah, he might be a better Raz player than me. I have a better record than him, but let me win another Raz bracelet or another second, and then I can really say I already have a better record, but you know, the separation is this much.
We've had players turn up, we've had them hyped up, they've disappeared, they've had new players come, they've been the best, then they've disappeared. 31 years ago, you won the main event and you've stayed at the top since then. How have you managed it?
Yeah, you know, I still remember someone telling me in 2008 that this is the greatest player in history. And you know, I asked somebody, I said, who is the greatest player? And he told me this is the greatest player in history. And then I basically by 2009 the guy disappeared. So, you know, I mean, really? This is the greatest player in history? Why? Because he had a hot year or two in online poker. And so they've come and go. This guy is great and he's gone. This guy's great and he's gone. This guy's great and he's gone. I've watched everybody. And then they, not only that, they come in and they say they're greater than me. So they have this thing where people want to bet results against me every year at the World Series of Poker. And I don't make those side bets because I want to stay single-minded. I don't want to think about anybody but me. I don't stake people during the series. Occasionally I'll take a small, but I just want to think about me and winning the bracelet. And so this younger generation comes up to me in 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, every year. And I say, if you want to bet most bracelets won versus me or better results, go see Doyle Brunson. Doyle Brunson's made millions of dollars betting on me, and he's happy to bet you and take your money. You know what I mean? Unless you are better than me. unless you can get better results. And so, you know, and then I think it was a year or two ago that Negreanu said all these players are better than you, and I said, listen, here's what I'll do. You choose, and I was playing with Daniel a little bit. I was getting him to post quicker than he wanted to on social media. I already had my next 6 tweets in my mind, and so I'm like, yeah, name 30 players that are better than me, or 40. And so we put a list out, and I said, I'll bet $100,000 per player on bracelet 1. And he said no. He didn't want to pay me. I think maybe it was 30, but he didn't want to pay me $3 million every time I won a bracelet. Well, since I did that, I won 2 bracelets, so I'd be up $6 million. But his guys might have won 6 bracelets, so maybe I'd only be up $5.4 million. But I think there are a lot of people, and poker inspires a lot of confidence. You win a lot of money, you win a few tournaments, everybody tells you you're great, and all of a sudden you're better than me. So, you know, if you think you are and you like betting, go see Doyle Brunson.
And finally, with everything that you've achieved, both on and off the felt, how would you like to be remembered? And would you have done anything differently?
I mean, I want to be remembered as the greatest poker player of all time. Okay. But I also want to remember someone that's honorable, you know, and has perfect ethics. And I think I have those going. And the other thing I want to remember it for positivity, because I put 8 life tips out there to the world, and my book changes people's lives when they read it.
Yeah.
It changes people's lives. It's just very simple, 8 life tips. And one of them is, you know, write down your yearly goals, 2020 goals, and tape them on your bathroom mirror. That changes people's lives, because every time they do that, they keep hitting their first and second yearly goal. And then they're tweeting to me, oh my God, I hit my first and second goal. Thank you, Phil. So there's a certain focus and it catching the mind when you wake up in the morning and stuff like that. So I would like to be known. I would like to have my book Positivity still being read 100 years from now, because I don't think we talk to many athletes 100 years from now. So I don't think I'll be talked about as a poker player 100 years from now, 100 years after I leave the planet. But maybe Positivity will still be talked about and read.
It has been an absolute pleasure. And fingers crossed, me and Andy, we were on the rail for number 14. We were there. We've actually got a picture of you shaking Andy's hand on the rail in the Rio. And fingers crossed we can do it again when we all get back to a little bit of normality. And the World Series will probably return in 2021. If it's number 16, 17 or 18 because Phil Hellmuth has ripped up the online series, who knows? But it has been an immense pleasure. Phil Hellmuth, once again, thanks ever so much.
Thanks, Phil. Nice interview. I'll see you guys later. Good luck, everybody.
Phil. When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardroom Direct, he says, you know what? I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure. And the heart's going a little bit because even though it's an absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time money list. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Hellmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, "Who shall we get?" And we were like, "Well, why not aim for the top?" And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well. And one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which, just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy. Yeah. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that, that I'm on the advisory board of. And so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It's certainly strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever. And I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded. Yeah. And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. it is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that, and then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
and it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chan, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black 9s, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember, I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be, one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and but I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zewin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit, and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere. And I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing, obviously, in 1989, you win the lot, but your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, masters, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone, there's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December. And he flew out and he saw me in, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through. And within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes-Benz. And then I married a doctor. And then, and so, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
You turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not 3. Not 3 bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18, and we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in one day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon, and I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep. And I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first. And I remember going into the dinner break, I didn't have a lot of chips. But at least I was able to, I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands. And I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at, 10:30 at night. And it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And, if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day. So it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in one day. And then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart. And that's on me. I mean, I was running good. I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binion's that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binion's, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binion's is just such a classic poker, there's so much history there. And, we've faced this for many, many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time. And it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables. Yeah. So, we've heard this hundreds of times starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision, and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table, and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables, and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binion's because, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binion's did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binion's gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binion's. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binion's anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binion's about a year and a half ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics, And she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and the and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binion's. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's there's some negativity there. And so, I've been a huge figure, looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is, when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have, like, say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. And then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world. And they play with, 10, 15 businessmen. And so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world, you win bracelets. You win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about, somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers. Because there's a lot of great players, a lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so, I mean, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural. There's always going to be haters, and that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, "Man, you've been one of my biggest critics." I mean, he was telling me in 2008 and 2009 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, "I think you're crazy." And he's like, "I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah." Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and so, and then, recently people are like, "Oh, well, Phil can't play in, faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour." And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000, faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo.
The turbo.
Said, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, "Oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player." And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there's a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 catches in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. But do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums. But I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League triple crown of poker, you've won the World Series main event. You've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that triple crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC.
Yeah.
And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable triple crown.
Yeah. We have got 15 bracelets. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like, how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds. Yeah. Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche? Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos? Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events? Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishes, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number 1 live goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins and a new life goal was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognized as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there. But why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like, I don't always have a perfect understanding of, I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And, my book Positivity talks about, how I've kind of, harnessed some of that potential, and how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993, 94. I figured 24 would make me unassailable to the whole world. I remember in 2005 when I passed Johnny Chan and I passed Doyle Brunson, and they both came up and congratulated me. And that was classy, right? We all shook hands. They were all like, "Great job, Phil." I mean, there was a big, when they awarded me that bracelet in front of the whole room that night, right after I won it, there was Chan and Brunson.
Brilliant.
And at that point, we were crazy. Johnny, and I think it was 05, but but Johnny Chan and Doyle Brunson and I maybe it was 07 I passed them, but I mean, there were years where they'd win. Doyle would win 2, Chan would win 2, and I'd win 1 bracelet. I think that was 03. And there, I mean, so we were just winning them in bunches, even in the modern era. And so that battle was great. And so, yeah, you're never safe. There are people that can catch me, but now I have the records, and I just have to keep racing it.
Any of those second places you would have thought, you know what, I really wanted that one?
Yeah, I remember there was a second place where a guy was very, very lucky against me repeatedly, and then and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket 5s and he had ace king, and I limped in with the 5s. We were playing 3-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack, and he raised, called, and it came 10 jack 7, and he bet and I raised with the 5s, and he just called, and I knew he had ace king, and the turn I bet he raised and I re-raised him, or at least I called him with the intent of calling on the river. And for some reason, I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd, and so that one really hurt because I also had the guy all in. I think he had king 10 suited when I had ace queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time, and so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most, because I had him down to no chips, and the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship.
Yeah.
I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces, and I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack, and he was on before the flop with king 10, and he somehow won. I remember.
Oi, oi.
Now then, we were just checking. I was looking at the... Obviously, I'm really technical, and I know everything regarding nothing computer-wise. And it froze, and I've just had to reboot it and start again. I'm thinking, we must be back. But we're in time. We are in time. The players are just about to come back for the resumption of the tournament. We will be in level number 15.
Yeah, we had a great feature table the last session.
We got
a new feature table coming in. Going to run you through. We got in 1 going to be Leanne Giacovelli, in 2 Daryl Benton, in 3 Paul Green, in 4 Alex Whitsenhall, in 5 is Tom Ward, in 7 David Wise, in 8 John Gray, and in 9 is Cameron Howarth.
So that is how many chips has Johnny got? We'll find out the chip counts very shortly, but we are just about to start again. Welcome back. Great start to the day. We had 111, 10 buy-ins for day 2, pretty standard.
Yes, seems about the figure, usually around 10.
Pretty standard for day 2 buy-ins, 17 bigs. And we were just, as always, slowly eliminated out the tournament. Katie had a big start. Jamie had a good treble up. I mean, the worst of it to the best of it. So it has been a great day. There's been some interesting play. We have had some bust outs from big names during the first 4 levels, but we are waiting now for the players to come down, and as you can see right there, the ticker telling us exactly how much they are playing for and how much is in the prize pool. 351 entries. And the top 9 will look up at least £4,000. But as you see there, 61,220. 42,060 for second and 25,350 for third. We are just about to start. Why do I think we're late? Why do I feel
It's weird how we are definitely late. We went on break.
why do I feel that we're actually late? Because we didn't go on the break at 4:48. Went on the break at 4:46.
Yeah, maybe slight delay. Not sure. Not sure why.
No, actually, no.
I will mention as well, if you are in the area, late registration on the Bounty tournament is available. That's got 89 entries so far, 5 re-entries in that, so 94 runners at the moment in the Bounty.
Amazing.
I'm sure we'll see that one surpass 100. But the Bounty is underway. Great turnout for that one. But we are ready to roll for the third session of the day.
Afternoon, Chris.
How we
watching on YouTube.
How we doing, Ken Bob Rowland? You need a shave. Yeah, funny story.
Is that you?
Well, yeah. Years ago, I used to have a bit of extra timber on me. I used to wear glasses.
Yeah.
And one of the
You actually look like the Avatar.
Yeah, the Avatar. One of the places I used to, still play cash from time to time. Used to call me Roland from Grange Hill. You can't laugh at that, Tower. You can't be laughing at that.
It wasn't Roland.
That was it, Roland.
That was when Zamo was in it.
Yeah, that's right. That is right. But yeah, that's
Hello,
why.
Roland.
That's why he's calling me it. But thanks for reminding me about that, Chris.
Nice one, Chris. That's a good start to this session. Oi, Tower and Roland, how are we doing?
God, not you, Adam. You only just found out. You can't start that.
One of the best kids' TV programs ever as well for years, Grange Hill. He was brilliant.
The thing is, when I started calling me it as well, I didn't actually know it was. I had to Google it at the time, and yeah, it's.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Like it a lot. Nice one, Chris. Welcome to level 15 of the day. 15 of the tournament. Level 5 of the day.
15 of the day. I'd be needing my bed towel.
Yeah, me too. We're on 56.
So I'll run you through who we got again, because the players are just taking their seats now. We've started 5 minutes late, little extension on the dinner break. In one's going to be Leanne Giacovelli, 2 Daryl Benton, 3 Paul Green, former champion of this event, I should mention, back in 2017. 4 is Alex Whitsenhall, 5 is Tom Ward, 7 David Weiss, 8 John Gray, and in 9 is Cameron Howarth. So we are set and ready to go for the session.
So we are just about to start. Shout out to one of our good friends and final tablist on GUKPT years gone by, Nick Slade, watching near Preston, big Preston fan.
Good afternoon, Nick, or good evening, I should say, at this point of the day.
He was on a TV table when it was the first season, Nick Slade.
No, was there no whole cards then?
That was, it was done for TV, it was Channel 4 filmed it. So we had whole cards and a proper TV production crew. I think it cost about £1 million a year to run it, and that was then. Tom Ward sat in seat number 5. Is that our former champion as well, Paul Green?
Yeah, Paul Green.
It is.
Back in 2017. I believe it was when Paul took this one down. Was involved in a 4-way chop. I know Swanee, who's not here this weekend, was involved
Stephen's
in
there,
it.
bearer of gifts. Brought in the old Maltesers.
Yeah.
Ben Teague still in, look, there at the top left. Ben Teague still in. Started the day as chip leader. There's 2 cash tables running in the background as well.
So Leanne here, working with just sub 10 big blinds, with the ace 10 just opts to let it go, under the gun open from Thomas. So Leanne not opting to move in over that. I think if it's a later position open, would have seen her shove the ace-10, but it's good understanding that under the gun there, going to have stronger range of hands. We can find a better spot to put our chips in. And Chiesa says, how close are we to the money? I believe we're 20 spots off. Got 56 in the field remaining. Good evening to the Salad on Twitch.
The Salad. Evening, fellas. Good evening.
So Darryl in the cut-off, 9-7 suited here. Paul could definitely come in for a free bet with the ace-deuce suited, facing cut-off open here. Very good hand to do it with. As I say, can't be free betting them all the time, but against these late position opens, definitely a hand we can be, and like to see this from Paul. Big fan of this. And aces again, this time for Alex.
Oi.
And we got the cut-off versus button dynamic in front of us, so how are we going to proceed here as Alex? I think Paul is perceived as a more solid player, so I think if we're Alex here, he's probably just going to come in for a 4-bet. Just not expecting to Paul fold too often, and he is counting out 4-betting chips, I think. That makes it 41k, and Paul just knows he's got to get out of the way now. But fine from Paul that with the ace-deuce suited. As always, so you can't account for someone waking up with it behind you. But nice little pick up with the aces there for Alex Whittenstall.
Reading has smashed the 30-30. Sam's playing, Cardinal pack, alternates as well. Leicester has about 3 buy-ins off the guarantee, but there's still 15,000 to find from Blackpool. 50 runners in Blackpool. It's going to need a big effort and another 40 buy-ins for Blackpool to hit the guarantee. If you want a bit of value and you're thinking where to play, 400 buy-in, 50,000 guarantee, Blackpool is the place. So we started this session on 56.
Yep, 56. All the hands are out. Aces, aces, and then kings. This time Johnny with the goods. But no action for him with the Cowboys. Raise and take.
I just heard the cries of 3 seats open, and I forgot the bounties behind us. That's a good hand for somebody. 3 seats open. If the same person's took them all out, that's £150 in his pocket.
And Grand Doherty, good evening, good luck Thomas, rooting for Thomas Ward.
Yes, good luck Thomas. Sat in seat 5, Tom Ward. Is he a Tom or a Thomas? Or a Tommy? I had an Uncle Tom. He used to sit me on my knee and said, "You're right, Daniel." Daniel? I got told this because obviously I was pretty young. I got called Daniel for 2 or 3 years from my Uncle Tom. And
it's like a trigger.
My elder sister, she said, "Why did you call him Daniel?" Because it reminds me of my son. Well, he's not your son. He's called Philip.
And Kay's asked how many ladies still in. I know we've got Michelle Baldy still in, Amanda's still in, Leanne's still in on our table here, Katie's still in the field. So there's a fair amount of ladies still in the main event, looking to become the first female GUKPT champion. We're still searching for one.
There's one on our feature, you see one.
Yeah, Leanne Iacovelli.
Thomas Ward. So we'll stick to Thomas and that'll do fine.
So Alex here just sitting here with 8 high. And going to come in for a double barrel. No equity hand here, but just firing here in terms of range. This is going to be a lot better board for us. It's king high. We're going to have the ace kings, king queens, king jacks, king 10 in there, pocket nines, pocket deuces, king 9 suited, all these type of hands for value. And also we're against the big blind defend range, so he's going to call pretty wide on the flop. There's flush draws out there, middle pair, bottom pair. We can start folding out some of them hold-ins in that particular scenario. Got the ace high out. Yep, Mick the Mod, Mel is still in. Mel Simpson, that's another one, of course. How can I forget Mel?
How can you forget? Just look at the table.
Yeah,
you
just
think of Mel.
exactly. That's all I have to do. Have a little glance right, and she comes to mind. But yeah, Mel Simpson's still in. It'd be lovely to see Mel make a deep run. I know she plays this event every time we are up here in Edinburgh.
We are indeed. There is a 30-30 towards the end of the year in the casino as well.
And don't forget, guys, all social media, you can follow us on Facebook at Grosvenor Poker, on Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and for all your live stream coverage /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. And if you are watching on either of those platforms, it really helps out if you did hit the subscribe or follow button. Every time we go live, we'll get a notification. So cut-off open from David with the Queen Jack, and Johnny just going to flat the 9-7 suited on the button. Leanne here, King 4 off in the big blind. He's getting a decent price on a call over 5-1, but fairly short, so just going to preserve them chips, wait for better spot, and lets it go. Heads up between David and Johnny. King 10 deuce rainbow, lovely flop here for us with the Queen Jack. David just rips in 54k, the old 2.2x pot rip.
Thank you very much.
With the up and down. See you later, Johnny. Wouldn't have called a lot of hands in that spot, let alone the 9 high against that sizing choice. Here he is, Barry Neville.
Oi, oi.
How are we doing?
Uh-oh. He won't be happy. His beloved Sheffield Wednesday did not win.
So we've got pocket fours for Paul. Opts to let this one go under the gun. Folds round to the button. And Cameron is all in. Cameron working with ace-5 suited and 14 big blinds. So just gets that one through. Easy shot for us, once folded to us on the button, suited ace, always going to be going in. Thomas wants to be opening this one. Well, actually, he's got 13 bigs here. I've just checked his stack. Probably just going to move all in. Be very surprised if he didn't. Tower, there it is. There's the all in. Working with 13 bigs, no need to open. King Jack suited. It's just going to be a shove. And Leanne, the ladies, got the ladies, and she's going to be calling here.
Absolutely.
Which will put her all in.
Yeah. They're in. Leanne is in. The ladies for the lady.
Queens for Leanne. King Jack of Hearts for Thomas, sorry, I will get used to it. Thomas Ward with the King Jack of Hearts. Leanne, favourite to double up here. Just fading kings at the moment.
Yep. Oh, no way, man.
And there it is.
Straight on the flop.
King 8-7 rainbow, and I believe a queen was in the muck.
It was the Queen of Diamonds.
We've got one out here.
It's not showing it, man. They might both be out. They might both have already gone. That is so unlucky for Leanne. So unlucky. Moves, and she's got big advantage. Big advantage. Free. But Tom with the King Jack
The open table 1, seat 1.
gets it done, and we lose Leanne in seat number 1 in the first level after the dinner break. Miller's in a bigger club than Wednesday now, Phil. You're not wrong, Nick. You're not wrong at all.
So I've got some news of some bust outs.
Oh, go on. Here he comes, the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, after the dinner break, we lost Martin Kopernicki, Ben T, Grant Anderson. Yeah, Ben T.
Ben?
Today's chip leader is out. Grant Anderson and Leanne just bust in there, which means we are down to 52 players. 52 remaining. So 16 off the money. £1,500 min cash. Double your money and a little bit more. 670 buying this one. Got David with the King Queen. +2 makes it 6.5. A little bit over a min click. And Alex going to defend in the big blind with a mysterious hand at the moment. Unaware of what it is. But we're going to be sweating with David this hand. Play a hand from his perspective. Ace, King, Jack, Rainbow. I'd like to see David check this one behind potentially. You really think about these spots logically. When a big blind defends, like they're just going to have a whole host of hands that are just drawing dead sort of runners against our particular hand here, and potentially can induce on later streets. We've got a middle pair that's going to stay as second pair throughout the hand. It's definitely a spot which I'm a big fan of checking. And we'll have some bets in there. David just happy to take that one down there.
Oi, oi!
Oi, oi!
Ladies and gentlemen.
On the tee run.
Well, the action is steady in the first 15 minutes of level 15. Johnny Gray, seat 8. Living the dream. Paul Green, former champion. Nick, it's too soon. It's too soon to mention drones. Oh, we were getting it. We were gonna be. I tell you what, if that had worked. Too soon, Nick, too soon. We did try a drone once. I don't want to upset the boss, but oh dear. If anybody else would have got hold of the remote for the drone, apart from Andy, it would have been carnage. But as Andy had hold of the drone when we were testing it out, and it disappeared into Hertfordshire, then there was no one else. There was no one else to blame. We had plans and everything. Anyone know the password for the free roll? The free roll won't have a password today. The password will be given out tomorrow for our live stream final day free roll. No, the free rolls are all free to play. We have a password protected free roll tomorrow. We have £250 full of tokens, and that's given out tomorrow. But daily free rolls don't have passwords. It was like E.T. going home. He thought, yep, we're having none of this. See ya. Excellent. A few faces from Edinburgh have popped down into Blackpool over the last hour. Good to see people travelling down to Blackpool for the 30-30 that is on.
Why wouldn't you pop down there? I most certainly would. If I busted day 2, didn't fancy the bounty, go play the 30-30.
Michael Kenny says, how many remaining? 54?
52.
52?
Yeah, 52.
52.
Leanne was out in 53rd.
Oh, yeah, it's all right, yeah. 52, and the money is 36. 3 and 6, 36. Sabre Abas says, guys, I have £450 worth of tickets in his account. Can he use them towards the main at Blackpool? As long as it's not a 30-30 ticket, then I'm thinking the answer is yes.
So Paul finds the king's head under the gun, makes it 6.5. Yeah, that's what you kind of see when we get to this sort of stage of the tournament. Players are going to tighten up a little bit. It's a £1,500 min cash, so decent money, and usually what you would see is some of the bigger stacks opening a bit wider because they're aware people are going to be playing a tighter range of hands. But in this scenario here, it's just been a pretty slow start on the session, but expected this close to the money as Paul with the kings here, working with 29 bigs. Just gonna potentially get this in here, Tower, unless he wants to get tricky and flat and play a pot out of position with the kings. But I think off of his specific stack size in this situation, he's just going to move all in.
Nice one, Sabre Abbas, and we will see you in Blackpool. And luckily for all the players playing the GUKPT Festival in Blackpool this year, the illuminations are still on, because they're keeping them on for longer this year. So you get to see the illuminations, walk the lights and all that malarkey.
Yeah, I like that a lot from John Joe there, Tal. I'm just gonna add that in with the 9s. He 3-bet Paul, but he knew straight away what he was doing. If Paul 4-bet ripped, he had his decision made up already, and going to lead him to making the correct decision a lot of the time, rather than just meaninglessly 3-betting and not thinking about Paul's stack size and what we're doing against a 4-bet shove, and making that decision before you come in for the 3-bet. It's going to be good. Going to be making less mistakes.
Sorry, I missed you before.
Johnny going to have an easy open here. Ace-10 suited in the hijack. Johnny working with 27 bigs.
Get them home. Me neither. There won't be many left which I'll have done.
Alex with the King 5, counting out defending chips. 4.5 to 1 as money with the big blind ante in play.
One of the players on the table. Not in there. What you see.
Ace Jack 3, 2 clubs. So good flop here for us as Johnny with the Ace-10 suited. Going to come in for continue here, and Alex no option but to get out of the way with the King 5. Johnny takes that one down. We are slowly approaching the money bubble. 52 players remain. Average stack 150k. So 50 bigs is the average stack at this point in the tournament. It just shows you how good this structure is. It's one of the best hour clocks you're likely to ever play. So much time. So Cameron here moves all in. Cameron working with 17 bigs exactly. So, you can have some pocket pairs in this one. 17 bigs. I think if he's got ace king, ace queen, he might elect to open this, try and get some value, but I'm unaware of his holding. Dan DJW played this tournament in 2019. Nice little holiday. 2019, that was Michael Caine, Nathan Slater heads up.
It was indeed.
Over 2 years ago now, about 2.5 years ago that.
It's a great place to come and visit. You did some wandering around the city, didn't you?
Yeah, it was lovely. We had a nice time on Wednesday. Had a day out. Done some touristy stuff.
As you should.
Yeah.
Nearly bought a bottle of whiskey.
Wouldn't have had to go far. Wherever I was, there was a whiskey shop within like a 100 metre radius of wherever I was. Just whiskey shops everywhere in this place.
So when we get closer and closer and closer to the money, the guys will be out with the camp. If it's when we do get to the hand-for-hand scenario of the bubble.
So Queen 6 deuce rainbow at the flop. And Alex going to be continuing this one with just 10 high here. John Joe can't do much but get out the way with the king 9 off. It's Queen 6 deuce board, so Alex takes it with the worst of it.
And not regarding the 30-30s, where are we off to next? Me on fruitcake?
We are off to Luton, over there. The only thing, every time it comes up, we do mention it. The mini main day 1A, you see 5 PM start there. That's actually a 3 PM start.
It is.
Just to let you know. But there's the whole schedule. Main event starting on Thursday the 14th. That's when the live stream will kick off again for Luton.
Cannot wait.
4 days of coverage for that one as well.
Fantastic card room. 25 tables will be set and ready. The dealers will be in position. The floor staff will be there. The valets, the bar staff, everybody.
And
looking forward.
Back to a full schedule as well. So we're going to have plenty of sides, not like this Edinburgh leg.
And that is also looking like the exact schedule for Blackpool when we go to the illumination table. That is looking exactly the same as Blackpool's schedule for the GUKPT when we get in town. Is it?
Before you lads head down the road Sunday or Monday, you need to try the famous Edinburgh chippy sauce.
Fish and chips, chippy sauce. Dave's never told us about this.
Yeah.
Ever. Ever.
So when you go to the chip shop,
Yeah.
you say you want the salt and sauce. So basically salt is obviously salt. The sauce is vinegar and ground sauce together. That's what we call the salt and sauce.
Why have you never told us this? You're not really Scottish, are you? You just put it on. Fish and chips and chippy sauce. And it's Saturday. We might get a chance. You never know.
Darryl going to be opening this one tower. We got the chips, we got ace 8 suited, we are EP, but need to be opening these type of hands. Can't just be opening nutted hands early position. Need to incorporate some of these in. Ace 8 suited makes it 6.5. And raise and take.
Big, massive chip stacks just come in for the start of this level. Now it's where we're 20 minutes in, half an hour in. But they are all the stacks from the room regarding all the players: Katie Swift, Jamie Nixon, Rich Kellett.
This was at the dinner break, so like I said 20 minutes ago, there may be some fluctuation in there. There may be a couple of bust outs from some of the names.
Dan Oliver's still in.
This is what we were looking at 20 minutes ago.
Cully's on at 60. There's some big names still in as well. Paul Green, we know, is on our feature table. Jamie Munro, being asked questions regarding that. We know Ben T's out. Jack Hardcastle's still going on. He was the online chip leader, the first ever online event for the main event of GUKPT, just because this festival was shortened down because of the restrictions still in place in Scotland. But there are some big names.
Yeah.
Ludo 125 had an up and down session. My pick from Thursday, Robbie Bull's still in on 120.
TJ going strong. Terry Jordan 135k.
Kevin Frame still in. We didn't. We lost drinking, Kev.
Oh yeah, we did lose
We
drinking.
lost drinking, Kev. He's maybe drinking tea at the table doesn't suit him. Maybe it's not a game for drinking tea for Kev, because Kev Finney, eliminated from the tournament, wasn't drinking star. Oh no. What we're going to do at Luton is, at the start of day 2, we're going to itemise the buy-ins for day 2 and track them all day.
Okay.
That's what we're going to do.
All right, we'll do that.
We're going to get the info just before we start, and we're going to track them all day.
Well, I don't know if you can stretch your memory back to Manchester 2020 Tower, just before the pandemic. Ludo was a day 2 buy-in and ended up final table in that event, if you remember correctly. So we know.
Now you said it. Yep.
No, it can be done. 16 bigs is more than enough to work with.
It is, and we were talking about this as well. That the seasoned players, the better players, if you class yourself as a better player, should know how to play a 16 big blind stack and not just rush into things. You would have a little edge, I reckon, if you bought it straight directly into day 2. I know you still need to get lucky, or you still need to dodge the all-in. But yeah, 17 bigs is enough for a lot of players.
Got Jack 7 here. Johnny opening this one on the button. Fine one's folded to us, and we're just going to bet our top pair and take it down. No action for us.
He never stopped talking. You're not wrong, Sun City kid. He was active like a home game last night, wasn't it?
So Cameron getting his last 20 bigs in with the ladies on the button over the open from Alex under the gun. Shout out to Mr. Andy Hills as well, our Grosvenor sponsored pro. He's playing the 30-30 in Reading.
In Reading?
In Reading? What's he doing in Reading?
4-hour drive to Reading or an half an hour drive to Value Town? Need to ask him why Reading. Well, at least he's back out. I reckon he's getting him in the mood for Blackpool. That's what I reckon. I reckon we're going to see a lot of it.
Good evening, Mal on Facebook. Thanks for
Mal.
tuning in. Right, I'm lying here, Paul with King Queen, just opposite complete.
Nick says he's looking for the drone. Oh, you missed it.
What happened?
You missed it. Well, we were getting pretty clever with technical stuff.
Yeah.
And we were going to the next level.
Yeah.
So Andy bought a drone with cameras on it, microphone, zooming down, swooping the car drone, flicking it round, stood outside. Welcome to the GUKPT Reading. Coming down, perfect, looking absolutely fantastic. So we're there. We're in Reading. All get outside, really excited about it. He's got the remote control. He's got the cage. It's just like, right, Tower. What I need you to do when it goes up and when it starts to come back round, start speaking and start telling everybody that Reading's on. Right, ready. The drone went up. Andy's on the controls. The drone went up. It ended up in South London. It never stopped. It didn't carry. It just carried on. And he's like, "Come back, come back." And it went that way. And I'm like, "And here we are in G." Where's it gone? Where is it? I can't find it. And we're like, straight over the dual carriageway, PK and Andy. Straight over, they're going straight over the dual carriageway, straight over they went into the canal, they were down, come back, gone.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Absolutely gone.
I've never heard this story before.
Too soon. Too soon.
Oh, too
really,
soon.
I mean, too soon.
We haven't been. What do you mean
Nick's
too
mentioned
soon?
it.
We've not been in Reading for 2 years.
Nick's mentioned it, so I had to tell the story. But we were going high tech.
What a
We
story.
was there. Are you ready, Tower? I'm ready. Ready. Lady. And it went just off it on.
Oh god, that's a good story. That I can't believe I've never heard that one. How's that never been mentioned? I know you say it's too soon. Last time we was at Reading was 2018, wasn't it? Oh. 10, 7, 6, 2 hearts. What a flop this is for Alex. In the 9, 7 of hearts. And just gets better on the turn, turning the flush on the 10 high board. And they're probably going to come straight in for value here.
Yeah, I got it. Jay is playing the 30-30 on the minute. You never know, he might even flick in the Omaha. When's the Omaha? Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday. Not too sure.
Yeah, that'd be a late one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. You either run deep and be tired for work, or you probably won't flick in the Omaha, to be fair. Imagine just someone sitting on a bench in London, this drone just flies past and like hits them, and like, where's that come from?
It was just right up, and I'm going to swoop it in and swoop it down. Oh, he went up and he went off. Oh, honestly.
Alex opening Jack do suited on the button. John Joe, ace-5 in the big, he's going to make the defend. And heads up.
10, Queen 5. Rainbow. John Joe with a little piece of it.
Yeah, Alex going to be continuing this board. We got some really nice back doors, just jack high. John Joe not going anywhere after making a bottom pair, nut kicker. And ace of hearts on the turn here. It could definitely be a card where we see Alex fire here, Tower. I know we can see that John Joe's turn top and bottom, but a big fan of this from Alex. Just we're going to fold out all 5x, we're going to fold out 10x, like even some queen x going to have a tough time calling it. Like John Joe's got like a queen 3 suited, queen deuce, queen 6 suited type hand that he's going to be defending in the big blind. He's going to have a tough time facing this double barrel, so versus a range of hands that John Joe's supposed to have here. I'm a big fan of this double barrel here from Alex. Unfortunately, we've just run into the 2 pair. And now after we get called on the turn, what's the river play for us? What are we trying to fold out as Alex going to fold out a whole host of Queen X with a triple barrel. All the 10X are going to fold in. Hands like 5X of hearts, we're going to fold out those. Shouldn't really be too much Ace-X in there for John Joe after he calls flop. Like Ace-Jack, the amount Alex been opening, but I'm going to 3-bet pre. So, wow, he's gone pot. He's gone exactly pot. 52 into 52. So Alex repping a hand here like King Jack Tower, Ace Queen, Ace 10, and John Joe makes the call, the Ace 5, and credit to Alex running the triple there. It's a lot of heart to do it, but John Joe makes the call with the Ace 5, and Alex just running it there. But I don't mind it. It's not just a random bluff there. It's a very thought out bluff, thinking about the hands that call flop and call turn. The 2 pair aces and 5s. It's definitely in the range, but there's a whole host of hands that we're going to fold out. All these 1 pair holdings going to have a tough time calling a pot size river bets. We're going to fold out all of those, so we're only really going to get a call from John Joe if he's got like a 2 pair type hand. As mentioned, Ace-X isn't going to be on there, being there on the Queen 10, 5 rainbow board. Ace King and Ace Jack would call yes, but they're probably going to 3-bet quite high frequency against Alex's button open. But big fan of the triple there. Unfortunately, we just ran into one of the hands that isn't going to fold. But credit for going for it, that man, Alex in trap 4.
Evening, Peter. Scores on the doors. Well, we started with 111 from 351, and we're down to 52.
Hijack open from Paul, makes it 6.5 with the A7. David, Jack 8 of diamonds. Easy defend for us. We are playing just over 20 bigs, but want to be defending this one.
Pete now says prize pool. I told you, there were 351 runners. Why can't you work it out yourself? I don't know. Here it comes across the bottom. Mr. Pete Whitehouse, One-Eyed Pete, £670 by 351 runners. Prize pool of 235,000. First place 61,220. Second 42,060. And third £25,350. Hiya Greg, watching on YouTube. Mr. Playlist, do you know if Rob Franks and Shane Ross are still in? Rob Franks is out and playing the bounty. And Shane Ross we will find out for you very short. oi. One eye Pete's going away. Does it work?
Good evening, Sensei. OG, well, says good morning. I'm not sure where they're watching from.
The remaining players know there's 52 players left, Jerry, and 36 get the money. Good morning from Hawaii.
Hawaii. Aloha.
Aloha. You watch Hawaii 5-0, don't you?
No.
Or do you watch Magnum?
No. Neither.
You must watch something.
No, yeah, I don't. I just know it's a word associated with Hawaii Tower. That's it. I don't really watch much telly these days, if any. So open from Alex in the hijack with the ace-10. Ace-queen just opts to flat in the small blind. David here could have most certainly ripped the ace-queen for 25 bigs over the hijack open. Opted not to, and now going to fold to Alex's continuation bet. It's probably because we are quite near the money. David maybe trying to lock up a min cash, but sub 25 bigs versus an open. We'll see ace-queen move in some of the time. David opted to take the passive approach, see if he could catch a piece on the flop. Fold to the continue of Alex, and Alex, after just barreling off, is going to put the brakes on this hand. I like the decision. There's going to be plenty of 4x that Johnny can have in the big blind. And it goes check, check, and the ace-10 high. It should be good.
All the hustle and bustle behind the players in the bounty having a break. There's the Kelster watching Johnny Gray. They'll have battled a few times. Pete, calm down. We were unlucky. Burnley didn't win, and neither did Fleetwood. Bournemouth won. Bolton won. Port Vale won. We had 3 out of 5. But unfortunately not the treble. Not the initial treble. Maybe I should turn it round next time. Because I did that last week. We got the bottom 2 in and the treble failed.
Best thing I might, you know what I might do next week, or next Luton on the Saturday, the 5 teams you pick, I might just do 10 trebles.
Well, there you go.
I might do that.
Like it. Jack 7-2. Check, bet, call from Cameron. 6 of clubs on the turn. Gone quiet. It has been a steady chart to level number 15.
There it has. How many players left in? Asked Dan Ball. We are down to 52. Sorry, 51. We just lost one.
So who's that?
William Henderson. William Henderson. So that puts us down to 51 players. 15 off the money.
Yeah, you're right. Burnley was always brave, but if they're going to stay in the Premier League, they have to thump Norwich. And now they don't thump Norwich, I think Burnley have got to be. Burnley have definitely got to be contenders for bottom 4 material. It's a Savanovic next week, and Pete Whitehouse has got a tip. Is this going to be a joke? Is it going to be something like Dusty Carpet? Good luck, Thomas from the Toon.
John Joe. No action for him with the ladies.
Rishown is the tip from Pete Whitehouse.
Text me saying I thought GUKPT was next week. Just as we sat down, I was like, oh my God. Days ago, you talking about GUKPT, because I got friends who around that day.
So John Joe with the ace king this time.
Not with the 9 deuce, he says. Thank you very much. Silver Sock. That's a great name. Loving the stream in fun of the weekend. Do you know if Ice Wallop is still had a lot of chips at the start of the day?
I'll find out now.
In fact, was he on the last chip count?
There you go. If he's not on the last chip count, he's out. That's a great idea, Tower.
There you go, somewhere on there.
Right. Ice Willicombe.
No.
I can't see him. So must be out the door. He's not on our list of players that are in at a dinner break, so not in the field, unfortunately. Silver Sock.
I'm still trying to work out if it's something I said that might be double entendre kind of thing, but I still can't work it out then neither. Maybe I shouldn't have said it, but I can't work out whether it's... No. But anyway, there's not the chip counts. They're the chip counts of the break with everybody that's still in the tournament. Hi Vanessa, watching on YouTube. Vanessa Bennett watching on the YouTube platform.
I've just checked Silver Sock. He didn't even play today. He didn't even make day 2.
Oh.
Definitely was not in the field to start day 2.
And to be fair, I think we'd have remembered the name.
Yeah, true, yeah. But didn't even play today. Might have played one of the day ones, we might have missed him, but didn't bag up.
You do know that this is in Edinburgh, don't you, Silver Sock? And not Bratislava or or Sweden or.
Yeah, imagine he thinks it's a different tournament.
Is there any? He's not in the World Series, is he? The World Series is. We never got an update from Brandon Shields yesterday either. On if he managed to get into the first events. He said there was a 3-hour queue to try and register. See, I can't. I've been trying, and I thought it might have been in double entendre, and I still can't work it out. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's the time of the day. Maybe it's because it's a Saturday.
Is he trolling us, Mr. Silver Sock? So we got an all in here. We got bottom set versus a flush draw. Cameron with the set. David with the flush draw. So gonna need to find a heart to stay alive. Well, it's actually says the fives are a risk, but I think it's actually David that could be a risk with the flush draw. It's very close. The stacks at 4 diamonds on the end, so the fives will double up.
Sets of fives, always nice.
And this is going to be close. Tower.
It is.
We'll find out.
Cameron sat back down. I got away with it because I tried pronouncing the name correctly. Got you. You nearly got me, but because I'm thick, you didn't get me. Yeah, because I'm not too bright, you see. Because I'm from Yorkshire, then well, you know what I'm saying. Got away with it. Phew, pat on the back, Tower, pat on the back.
These are long days for us, guys. We're not that sharp.
No.
We're not that sharp at the moment.
Definitely not.
Ace, ace, 9, rainbow is the flop heads up here. The aggressor being Johnny. Probably going to be continuing this one, especially versus big blind range. And John Joe will just have to get out of the way with the king 8.
Nice one, Silver Sock. Good. I'm glad you're watching anyway. Even though I missed the pun intended.
So blinds are up. It means we're at the halfway point of the day, level 16. Every single bubble.
Steady old level that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Only about six eliminations.
For the 4 legs before this, the main event bubble has been level 16, but it's probably not going to be the case this time around.
Nope.
We've still got 51 players left. 15 off the money, which means we'll have to lose 14 in an hour to get to the bubble, which is very unlikely at this stage. As we see Cameron with the 10s, raising to 6.5. And Paul Green looks like he has a decision here. An incoming free bet from Paul with the Ace Jack suited. That's not Darryl in the hand, that's Paul. So it's actually Ace Jack suited a Paul in seat 3, guys, just to make you aware. And David is in with the Queen 5 off, getting in his last 3 bigs. blinds are up next level though, so it would be sub 2.5 bigs when the blinds go up. And Cameron here with the 10s. Interesting to see how he's going to proceed here. Paul, pretty solid player. So I'm not sure we're going to see a 4-bet from Cameron. I think he's just going to flat and take a flop, and that's exactly what is going to happen. David going to need some help to stay alive, going to need to find a queen. Seven, 4, 3, 2 hearts. So the 10s of Cameron. Still the best hand. David, the all-in player, has actually picked up a gut shot here. I'm not sure if we're going to see Paul Green continue here. There is a small side pot, so it looks like he is going to come in for the continue. Darryl going to check call with the 10s. We're not folding our overpair here, but we're not raising either because Paul's still got the jacks plus that he can have in this situation. Oh, he's going to treble up. Mr. David Wise going to treble up. He likes that turn card. He little sit back in his chair. There's going to be some slight stack errors here as well, guys, because it's Paul Green in the hand, not Darryl.
Yeah, I think Dave's just realised that the error of his ways. No, he hasn't.
He hasn't.
He hasn't at all. C2 is definitely not in hand.
Yeah, it's Paul Green's got ace jack of diamonds tower. Yeah. That's the hand that Cameron's up against here. Yeah. And Cameron probably not going to value bet here. No need. Hard to get called by worse. There's enough in the middle for us with a 10s. Oh, he is going to value bet. What's he trying to get called by? Are we trying to get called by 8s or 9s perhaps? So 10s for Cameron, and David shows the Queen 5. He's going to take the side and he's going to triple up plus more. But Paul Green's stack's going to be a lot shorter than what it is, and Darryl is going to have a stack a lot more than what it is. Yeah, Paul's definitely got less than 100k after that hand. I think he's working with about 70k now, Paul.
Cat, am I from Rotherham? Yes, I am. Evening from Spain. Which part of Spain? Just right, Malaga. There you go. Just been knocked out from the 888 Tony in Malaga. How was it? How's the weather? Has it been busy? Are there any restrictions around the tables? And can we come?
So we've lost another one. They are on GDPR, so initials JC has exited. So that leaves us with 50 players. 5-0, 14 off the money. We're now playing 2K, 4K. Cameron making it 8.5 with the Ace Queen UTG. Johnny going to defend in the big blind for 4.5. Strand gang, yeah, Kellett is still in. I think he's going all right. Rich Kellett's still in the field. And Cameron flopping the best of it here. With his top pair, and just a quick fold from Johnny with the 8-6 off. He gets out of the way.
Strand gang, yes, Rich Kellett is still in. He is on the outer table. He was on a mad table before. That was just insanely good table before the feed, before the dinner break. In Malaga, there were 750 players, 8 masks, 8 max.
8 masks.
Mask worn at the table at all times. That's in Spain, in Malaga. Yeah, Cap, I am indeed from Rotherham, and Rotherham United won today as well. They managed a 2-0 win at Cheltenham.
Where were they in the treble?
Well, do you know, they were all doing like nearly 1-2.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
well, they've got the new price now, haven't they? Like 3-5 or whatever it is. We'll just make these prices up now, just to get the 0.003% off you. Yeah, the big odds on favourites, Rotherham.
Jacks for Paul under the gun. Playing 25 big blinds, makes it 10k, comes in with a little 2.5x.
We know Paul doesn't have 90,000.
Yeah,
That's quite wrong.
that's right. It's
Probably more like 50. So 8 players at the tables in Malaga, and masks have to be worn at all times. There's 750 players. Obviously, I'm guessing a lot of locals rather than travelling players. But if there were plenty of satellites in, they could have come from all over. Things could be getting back to normal. Another teams is off to Dublin in a couple of weeks' time for the IPO. Cardroom Direct will be live streaming over in Dublin, working with Nick O'Hara once again and Glenn Doyle and all the gang.
And to answer Ed's question about them being on their phones, a lot of people just get information passed to them. Obviously, you can't watch the live stream on your phone while you're at the feature table, but there's nothing wrong with getting friends or family to text you information on the half-hour delay. If you want to know what someone had in a certain spot, or if someone messages letting you know if you're winning or in front in a certain hand, there's nothing wrong with that. That's why you might see players keep going back and forth to their phones. We've been playing this session for an hour and 10 minutes now, so delay would have caught up in live time. And they're already probably getting some information coming through as Johnny makes it 8k with a Queen 3 of hearts. And Darryl just comes in with a snap free bet out of small with the 8s, gets it through.
Aye, young man. Cat says so did Donny. Yeah, you're a Donny Rovers fan, are you? We were training at the Keep Moat when Rotherham didn't have a ground for those few years. We were training at the Keep Moat. They let us train there. When times were hard for Rotherham United, in between grounds, as they say. Good to have you on board, Cat. Glad that you're watching the live stream and enjoying the banter and the poker. And the event in Malaga, €550, 4-day ones, mainly Spanish players and a few 888 pros. Restrictions lifting soon to go back to full ring. but masks are more than likely here to stay. Wow. But glad that restrictions are lifting, and I know travel will certainly ease in 2022 to fly all over the world again. It was a bit of a shock to the system, what happened in 2020.
You want the gins? You want the gins?
Big shout out to everybody watching. We've got Nick Slade watching for the first time in a while. What a good laugh about Reading. Joe Kershaw in Liverpool. Big Everton fan, old Joe. Got a good point at Old Trafford. I am sure we'll see Joe Kershaw in Blackpool, and then hopefully Liverpool the weekend after. But wherever you're watching the live stream, hope you're having as much fun as we are. A bit of banter with you guys, a lot of poker, Jay's analysis, and we will sometime tomorrow crown a champion in Edinburgh. At the moment, we're on 50. 36 get the money. When we get close to it, the bubble, the guys will be out there ready with the cameras just in case the bubble goes on one of the outer tables. Try and film it at all times. So as this plays out, should get Alex calling in C number 4. Flop 2, 3, 5 checked. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Alex should be there near the hand with the bet, and indeed Johnny Snap folds. Lost 2 more. Kevin Frame. Kevin Frame and Dan McCauley have been eliminated. Watching while playing live in Walsall. Walsall, have they, while you're watching in Walsall, have they mentioned that there is a 25-25 on its way in December in Walsall? Have they told you that? The first live 25-25 is coming to Walsall. The 7th till the 10th of December. £30 game in Walsall, 72 runners. What a good turnout. What a good turnout. We know quite a few places still do self-deal because of the staffing situation after the pandemic and getting back out to lockdown and poker rooms opening. We know that, and if you don't like them, you certainly don't have to play them, but 72 players in Walsall proves that poker players want to play poker, and if you are lucky enough, we have, back to the board, because we're going all in 9s and 6s, and they both flop it. They both flop a little bit of a bit of equity, but the sixes are all in. And the nines hold. So the nines hold and the sixes of David in seat number 7. We have just lost David Wise in seat number 7. Sixes running into nines with his 20k stack. But just before that, we also lost Amanda Ewings. Wasn't she in Dallas? Eliminated 2 minutes ago on the outer tables. David Wise just eliminated on our table right there. I'm sure Amanda Ewings was in Dallas. Oh, I hope he's here. Good lad, good lad.
Oh, it's busy out there tonight. Not just poker players, as casino's pretty busy in general. Oh.
Yeah, Joe Kershaw, 100%. Yeah, I'll see you in Blackpool and hopefully Liverpool the week after.
It's like Ninja Warrior, just get a cup of tea, get to the bar at the moment.
Yeah. So, Mr. Sister says he hates self-deal. Well, yeah, I hate Sheffield Wednesday, so I don't go watch them. It's one of those kind of scenarios where we know staff shortages is a problem. People still want to play poker. Stick a self-deal comp on, and if you're lucky enough to get somebody who's very good at dealing and they're willing to deal, go and get them a drink at the bar and say thanks for dealing, because it certainly helps, and it certainly helps passing the cards around all the time. And when you come to an event like the GUKPT, like the 30-30s, the 25-25s that are coming back, that a dealer dealt, you appreciate their value. And I must admit, I don't like self-deal tournaments either. But while we're coming out of the pandemic, while there's still staff shortages in every walk of life at this moment in time, we can't get petrol. There's hospitality's crying out for it. We now realise that local staff are needed in the poker rooms. But it's good to get games on, and and if 72 players in Walsall are having a good time for 30 quid, then let them crack on, because it's a great idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. With the no deal and self deal ones, players normally do a few orbits. And if you can't deal, and somebody does it all the time, just get them a drink. Just say, oh, thanks for that. I really appreciate that.
So blind on blind here. Johnny is all in for his last 15 bigs, just sub, and Cameron makes the call with the King 8, and he's in great shape here to double up.
That's not 53,000. He's not just jammed 57,000.
Blind on blind tower, perfectly fine.
Is it that big?
Yeah, you find
I didn't realise it was that big.
Sub 15 bigs, blind on blind, you find a king, in you go.
And hit the 4.
Just hit the 4 like that. Sit back down, Johnny. Sit back down.
Sit down.
So Johnny is going to double up.
Yeah.
And that's going to leave Cameron fairly short.
John S says, "No, you never got a drink, man." Well, no, I'm just trying to make the situation a little bit better for the person that's willing to deal for hour and hour and hour and hour. Just there was a guy in Blackpool always dealt, Graham Liversidge. He always used to deal. Just get him a drink if they're in a self-deal competition. So Jim, Paul Green's stack's still half the size it says on the screen, and hopefully you do get changed.
Well, we have only got about 35 minutes left of the session, so I should say as well, if you are watching on YouTube and Facebook, we need a little refresh at the end of this session, so make sure when we do close up, we will remind you again near the end of the session that there is a little refresh. If you
We need to form a union for the self-dealers.
Cameron with the ladies. He's all in, not getting any action though. Alex going to snap fold the Queen 10.
Good news for hairstylists who are out in the world. Andy Hills are still looking for one. He's got the lockdown hair growing and he's in Reading, playing the. He's playing the 30-30. Good luck to Andy Hills, who's gone down to Reading. Yeah, I tell you what, the end of the month, £100 in Blackpool was crazy busy. I came third in that once. Just thought I'd let you know. Back in the day when I got lucky.
Blind on blind action, Jack 7-5 rainbow, gut shot for the 6-3, just ace high for Darryl here. And Paul not opting to fire with his gutter bolt. And with Darryl here now, expecting to bet the ace high once Paul checks behind. No. A lot of the time we're going to have the best hand deny equities to some rags. And Paul says, I got 6. I got 6, is it any good? No.
$61 runners in Blackpool for the 30-30, meaning less than 10,000 as an overlay at this moment in time. Still needing over 20 players though to hit the guarantee. Slowly coming down. You know anybody around the Blackpool area that likes value? Give them a call.
Yeah, getting there, Tower. Getting there in Blackpool.
Yep. Under 10 now, so.
And we've still got the turbo tomorrow.
Yeah, they need 20 odd players. Is Ludo still in?
Yeah,
Yes, he is.
And when I was on the tee run, he's chipped back up again.
Chipped up again.
He's chipped back up again. I know he lost that huge pot versus Jamie Nixon, but he seems to have got it all back plus a little bit more. Darryl, Jack 7 of diamonds, and Paul probably going to rip this one, Tower. I'd love to see a rip here from Paul. 25 bigs, we've got a pair facing the button open. It's hard to do this near to the bubble, it really is. But we just got to think we're going to fold out so many hands from Darryl. Yeah, this is good from Paul. I'm glad that he's taken this spot and going to pick up some dead money there. Jamie Nixon still in? Yes, he is, top boy. Nick 2.5.
Absolutely. 7.5 on the day.
Minus 150.
$2,000, $4,000, level 16. We're about 9 off the money. Jam Nix is still in. Got a bit fortunate, then made a massive call.
Great call, to be fair to him.
Yeah, the fortunate one was this morning. Ace Queen against Ace King against Aces. And it came Queen on the flop, Queen on the river.
Blind on blind here. Alex just setting Thomas in.
John Ayres says he's got a photo of me of him heads up in that one. What were you doing, dealing?
Machorka, I don't know if I've pronounced that correctly, but you heard seat open. We've got the bounty going on behind us.
Yes.
So they're making a lot of noise.
Yeah, there's about 100 in the bounty,
so
with an alternates list.
Yeah, the seat open shout you hear is from the bounty tournament.
Bubble approaching, Valley's getting the book fast on ice. After yesterday's home game that we were live streaming, there's not many pints of Star of ramen around the table today, is there?
And some news of another bust out. Hei Bao Trung Lee is out, which leaves us with 45, 9 off the money, getting closer and closer. 9 to go. I'll run the prizes across the bottom of your screen there. That's
What's
what
it
we're
worth
playing
this one?
for.
Is it worth winning?
It's worth winning, Tao, I'll tell you that. You wouldn't even mind coming top 3. Just been an incredible turnout, 351 entries for this one. Creating a prize for 235k and some change. Alex been fairly aggressive this session and going to open the King 6 off here in the cut-off. John Joe here, just folding the King 9 of spades, thinks better of it, and Johnny not going to defend the Queen 3. Top boy, he was on Ludo's table when I walked past, and just from my memory, I did have a glance at his stack. I'm going to say 100k, give or take, like 15,000, but it definitely lost a few. Jack had, but I'm going to say probably around 100k. Yeah, about 100k. So Paul, with the Queen 10, raises to 10,000. Going to be raising take for Paul, no action for him, nice little pickup, a little extra 10k to his stack.
Some people will be like, it's like, well, yeah, I know.
It's got King Queen here for Alex. Makes it 8.5.
I don't think they're very top heavy, to be fair, Silver Sox. 20. I don't think they're very top heavy. It's 25% to the winner. Always has been. Well, not always has been, but has been for a long time on the GUKPT circuit. 25%, might be 20. It might be 24. But I don't think it's top heavy at all, to be fair. I actually like the payouts. I love the payout structure at the opposite end, where it's double your buying for getting into the money, and it feels to me like wages. You've had one buy-in or you've satellited in and you double your money to the buy-in. I think it's great.
So Tom here, +1, ace-4 suited, playing 16 bigs. Might be thinking about going with this one. Late position would see it. It's a bit on the line here, EP, and can definitely get behind that fold from him. I think we saw him cut off or button and it was folded to him. They would have been moving in. And Darryl 10-6 suited here. Going to come in for a complete, and action going to be on Paul Green.
Any MTTs in Edinburgh tomorrow? No, there's no side event tomorrow. We're just concluding the main event. No side events in the in this. So no side event tomorrow in the building. It is just the main event concluding tomorrow. Nothing on for Monday, I don't think. Nothing registered for Monday. Keep an eye on the app. There are 2 cash games going at the moment. There's a 5-10 going on.
What, here?
Yes, right now. A 5-10 Oldham. And a 1-2. So no side event tomorrow and no tournaments on the app for next week in the Maybury. Merchant City on the 20th have their 30-30. Dundee have a £10 rebuy on Monday. The old-fashioned £10 rebuy.
Got Johnny making 8.5 and a hijack. Cameron coming for the free bet on his direct left with the ace jack. Johnny just going to have to get out of the way. Cameron takes that one.
The old-fashioned £10 rebuy. Boom. Jim Marlowe says, yeah, but that's a 5-10 Scottish pounds. What's the conversion rate?
Calf open from Darrell, raising to 8,000. And action on Tom Thomas in the big blind with the Queen 7 off. Nursing a short stag of sub 15 big set. Getting 4 to 1, or 4.5 to 1 on the call. And socials, guys, if you want to follow us, Facebook, Grosvenor Poker, on Twitter at Grosvenor Poker and /GUKPT, YouTube and Twitch. Got plenty coming up as well. Haymaker series, free to play, over 40k to be won during this promotion. 7 tournaments, one's already taken place, that was on Wednesday. Richard King was the winner of that, over 1,300 runners in that one. If you can play one of the next remaining 6 free rolls, I recommend getting into it. If you win one of them, you'll get invited to the Vic for the grand final. 8-man sit and go, David Hay, yourself, 6 other opponents, and there's going to be 20k added for that one. And in the free rolls, I should mention as well, it's not just first place that's going to get that, there's going to be prizes as well for deep runs. All details can be found on Grosvenor Poker, but the next free roll is kicking up on the 13th of October. And that's just a great promotion the guys have put on. It's going to be great to see David Hay play on the featured table. We're going to be live streaming it, Tower and I, so seeing how far he's come in the last 2 years is going to be very interesting.
Nick Slater says Russell Brand hasn't played a hand yet in C5. I'm sure he gets it a lot, does Thomas. That's a lot of hair.
It is a lot. So 20 minutes left on the clock for the session. When we return, there will be a new featured table, some fresh faces. Darrell Pocket 8s opens to 8k.
Yeah, Jack's still in. The last count we got was 100,000. We'll give you an update at the next break, which for us is about half an hour. Then it's a 20-minute break. It's a 20-minute break due to all hands on deck regarding main event and side events.
Just continuing with the over pair. Johnny can't do much but get out of the way. News of another bust out in the field. We're down.
Who is it, the Grim Reaper?
We're down to 44. Joe Devine is out.
Joe Devine. On 44.
Ace king for Darryl. Going to open under the gun.
When I said there was nobody drinking in the main event, PK replied, "A table in the bounties just ordered 9 drinks."
One for each player. Like it.
Yeah, it does look a little like Alex Montgomery, doesn't he?
John Joe's been fairly quiet. But we're going to free bet to 22k. Trying to use that image. Definitely been playing pretty solid. Maybe he thinks he's going to get more credit for a hand, especially free betting the under the gun open. But Darryl here with the ace king suited. John Joe playing sub 40 bigs. Actually 40 bigs on the nose. Playing 2k, 4k. So with Darryl here, probably 4-bet somewhere around 55. That's what I'd like to see out of position. Obviously 4-betting to call off if John Joe does rip with this particular holding. What might be going through Darryl's head here, Tower, is John Joe's been playing pretty snug, but he just opts to rip it in, and a snap fold there from the Queen 9 of Hearts. No unnecessarily tanking from John Joe, what we like to see. And the Grim Reaper's got some more news, Tower.
Oh my days, man.
No. Ashwini Joshi is out in 44th. Ashwini Joshi is gone. 43 remain, 7 off the money. 7 off the money. I remember it, Danny. Danny on Twitch says myself, Terry Jordan, etc. on the shots on the feature in Coventry. Under the gun straddles. Under the gun straddles the 1K. I remember. I remember watching. Would have been good viewing. Briefly, we got to see some of that session.
A 4K straddle in a tournament. Jack say, yeah, Ludo is on one of the outer tables.
That can't be right. Oh, there we go. It's Alex opening under the gun. And Johnny might elect to shove this, Tower. I wouldn't mind this against Alex yet. There's the shove. He's got 21 bigs. Alex, aggressive player. What I've seen, how he's been playing. Just moves all in for 21 big blinds. And Cameron wakes up with ace queen in the small. He's playing 26 and a half bigs. Not going to be able to make the call with this action in front of him here. Be surprised if he called this off. I know we can see he's in a flip situation against Johnny, but this one's going to have to, there it is, goes into the muck, and when it comes back round to Alex, he'll make the call. He's got aces, and Johnny going to need to find a set, and Mickey Black's going to need to come through to keep this tournament alive.
So we are all in. Johnny Gray is up.
He's looking at 4 or 6.
We're just recorrecting the graphics. Yeah, the correct players in.
Only a 6 will do the job, otherwise we're going to lose Jonathan Gray. It's the 9 of diamonds, so we're going to lose John Gray, which puts us down to 43, 7 off the money.
Poor old Johnny Gray. Sounded sad upon the radio.
43 remain. Dave Dockey at the bottom of your screens. He's still in the mix. Yep.
Yeah. So 12 minutes and counting until the end of this level. And then a 20-minute break. So our new table will be back around 8:15. Time to multitask with a little bit of Strictly.
So Thomas Ward
And the main
finally,
event here.
yeah, Thomas Ward finally gets the spot to get his last 14 bigs in. He's got Ace Jack of Hearts, but he's in a world of hurt
Good luck, Thomas.
against the Queens of Cameron. So Thomas Ward already got lucky once against the Queens
Oh yes, indeed he did.
of who was
Does
that?
lightning
Leanne.
strike twice.
Can he get lucky?
Oi, oi.
Two jacks on the flop.
It doesn't hit the ace.
Yeah, how about have two jacks instead? Just fading a lady now, and there's only one left in the deck. Could be cracking the ladies for the second time today. And
Oi,
he
oi.
does. Had King Jack of Hearts versus the Queens of Leanne at the start of this session, and Ace Jack of Hearts against the Queens of Cameron gets the job done at the back end of the session.
Would you Adam and Eve it?
Thomas Ward. Twice in with the worst of it, twice doubled up.
Yeah. Jim, you're not wrong. So we are heading towards the break. 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. We're getting close to the money. We're about 6 off here, are we? About 6 off the money as it stands.
So Darryl on the button opening Ace Jack here, and Paul moves all in with the King Jack suited. Big fan of this from Paul. But Alex has got Ace King, and we could be losing Paul Green because Alex is just going to ISO here. It's a button open from Darryl, like shouldn't really be too worried. So he's
So that's all in for 78.
78 there, so
Yeah,
it's
his
a
stack was about 40k wrong.
a bit less for Paul. So Paul actually shoving for 20 bigs. Now Alex with the Ace King comes in for the ISO, and the Ace Jack of Darryl just got an easy fold now and lets it go. And there's a Jack in the muck, so we could be losing Paul Green. Going to need to get very lucky to win this one.
So Ace Jack in the muck. Ace King for Alex in seat 4. And the King Jack of former champion Paul Green. King Jack of Diamonds needing to get lucky. That's no help.
Yeah, so got to find a 2-outer from somewhere. There's a Jack in the muck. Otherwise,
all right.
That's a little bit of help. We picked up some added out so we can find an ace or a 9. Jack no good anymore, so looking for ace or 9 to survive.
Hey, there we go.
Backdoor Broadway for Paul Green, and
Just
he's
doing
going to
perfect.
a double up.
On the turn and river.
And a little hit for Alex to take. And Paul Green with the double. And that's the best thing about it when you take these reshove spots. Yeah, a lot of the time we're going to get it through, but the times we are cool, when we are in bad shape, we can still get there. And that is what we've just seen there from Paul Green.
Yeah, up to 174,000, and them chips will be going nowhere anytime soon.
Former Edinburgh champion back in 2017, looking for his second GUKPT title. And
I can see a pint. I can see a pint. He's moving close to the table, but he's not one of our players.
So Darryl in the cut-off with Ace King this time. He's going to open. Raises to 8k, and expect Tom to be defending this one in the big blind. Jack 9 off, wants to be defended, and does. Heads up to the flop. King 6-3, 2 hearts. Lovely little flop here for us with the Ace King as Darryl. We're going to be continuing this one. We can get caught by a lot of hands here out the big blind. 6x, 3x, 4 deuce, 5-4 and so on. 5-7, all the gut shots, heart draws. Plenty of that can be calling us in this spot. But in this particular scenario, Thomas just with the Jack 9. Just going to be getting out of the way. We're going to be folding this one after some deliberation.
The money strolling along the bottom, £235,000 collected. And 36 getting the money. Less than 5 minutes to go of this sesh, which means we'll be back at round about 8:15.
Yeah, be about then, 8:15.
8:15. It's a 20-minute break to give the dealers a bit of time because it's so busy.
So under the gun open from Michael makes it 8k to go, and John Joe with the ace 10 in the big blind. Gonna come in for a free bet here. Out of the big versus under the gun open. And this just looks strong. So strong this looks. Michael's just sat down at the table, and I'm just going to let this one go. I agree, sir. I agree. I know we can see we got John Joe in a dominated spot, but we've just sat down, we've opened under the gun. We get free bet out of the big blind. Like Ace Jack just shrivels up in size there, and definitely get behind that fold. Good evening, Gary. Gary McGaffney on the train back home. Thanks for tuning in.
On the train. He'll have Wi-Fi now if he's on the train. After his week in London watching the royal premiere of the James Bondo filmo. I don't think I've seen a bad review. Or a bad update from people saying how good Bond is. I've not seen one person saying it's cack.
So Cameron just open rips here for 12 bigs, 12.5 bigs to be precise. Tom not going to be calling here with the ace-5. He's going to get out of the way and just going to get that one through.
Oh, no internet on the train. He has to use his own dongle.
Dongle?
Aye.
We've got 2 minutes left on the clock. So this hand and one more is what's probably expected.
This could be the last hand.
Yes, Gary, Jack Hardcastle is still in.
Yes.
I'll double check that.
Hopefully we will get a full chip count of the remaining players, or if not, definitely the top 20. Get PK on the job for the latest chip counts and a pan around the card room, and hopefully when the guys are out there filming the bubble.
Raise and take for Paul. We're going to move into the last hand of the session. When we return, it's going to be a new featured table, everyone. Some new faces coming on. And we're going to be in the bubble as well at some point next session. Gary McGaffney, I will tell you. I'll see if there's been any more bust outs.
Come on, Grim Reaper.
Oh, we have.
No, here we go.
Oh, God. We've lost a few actually, Tower.
Oh, no, yeah. Have we?
Gordon Wood is out. Jonathan Douglas is out.
Jonathan Scott.
Jonathan Scott is out. And Douglas White is out.
Dougie White's out as well. Wowzers.
So there you go. We're down to 39.
39, just like that.
We're 3 off the money.
But last hand of the session. 30 seconds to go in this session.
Paul raising it up to 10k under the gun with the ace-10 suited. And folds all the way round to the big blind. And Darryl is in the big. Oh, we've lost another one.
Oh my days.
Jamie Monroe.
You are the Grim Reaper.
Jamie Monroe's out. So we're down to 38.
Favourite Jamie Monroe, let me tell you. Favourite in this.
Where did them bust outs come from?
Unbelievable.
We are 2.
Last hand of the session.
2 off the money. Well, we don't want to lose one this hand, Tower, because everyone's going to have to sit back down because we'll be on the bubble.
Yes.
Imagine.
Fold. We want a break. Fold. We need 20 minutes. Hey, come back and join us at 10 past for a little bit more of the same. The bants, the fun, the poker, and getting into the money in Edinburgh, because we will get in the money in the next session.
Now we're just going to fold the ace jack there, and that's that for the session, guys. We're back in 20 minutes. Don't forget, we will see you around 10 past 8. See you then.
Turn to 10. And, I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces. And that one I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you're obviously right, Bucks. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did the book launch. And I remember we went into a pub on the corner of Leicester Square, myself and Paul, who still works with us, and we got the book. And this was a new release when it came out, and we signed it off. And I thought, do you know what? Phil Hellmuth has just signed a book for me, and it's still pristine, by the way. It is pristine. It's got all the stories. My favourite story is the devilfish story. I love these little books. But if you wasn't a poker player and a very, very successful poker player, would writing and being an author be right up there of what you would be doing on a regular basis?
I mean, it's very interesting. You know, I mean, I think, this is the first time in an interview I've ever said it, but I think I could have been a motivational speaker pretty easily. That aligns well with me, but you have to accomplish something, I think, to be able to motivationally speak to people, I think. And it's an easier path to get there. So, but I could easily have been a motivational speaker. I could easily have been a successful businessman.
Yeah.
And could easily have been a promoter. So I don't really know where I'd be if it wasn't poker. But hopefully I would have written a book or two.
Well, that's there. That I was there when I was there with you, and it's signed for me by the great one. And then we know,
book, it's like 50 hand of the weeks, and so you read each one, and what takes 2 or 3 minutes to read the story. Just kind of a flavor of what it was like to Deal Me In Now, as I look back, as a flavor of what it was like to be a professional poker player in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Because that book came out, in 05 or 06?
Yeah. And no, it's impressive. Where did Poker Brat get coined? Who was the first person to call you the Poker Brat? Or was it yourself?
No, that was not me. That was Andy Glazer.
All right, okay.
So Andy Glazer was, the all-star poker writer, right? And he, I have a funny story about how I met him. Should I tell it?
Yeah, of course.
So my wife and I choose a vacation, and we choose to go to a place called Esalen. Esalen's a very famous spiritual place. So we decide we're going to go study Buddhism with the master, the Lama Suryadas. Suryadas has become bigger and bigger and bigger in Buddhism and has lots of books out. So my wife and I go to Esalen for our vacation to study Buddhism. I'm like, hon, can't we go like a 5-star hotel somewhere? So we drive down the California coast. We arrive at the most beautiful place you've ever seen. One of the houses is right underneath a waterfall. But they have the natural hot springs there, but you're not allowed to wear clothing. So everybody has to go into the hot springs naked. And my wife chose not to talk. That was part of the training. And so I wasn't going to do much talking. And one day she's like, hey, I'm going to go get some food. And I'm like, I'm going to the hot tub. So the natural springs. So I go down there, no clothes on. And sitting across from me is this guy talking about what I think is a poker tournament. And I'm like, no way. Come on, this is a spiritual place. He's talking about a poker tournament. At the end of it, he's talking to one of I guess Andy worked there. And somehow I said, I dabble a little bit in poker. He's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I play here and there. And I was trying to be modest because that's what we were taught that week. Of course, this was during a time when I wasn't as modest in the 1990s. And I guess the world thinks I'm not modest, but they don't know me that well. But anyway, after you listen to this interview, I sound cocky. I'll give you that. So anyway, there's Andy. And he's like, so he starts asking question. I'm trying to brush it off. Almost sorry I brought it up. And then Andy says, oh, what's your name? And I say, Phil Hellmuth. And he's like 6'6". The 6'6" big naked guy stands straight up out of the hot tub, and he says to his friend, that's like Michael Jordan saying that he dabbles in basketball, and like over and shakes my hand, walks over to shake my hand, this big naked guy, and I shake his hand. And we were connected after that. And he was a writer. And so he wanted to write my autobiography. And when I finally started writing the autobiography, he wanted to help me with my first book too, so now I sold my book to HarperCollins, and he wanted to help me, but he got sick right then. And so I wrote the book myself. He wrote maybe, of that book, say it's 94,000 words. Andy wrote about 8,000 words. And, but I was, depending on him, but he was sick. So I started doing it myself, 1,500 words a day, every day. Bam, 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 bam. And it got easy because I'm writing about poker strategy. And so, but we had a long-term plan of him writing the autobiography, but unfortunately, he died.
Really? You touched on basketball there. Did you ever get a chance to play at a high level, or were you a big fan? Would you have loved a career in basketball rather than poker?
I mean, basketball would be great. I've been getting a little time with Draymond Green lately. He and I went on a little trip together for 4 or 5 days. And seeing how hard he works out even on vacation is pretty crazy. Basketball would have been amazing, but I think if you want, you have to be great at basketball if you want to make the big money, right? Yeah. A lot of the guys aren't great. Unfortunately, if you're the 50th best or maybe 100th best basketball player in the world, you don't do as well. Now that's changing, but I love basketball, and I was never world class. I mean, I'm 6'6" almost. And I could dunk, but barely. I probably dunked 5 times in life. So I didn't have the skills to play basketball.
We're glad you stuck to poker. In 2003, 2004, the poker boom was like, it just exploded. Did you see it coming? What did you think of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I remember someone found me in 2004, Michael Kaplan, a writer from New York, and he said, "Phil, you told me in the 1990s that they were going to have in stadiums, and everybody laughed at you." And he said, "Now look, we're having the final in the Penn and Teller Theater, and not just finals, but also I thought there'd be so many." He said, "You predicted there'd be so many players that'd fill a football stadium," and he said, "You were so right about that." And so, yeah, I saw that coming. But then I didn't see it coming as fast. So I saw it coming in 1995. I thought it would happen earlier at a much slower pace. But no one saw it in 2003 and 2004 and 2005 going on ESPN and exploding that and becoming a global phenomena. I didn't see that much. So, but yeah, I saw poker getting big.
Yeah, and now obviously you're part of the ESPN team that covers the main events, the final tables, the commentating. Do you still get a buzz? When you're commentating rather than playing?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, this year was one of my fun little stories. I'm on stage, and whenever it's about once every 2 hours, they cut to me.
Yeah.
And this year it was with Maria Ho, and of course, Kara, who's amazing, and Maria, who's amazing. And so it's the two of them and me. And but I wouldn't commit to doing any of the comment. I wouldn't commit to any of that while there were tournaments still going on. And finally, I'm like, all right. So I played the $5,000 buy-in turbo event, and I think they were rebuys in it this year. So I busted. I went right into the commentary booth, and then I told Maury and I told ESPN, I said, I will be there for the rest of the time, even if I'm in the tournament. So I enter the 5,000 turbo, like literally at the deadline. I go over there and I play for 8 minutes, and then I come back and do the commentary. So I'm already dressed up as a commentator. And then boom, they cut to me live on ESPN and on the global coverage. And that's so much fun for me. It gives me a huge buzz. When you're live in front of millions of people, like I've been live on Anderson Cooper. There's a huge buzz there. Yes. So I got this huge going on. And the minute I'm done, I'm like, am I clear? They're like, yes. And so I disconnect one thing to make sure that they take the headphones off, and I go, but I'm still connected. I can still what's hearing at the final table. And I go right back to play the tournament. And now I got my money in bad, which is very rare for me. Jacks against aces. I mean, I had to as a turbo. I hit a jack. I got it in bad one more time. Maybe it was like ace 4, and the other guy called me with 6s. I hit that. And so I'm getting lucky, which is, you know, not my usual modus operandi as far as getting my money in bad. But I'm hitting some hands, and yes, I admit I was very lucky. And, you know, 2 hours later, now I have to leave the turbo where the blinds are going up this quick. I have to leave the turbo for half an hour to go do my commentary. I have to show up 8 minutes early or 7 minutes early. And so now I'm doing very live from the World Series, but I've been tracking it the whole time. I've been reading the updates as I'm playing. They're sending me the hands that are coming up. I'm listening to what's happening at the table. So I'm informed on what's happening over there. And I do that. So now I go live on ESPN again. And meanwhile, I'm in the tournament over there with chips. And we're getting close to the money. And I believe that I believe that I think we may have hit the money while I was doing the, you know, while I was doing the commentary. So then, boom, I finish that. I go right back, and I'm still dressed in my suit, and you know what I mean? But it gives me an excuse to wear the Aria hat live on television, because I told ESPN, I said, listen, if you want me and I'm still a player, I'm going to dress like a player. Yeah. So they told all the players they can't wear any logos, any gear, but I'm an exception when I'm in a poker tournament. And so at least I got an excuse to get the Aria live on global television a couple times. And so then I make day 2. So then I think that was it for the night, but I'm hanging out for the coverage. But meanwhile, I make it to the end of the day. And I think there's about 25 of us left. So now next day, I have to do the commentary and play the tournament. And we get to the final table pretty quickly. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be final 4 tournament or 3 in this tournament. I'm going to have to leave for 20 minutes. Will the players at the table stop the tournament for 20 minutes for me? I don't even want to ask, but I'm going to ask when it comes to that. And so meanwhile, I've had to go into makeup, and, you know, and so I'm all ready to go. I'm all in my suit and ready to go. But I'm at this final table, and I'm watching the countdown on when I'm going to get needed. And unfortunately for me, I busted in 6th place in the tournament. There were 2 final tables left as the main event final table. This was also the main event final table where they were going to finish it, I believe. Yeah. And so there's 3 tables that are left in that whole hall. There's the one when I left, there were 5 left. There was another one that had 5 left, and then there was the main event. And so so I busted 6th, unfortunately. And I go into my perch up there, and I'm really into just the main event, but I'm looking over, watching the other 2 final tables, which were basically right next door to us. And then, and I think they gave me a shout out. It might have also been my birthday that day. So they gave me a shout out for my birthday. They gave me a shout out for just busting 5th in a tournament, or 6th, or whatever it was. It was all kind of a weird thing. And then I was able to just focus on, you know, the commentary for there, because that was it.
Brilliant. Super competitive, we know. 16 cashes last year in the World Series. I think it was 12 the year before. I think there's only 1 year in the last 25 that you haven't cashed in one of the series. Where did the super competitiveness come from?
I mean, it came from, I talk about this in my autobiography. Very simple. I'm the oldest of 5, as I mentioned earlier in the interview. And what I didn't mention is I have ADD, and my athletic skills aren't as good as my brothers and sisters. So as the oldest of 5, watching my brothers and sisters flourish and basically get straight A's, and me getting C's, and then watching them flourish in athletics, they're all doing well in athletics, but I didn't have the same skills that they had. I had to hold on to something for my own sanity, right? When I'm 7, I had a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a baby in my family. I had, for my own sanity, I had to be the best at games. And so every game we played, I had to be the best. So every game we played, I learned from an early age how to devise perfect tactics in all these games. Scrabble, and the fact that I studied Latin, I'm an excellent